Let's go. Day four, Danya, Norway Chess. The action has been exciting thus far. It only promises to get more exciting as the leaderboard clarifies itself, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it gets a little bit more muddied. But Danya, always a pleasure to commentate with you. Glad we got things going and some of these games going a little bit more than others, but just welcoming everybody in chat.
Likewise, apologies for the delay. That is entirely my bad. Sometimes I wish I could have your time zone for one day. Well, in elementary school, I think I had like Parents' Day or, like take your kids to work day. Have Robert Hess's time zone for one day. So I took those extra few minutes to get ready. That is the luxury, though, of doing a casual stream. Is I will try not to abuse those privileges, however. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to open up some chats here. I actually found my iPad, so I'll be able to have my YouTube chat and Twitch chat and, Schmitz chat open at the same time. But you know the drill. Let us know if you can hear us and see us. Okay. And I do have my Twitch chat open. Looks like we're all good.
Sounds good. Mm-hmm. Let's do this thing then. We should probably set the scene and let everybody, or remind everybody that Fabiano Caruana is in first place despite his disappointment in the first game where he lost to Hikaru Nakamura again. And in that game, he had the white pieces. But since then, Donna, he beat Wei Yi with the black pieces. Nice game there. Then he beat Arjun Erigaisi yesterday. That was a chaotic game. And here it looks like we have a peaceful start with the pawn triangle from Fabi. So he's opening up with a very calm approach with the black pieces.
Yeah, and this is... I never know exactly what the terminology is. But when I see the moves d takes c4 and b7, b5 in succession, the word association in my mind is Meron. And I'm not talking about my computer science professor from freshman year, Meron Sahami, who is sort of a Stanford legend. Except I listened to his lectures from like 2006 and then kind of found that his lectures from 2016 were word for word the same. But hey, we all have to phone it in from time to time. I'm talking about this particular type of structure where the traditional plan, at least, is to follow up with a7, a6 at some point, not necessarily immediately, and then essentially to set the conditions where it is favorable for black to play c6, c5, and really sort of liberate the position. Doing so immediately, of course, just hangs the pawn on b5 with tempo. Such liberties should not be taken this early in the opening. But you can do this a variety of ways, Robert. You can play b4, you can play a6 immediately, you can castle first, you can play e5. So you have to know your fill in the blank here if you're black.
Your opening.
That's right.
You need to know your opening. That's exactly what it is.
That's exactly the blank that I wanted you to fill.
Well, I'm glad I could help out there. But Danya, this type of position, it hasn't played many times. Maybe this specific variation, or at least the move order, could be rarer than others. But typically what black wants, as you're indicating, is to play bishop b7, pawn to c5. And what black needs to be very careful about, and I think some people who are viewing this game, they may be enticed to play the move b5 to b4 as black, but that hands over some very key squares to the white pieces. a4 for one knight, maybe knight d2 to c4 for the other, the queen coming to c2. The point is that the light squares can become whites for the taking, and if you're going to play b4, you better get the move c6 to c5 in next, or at least in the near future, because otherwise white creates a bind on that c file, and you have a backwards pawn, a bad light square bishop. All of that kind of stuff is not what Fabi would want.
Yeah, I'm showing some of these ideas on the analysis board. The knight often hops into a4, which is the square that black immediately weakens by playing b4. So as you're saying, b4 is essentially a commitment, a pre-commitment, that you're going to play the move c5. I'm quickly running this in ChessBase, and as I'm running this in ChessBase, I noticed an irregularity in Gukesh's play. So this was all very normal. This is called the semi-Slav. This position has been very well known since the probably first half of the 20th century, I would estimate. But we're seeing a very like Ding Liren-esque move h3. Why do I say that? Remember his like 3h3 against Jan from the World Championship? So I've kind of ever since then associated these early h3 moves with Ding. And to my knowledge, h3 is not a common move. So I'm seeing 15 games in the database. Some guy named Aradia Garg is responsible for like 3 of those games. And Title Tuesday is probably responsible for the other 12.
No, actually, Daniel, one of those games is Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces against Nihal Sarin. So a very high level game in this line that was at the 2024. It looks like it was at the Wadim Team Championships.
Oh, the WR Masters?
No, the Wadim Team Championships, that World Rapid Team Championship, thing.
Ooh. I'm also seeing Bluebaum Vahap Sanal from the European Individual Championship 2024. Very serious game, and Bluebaum is a very serious opening analyst. So clearly, Gukesh has done his homework, but has Fabi done his? The Bluebaum Sanal game continued Bishop b7. This has been Black's main response. Short castle, short castle. Now Matthias played e4, and here actually I see the transposition into the Erigaisi game after e5. So looks like the move order there was a little bit different. Nihal played Bishop e3. Bluebaum, as well as several other GMs, including Vincent Keimer, in 2021. Yeah, Vincent was 2,591. We had a trade on e5. And this is quite likely, I think. Bluebaum played Bishop e3. And here there are still 15 games, no more than 15 games in the database. So not an unknown position, but I would say a little bit obscure.
Are there 15 games in the database because White eventually played h3 to get a transposition here? Because h3 that early, as you mentioned in the live board, that's rare. But perhaps in some positions you flick in this h3 move, and then why you're seeing that many games is because of an eventual transposition. Whoa.
You're exactly right, and this actually makes Fabi's move all the more impressive. It's a novelty, because in this particular position, b4 has never been played. So what does it tell us? It tells us that Fabi, in his mind, is like, yes, of course, this is the position where White is a pawn on h3 on move 8, which means I have to play b4 on move 9. How do you even remember this? How do you remember when to play this move? And not just that, we're on our own now.
And Bobby's king may end up in the center, Danya, because if we can, I see the live the b4 is played over there. I see that, but knight a4. As I was mentioning, Black simply needs to get c5 in. Otherwise, you're saddled with a long-term weakness, a bad light square bishop. But just by kind of quick calculation in my head, Danya, that if knight a4 is met by c5, there's going to be a check on the newly open light square diagonal, and I think the Black king ends up on e7, if I'm looking at this correctly. Like dc5, knight takes c5, bishop b5 check first in there. And with the bishop on d6 loose, you can't block on d7, and so you have to move your king, if I'm calculating this correctly. Mm-hmm. It looks vulnerable, but Fabi, we know how well prepared he is. Maybe he's mapped this all out.
Yeah, I think he has, because the computer seems to be in complete and full approval of this early b4. Now, Gukesh is thinking, what does that tell us? Well, clearly Gukesh is aware that b4 is an option. Maybe he's taken aback by Fabi's eagerness to play this move. Maybe he's a little bit disappointed that Fabi, has this in some obscure chess-based file, and more importantly, access that chess-based file in his head. Either way, I think we'll see knight a4. We might also see knight e4, and that will prevent Black from playing the immediate c5. Obviously, the bishop will be hanging. The problem with knight e4 is often the Black can just take, go bishop to b7, then chase the bishop away with knight f6. And once Black plays c5, White needs to be careful not to be worse, because this bishop is kind of caught behind the pawn chain.
Exactly, right? The bishop on b7 would be a poor piece, but you keep talking about it. Time after time, position after position, c5 for Black needs to be on the agenda if you're pushing this pawn to b4 this early. So Fabi must have this worked out. Otherwise, Danya, he did that thing that we've all done before, where we mix up lines, or we think, oh, this looks interesting, let me try for that. Because Fabi's time management, spending over 10 minutes thus far, that doesn't actually tell us that he has this all worked out, that this is simply in his file. It could be that he was remembering things, h3 being a rare move, or it could be that he's perhaps mixing things up. It is possible even for the legendary preparation of Flavia Caruana.
And it's legendary for a reason. Obviously, we will hear from Fabi. I was going to say after the game, but it's 2025 during the game, maybe in the so-called confessional. But if I had to hazard a guess, I would definitely venture to say that at the very least he is aware of maybe a similar position with the move castles instead of h3. But no, I think this exact position has sort of crossed Fabi's preparation before. He is so thorough, so conscientious, so meticulous in really examining these rare ideas like h3, trying to anticipate them before they appear, which makes his knowledge all the more impressive. Speaking of mapping things out, I think I'm going to map out some coffee, but first I'll let you map out a different game, perhaps, Robert, that I can throw up here on the screen.
Let's go to the Hikaru game. I think that'd be good to leave on just because many pieces have already left the board, and players would probably be interested to see what's going on. Of course, after you get your coffee, we can rewind, but I will just talk about the dynamics
I'll be right back.
in the current position. Go for it, Daniel. So, when you look at a position like this, everyone, we will take you back through the history of the game. We'll explore some of the variations that led us to this point. But what we can see very what we can see very clearly is that white is down a pawn at the moment. That pawn on c4 was sacrificed, as is the case very often in Catalan structures. And when we talk about the Catalan, there's a bishop on g2, and it is the best minor piece on the board. So it's white's turn. Hikaru has the white pieces. He's well behind on the clock, Wei Yi in his preparation. So as everybody settles in and tries to take stock of this current position, well, the knight on e5 is now approached by the knight on d7. They're looking at each other. A trade is being offered there. I think that white is going to take this pawn on c4, and it's a matter of choosing which knight to capture with. I do believe that the e3 knight feels more natural because the bishop on c1 currently can't get out very far as the knight on e3 is in its path. But at this stage, there are some times where you want more pieces on the board, which would encourage you to play knight e5, the further, more advanced knight, to retreat and capture on c4. And why would I advocate for more pieces on the board? That bishop on g2 is super strong there, slicing across the diagonal, looking like a very imposing piece that's going to be hard to counter. And the knight on d7 is in the direct path of that bishop on c8. So perhaps retreating for white leaves black in a bit of a bind because that bishop on c8 cannot get out. And that's actually quite standard in Catalans, as white tries to use that great bishop, fianchetted on g2, and say that that's going to be my point of advantage. Do I think that white objectively has much of an advantage? Not really. I think it's going to be slight. Wei Yi's playing quickly. He's in his preparation. He for sure hasn't blundered anything. But it becomes a matter of what trades do we want to see? And taking with the e5, the more advanced knight says we're not going to trade so quickly. But black will very quickly slide that rook over from a8 to b8. And why would black do such a thing? Well, that allows you to push the b pawn, which is now pinned, the bishop on g2, the light square bishop for everybody. That one is pinning the pawn on b7 because the rook is hanging behind it. So we're getting into a bit of the X's and O's. We're mostly just trying to talk about the nature of this position, but there's a lot to take into account here, and that's why Hikaru is deep in thought at the moment. He is just trying to figure out, should I press forward? Is there something I can do that can be tricky for my opponent? Wei Yi clearly not surprised by the early stages of this game. He does have the benefit of having played Magnus Carlsen a day ago, so the Catalan on his radar in his preparation. And for Hikaru, after yesterday's debacle, he wants to right the ship. He wants to have a strong showing today, and now he's deep in the think tank. That's probably not the best sign for Hikaru and his fans, Danya, but it's a good sign for everybody that you are back, likely caffeinated or in the process of being caffeinated.
Yep, in the process. Coffee is 3 minutes away from being ready, and then I will tape myself to this chair for the rest of the round. I will be sitting here for as long as the players sit in their chairs.
Well, I trust the process and I trust you. So,
Huh.
Danya, I also trust that you can help me here because we are just talking about which knight to take the pawn c4 with, just sort of the dynamics of this position where white has a bit more space thanks to that light square bishop. But should we rewind and sort of show everybody how the queens disappear from this board?
Look at what you did. Now you said trust the process. So I started thinking about NBA puns, and I'm like, using certain Embiids, like living on a prayer, Billy Joel, Joel. That wasn't even Billy Joel. It was Bon Jovi. So this is how my messed up brain tends to work. Just to compliment you on that fantastic analysis, I was listening to every word, and it's a separate skill, mostly that I picked up from you, and hope one day to master, to be able to just discuss the position endlessly without the ability to actually make a single move. Because sometimes when you're commentating, and like there are times when everything is going wrong, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Like the analysis board doesn't work, you can't make any moves, like eval bar doesn't work, like the left leg doesn't know what the right leg is doing, and you have to keep the conversation going. So just like being able to infinitely discuss the most boring position and to open up its secrets is a skill that I think you possess to the max. So my compliments on that. Now we do have the ability to rewind and quickly bring people up to speed on how this was reached. We saw a Catalan from Hikaru, just a very traditional Catalan with the bishop coming out to g2, and knight to c3. Sorry, a non-traditional Catalan. That is very much. This move screams sideline.
Wasn't this what Fabiano played a bunch, like back in, I want to say 2016 or 18? I feel like he was playing this line where instead of castling quickly, you can kind of like get a mix of two different openings. It's partly Catalan and partly kind of like a QGD.
Yes. And I think Fabio must have probably picked it up from Kramnik. There's like three people who've developed, Catalan ideas. And I saw Wesley playing this as well. Now, I think to somebody completely uninitiated in sort of Catalan, the Catalan language, except Catalan actually is a language. I mean, the language on the board of the chess opening. It may seem weird that knight c3 is a sideline. Like, what's the big deal? What's the difference between castling, which is the main move, and knight c3? And one of the big differences is that black, of course, often plays d takes c4. And here it's important not to commit the position of the knight and instead to go after the c4 pawn. The main response here for white is queen to c2, although Hikaru actually has shown that b5 is a serious line, and that has led a lot of people to instead switch to the alternative queen a4. And I think a lot of people watching are going to be either vaguely or not so vaguely familiar with the sequence a6 followed by b5, and this position has been litigated and the theory has been developed for many decades at this point. So, Robert, instead of all of this, we see knight to c3. What impact does this have on the sequence of events? Like, why is queen to a4 not Hikaru's choice here? Like, is that something that we could perhaps highlight? Because instead we see knight to e5 from Hikaru.
Perhaps Hikaru, wanted something in this endgame that he's now potentially regretting. But I hear you that queen a4, that's the type of move you want to play. But perhaps black plays a6 anyway, because by moving your queen out to a4, it's very clear that you're planning to take on c4 next. And I still do this b5, bishop b7 thing. I'm just in time to make all that work, and I will compete on the light square diagonal. And I mean, Danya, yesterday Wei Yi did really well against Magnus on the black side of a Catalan. So for him today, he's in familiar territory, not the same exact types of position, but still, like his preparation yesterday can be used today as well. The double black can sometimes be good because you don't have to start with a whole new opening.
Wei Yi is quietly playing some serious statement games, both in the classical and Armageddon portion, where he completely out-prepared some guy named Magnus Carlsen in the Jabava London, I must begrudgingly admit, and just a surprisingly one-sided game, not an adjective that is often used to describe Magnus's games, and yet Wei Yi not only has done his homework and passed the exam with flying colors, now he's examining the examiner. He's turned it back on his professor. And the professors aren't showing the kind of knowledge of the material that you would expect from them. Whether the professor is Magnus or Hikaru, and after the queens get traded, okay, what's the problem? Hikaru will have to burn a tempo to pick up the pawn. And if Wei Yi can figure out the problem of his bishop on c8, then he has nothing to complain about. But if Hikaru can keep that bishop at bay, maybe there's a little nagging endgame initiative that will follow Wei Yi to his, not to his grave, I hope. But, I mean, also, yeah, who knows?
Well, I was thinking the same thing of, you mentioned the professor. I started thinking about freestyle chess because the professor is one of the best street ballers out there. But, we're looking at this position and we're just trying to come up with ideas for white. And Hikaru's doing the same. He's burning his clock. But, Danya, if we could just put a couple of moves of analysis on the board. Knight e5 takes c4 is what I was recommending while you were starting the brewing. But I think that rook to b8 just kind of satisfies the position. Like, you just play for b6, try to get your bishop out from c8, and I don't really see why white would be that much better. And one of the big obstacles in this position is that silly knight on e3. You would love to play bishop c1 to f4 to say that rook on b8 is not staying there for long, but then you have to spend a couple tempi. It's not going to pan out for you for a number of reasons just to move your knight back to go off for a one-move idea of bishop f4.
Also important, the fact that the rook is protected by the knight. So if you try to play tactically and let's say go knight c2, black, of course, needs to be careful with b7, b5, because this move comes with a serious price tag as well. And because of the prospect of knight jumping to a5 and maybe infiltrating c6, I would maybe advocate for a more reasoned approach with b6, except b6 then does allow bishop f4. The point I actually originally wanted to make is that after b5, white cannot get away with bishop f4. Black just plays b takes c4, and the fact that the knight defends the rook is actually very important because it allows black to get a second minor piece for the rook, and that is unthinkable for white. But they said the Titanic was unsinkable. They also say this is unthinkable, so neither thing might be true, and we might see a bishop landing on f4, but only in response to a move like b6. Can black make bishop b7 work here? I think he might be able to, actually.
That knight on c2, LPDO, right? Loose pieces drop off, and at the very least, after bishop takes b8, bishop takes g2, the rook moves to g1. But then you look at that resulting position and say, all right, the bishop on b8 is loose. If I move my light square bishop somewhere, I can keep that bishop under attack and attack something new. Bishop e4. Bishop d5, I'm not sure about done it because of a bishop to d6 as a response. So that's why I landed on the e4 square.
This poor knight on e3. We just keep picking on it. First we excoriate the fact that it's blocking the bishop. So it says, all right, I'm going to move to c2. I'll yield my place. And then suddenly it's the target of the bishop's attack unexpectedly, so it just can't find its place. It's the Forrest Gump of this position. And indeed, we see the move knight 5 takes c4 by Mr. Nakamura. And for the first time, I'm paying attention to the fact that Wei Yi has his full complement of 2 hours remaining. Now, this is a much clearer sign than Fabi's game, because Wei Yi is not the kind of reckless player to prioritize, the appearance of knowledge over the health of his position. I think he actually is still in preparation, very likely.
For sure he is. And so for Wei Yi, he just, he knows that this should be okay for black. That doesn't mean that the game's just over, that it's going to be a draw, but black has, I think, stabilized thus far, and it might be on Hikaru to find moves accurate, not in the sense that he needs to defend or that he's going to win, but accurate in the sense that if he has any intentions of winning this classical game, he's going to have to find the best move every single time. And in this position, I'm already thinking that black is okay.
Yeah, you know what is not okay is the point totals. Hikaru has 4.5 out of 9.5, and Wei has 2.5 out of 10 currently. And I guess they preloaded. Yeah, that's the problem with the soccer scoring. It's communicating anything to fans that are, let's say, uninitiated is a little bit clunky. And it just doesn't create the aesthetic effect that, a 6 out of 6 does.
Well, you can't get, there is no out of 9.5 and there is no out of 10. But I think the issue that's happening here, Danya, is that they're giving 1 point per player after a classical draw and then trying to give somebody a half point for winning the Armageddon, right? Because it's 1.5 to 1. And so then you're you can't have half out of 0. So it's, I think that's what's happening is the
right.
tech is just not working out well. But either way, the number on the left hand side, I guess uh, the the numerator, right? Did I get my fractions right?
Yeah, numerator and yeah, the
Denominator.
divisor and dividend and
It's been
multipliend.
it's been a long time since I learned my fractions, but either way, look at this position, 95. This just feels like Wei Yi is really in his comfort zone, and so should we leave him to it and maybe move to another
Yeah, we
game?
might get a different kind of fraction here pretty soon, 1/2. And let's take a look at our ugly duckling. No, just kidding. We have a third game in the Norway Chess Open. And of course, we have the women's section as well. So plenty to chew on. So our third game is very peacefully developing. It's nothing apocalyptic has happened. We can go back, by the way, to the Fabi game if you think that that's a better use of our time. But maybe a quick update because it is Magnus Carlsen. And he is facing the just endlessly colorful Arjun Erigaisi.
What year does this game look like it's from? I think Yasser played the first game in this variation. This is what this is a
1981 Lloyd's
throwback.
Bank Open.
Exactly, Tilburg. Oh no, it wasn't quite Tilburg. It was before then.
Was
But
it
yes, this
Amsterdam or was it Rotterdam? Damn it! It was a dam, and it was in the Netherlands. It was Eindhoven. No. It was actually The Hague because I remember visiting the International Criminal Court on the arrest day with Robert Hubner.
Well, this position it does feel like it's from that day, well before engines, just trying to massage the squares, as Yasser might say. And if you look at this position, Black has
Harvard.
created create some real weaknesses, right? B5 is a huge issue. White has that square completely under his control. And Black has played to prevent White from playing pawn to b4, so not allowing that rook on b1 to be particularly useful. That's why the rook shifted over there to play b2 to b4 and expand on the queen side. So in stopping White's idea, Black has created a hole in his own camp, and the b5 square is potentially a juicy one. The b6 square as well, Danya. I think sometimes people forget about that kind of square because the square in between two pawns is typically vulnerable, but so is the square that would otherwise protect those pawns.
I'm looking at I entered this into ChessBase, and the list of names is delicious. Just like seeing who's had this position before. I cannot believe the number of interesting names that I'm running across. Lev Rosman in 2015 with White. Hikaru Nakamura had this in 2005. Nigel Short in 2007. I'm seeing a Mark Taimanov game from 2000. Gary
What?
Kasparov versus Bilyavsky 1992. And the first occurrence, you were not far off, was in the game Alexander Kotov versus Georgy Bastrikov from obviously the USSR Championship, Kyiv 1957. Alexander Kotov won that game. And the second game was between Laszlo Szabo from Hungary and Pal Benko, who I remember solving studies with in Budapest, or was it Bucharest? My memory gets any worse, I'll be Bucharested.
A great friend of the stream, indeed.
A friend of the stream, yes. I didn't know Mark Taimanov was alive in 2000, much less still playing chess actively.
But didn't he unfortunately pass a few years ago? Or
He did.
yeah.
That was a joke. I did know he was alive. I didn't know he was still playing chess actively.
by
Taimanov,
a
of
few.
course, is a legend.
2016. Wow. Time flies, but of course, Taimanov, so much respect. Not just an elite chess player, but also a world-class pianist, if I'm not mistaken.
You are not. You're seldom mistaken, and this is not one of this is not one of the examples of Robert Hess being mistaken. It's like yesterday. I had a moment in my Russian commentary. Did I share this with you? Where I completely froze. Like, sometimes you'll start a sentence as a commentator and you don't actually know where the sentence is going. You just trust your language skills to be able to pick it up for you.
Yeah.
This is like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
At one point in the first 4 games of the match, this was 2 days ago, the White won all 4 games. So Shabanov says, yeah, and Black hasn't, gotten on the board yet. And I start saying, oh yeah, Black really needs to break the, and I had no idea what I was going to say, like break the ice, break the seal. And I just completely froze. I was like, Black needs to break the And then I just went silent. I went radio silent, and Shimano says, "What you mean to say is Black hasn't scored a single half point yet." And so occasionally it does happen if you talk for like 6 hours without stopping that
Donnie, I'm
the
disappointed in
factory
you though.
ends. Yeah.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because when you were saying break the seal, you should have said break the seventh seal.
All right, Ingrid Bergman. All right, Henrik Carlsen.
I'm just trying to give you a good chess reference, so.
Well, it's the death of on-topic commentary, so I better get back to the game. We have an interesting decision by Erigaisi to play e7, e6, not the conventional treatment of the position, which I think would be the move d6, but clearly showing his ambition in the opening and clearly indicating that I want to play d7, d5, and I'm making no bones about it.
But this feels like an opening decision by Magnus when you play the kids, even though Arjun by now must be like 20 or 21, I forget. But you play an opening that they couldn't just memorize, and we know how capable Arjun is. He's impressed Vichy, he's impressed everyone with his unbelievable opening preparation, his calculating ability. So what Magnus is trying to do from the start, Danya, is take him into territory where you just have to play chess, and whoever's better on this day will score the victory, or as is often the case in high level play, maybe a split point. But this e6 move, okay, so let's just maybe talk broad strokes for a second. White has access to the b5 square, and knight b5 to d6 would be very tempting if you could get two moves in a row. But I'm already looking at ideas we're trying to take over the dark squares, because if white does play knight to b5,
should I put it on the board?
yeah, why don't we just take a peek to see how. I assume you're playing d5 because d6. I was wondering if I could play bishop f4 and just kind of continue to poke and prod at that square.
Poke and prog, yeah.
And then after e5, just to kind of highlight the point that sorry, if you're saying d6, bishop f4, e5, if I could force you into that, this is a common motif where I sort of give up a tempo or two to gain control of key squares and then play bishop g5, removing one of the key defenders in the position. And it's not defending, a piece. It's just defending all the squares. And Yasser, I mean, we know that he would just be salivating to get a position like this from the white side.
In the old days, they'd actually force you to resign if you're playing with black. After weakening a square like d5, you would never attend another camp with Mikhail Botvinnik ever again. You could definitely never hope to be invited. And e6 is the novelty. Fascinating. Not Belyavsky, not Levy Rozman's opponent, not Georgy Bastrikov. None of them came up with this idea of e7, e6. Only Arjun Erigaisi. He is on an island alone. So this move d7, d5, of course, it has a price tag as well. And bishop to f4, I think to most people watching us, I mean, including to the commentator himself, looks quite tempting. So I'm kind of warming up to your knight b5 idea. What is black's intended response here? Is it e5?
Probably. I mean,
but then
black
CD.
is game. Oh,
Black is get.
I have an idea. CD knight a7.
Ooh,
Maybe not
spicy.
knight a7 because I don't want you to capture my bishop on c8 as well. But you get the point. What I was trying to do. I was like, I'm trying to give you my knight
Yeah.
on a square that is
So,
is beneficial for black.
Knight d4, knight b4. Just let me just show first of all, why not knight takes d5. The idea here is bishop takes d5, and you cannot take back due to the fork. And if e takes f4, I'm intending to just take back. But to be honest, Robert, I think just castling here grants black the kind of position that Arjun wouldn't mind having. It would refashion the position more to his liking. And this becomes much more dynamic, much more tactical, even if black doesn't have full compensation for the pawn, which I think he absolutely does. What's your opinion here?
I would love to have this in a blitz game. I'd be terrified to have it in an over-the-board classical game.
Well, I'd be terrified to be playing an over-the-board classical game, so that statement is true no matter the position that is reached. So how did we get here? We got here from this position. Black, by the way, is not obliged to play e5. Black maybe can get away with castling. Maybe. But I would be terrified of getting in a game against Magnus, bishop d6. I'd be terrified of looking like an 88 after blundering an exchange.
Yeah, bishop d6 takes c5. At the very least, you might just go down a pawn and White could throw in bishop c7 first if for some reason that's a useful move, but either way, this doesn't look like what black wants.
So is knight b5 like the most serious candidate move for Magnus, or is he just gonna sort of do the Magnus hand wavy motion thing, like the Magnus doesn't care hand motion, and then play knight f3? What are you, if you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Does not let me go home and rest.
I'm going to quickly just look and solve the answer here, just to get the truth. And it says actually after c takes d5, knight b5, d5, bishop f4, pawn to e5, and then c takes d5, it says that black is indeed better after the move knight to d4.
And you're absolutely on the money, Robert. This idea, knight takes d4 and ef with the knight hanging. Oh, and black just gets this position up a tempo. Short castles. Wait, no. Okay, it's a different position from the one that we had. And the bishop is closed.
Again, I would totally play this in a blitz game from the white side because black needs to prove the compensation. And we can all see that black has a lead in development, is already castled, has the bishop pair on an open board. But if we do a quick material count, white has an extra pawn on d5, can pretty easily defend that pawn with a move like knight back to c3, or even consider the move d5 to d6 at the right moment. So it's the type of position, Danya, that maybe the computer suggests or just outright states, oh, black is better. Great. But from a human perspective, it's like, well, I am down a pawn, and I'm either going to have to win that back or just play around that pawn and be able to create enough problems elsewhere.
Yeah, Robert, it's minus 0.43. Why are we talking about this? Black is obviously slightly better.
And it's just one of these, and you can clearly see that neither player is in true preparation, and it just is going to rely on intuition, calculation, all of those things that chess players at the top level are pretty good at.
Ooh. And, since we are consulting our invisible third commentator, bishop to e3 is a move that briefly crossed my mind. Of course, the idea of this move is understandable if you can extract a promise that Arjun will play d6 in response, because now you're preventing the pawn from reaching d5, and you can continue developing with knight to f3. Eventually, you can maybe play d4. I thought that black's intended response here is b6, but now this pawn suddenly becomes a weakness, and look at this idea. Now the bishop makes its way to its final destination, except that's not its final destination. But this position is scarier than the horror movie. After black plays d5 and white responds with knight b5, I think I'd take a roller coaster over this type of position because the bishop's coming into c7. But exactly what I was referring to, Magnus sometimes doesn't want to deal with, this kind of messy complication on move 10. And he just says, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's not worth it. It's not worth the time investment. Let's just keep developing. Let's let Arjun play his d5 move. And I think if he just ignores, the fact that black is a pawn on a5 actually really, really hurts Arjun. And I actually don't like black's position after d5 short castles.
I agree. I think they're just long-term weaknesses to figure out. And sometimes we believe that queen trades solve all the problems. But okay, what you're showing here is clearly a problem because the c5 pawn is a target. And if you go queen e7 or queen d6, then knight can always jump into b6. And that's going to annoy black. So there are not very easy ways to solve the issues here. And I was going to say, Danya, that sometimes people think a queen trade like d5, d takes c4, and it's the queens are gone. It must be equal. It's an endgame. Queenless positions are actually especially bad for black because the queen on d8 is doing a very important job of defending the b6 square in particular, but also the d6 square. Some problematic pawn moves have relinquish control of those squares. So if in fact black does try to trade queens, it's going to backfire because you will not be able to defend your unhealthy pawns.
Well, there's one of those sort of well-known Soviet chess anecdotes where, whether it's true or not doesn't really matter. The point is, like, Petrosian is preparing for a game at a super tournament. His seconds frantically come up to Tigran Vartanovich. We just found out your opponent plays the King's Indian. And Tigran's like, don't worry, he plays the King's Indian. Don't disturb him. Let him play the King's Indian. And the point here is, I think Magnus is adopting that approach. He's like, Arjun wants to play d5. Why are we getting so worked up about it? Let him play it. Let him execute his idea and fall by his own sword. that shows fantastic understanding. I think Arjun maybe senses that d5 is a serious commitment and tries to procrastinate. He's going to have to decide on the next move, I think, whether this pawn moves 1 square or 2 squares forward. And I would urge him to think twice about playing d5. And I think it's not too late for black to put the pawn on d6. That begs the question, then, why did you play e6? And it would be a clear sign, Robert, I think, that Arjun just doesn't feel sure of himself in this position.
Yeah, Magnus has picked a perfect opening against Arjun. He's taken him out of theory, and we just look at a position like this, we know it's more Magnus's style, and that's not a criticism of Arjun. It's just that he typically enjoys open fighting games.
Better positions.
And Magnus, well, that too, but Magnus loves the long game. Like, he's happy to squeeze the life out of his opponent slowly, boa constrictor style. And we've looked at champions of the past, and sometimes they're super aggressive, like Garry Kasparov, and then you look at others, and you're like, oh, Anatoly Karpov, he can be aggressive when it calls for it. But he also loved, the Karpovian maneuvers where a knight would retreat back to the starting square and then make its way forward on the other side of the board. Like, chess is a rich game. There are many different styles, but right now I have to say I really like Magnus's position, and a player's position who I don't particularly love, if we can make a natural segue,
Sure.
is to the Hikaru game against Wei Yi, because Hikaru's been deep in the think tank, and now we have a very simplified position, and I just want to show it at the moment because I wouldn't be surprised if this peters out and we see Armageddon in the not too distant future.
This will indeed Svidler out, with more trades on the docket. So unless you're someone like, I don't know, Vladislav Artemyev, you're looking at this position and thinking, well, I just wasted my white game. And another just dazzling performance in terms of preparation by the perpetually underestimated, it seems, Chinese Grandmaster. So we left off, I think, in this position, Robert, after rook to b8. We talked about knight to c2 being met with b6. Instead, Hikaru tries to play prophylactically knight a5, not blundering a piece. Bishop b4 is met with bishop to d2. And black does not want to trade off his only well-developed bishop. Instead, Wei Yi jumping to e5, immediately exploiting the drawback of White's previous move. And indeed, he does want the drawback. He will probably get it pretty soon. Knight e to c4. As the Russian expression goes, not played because of a good life. Of course, that is the most typical Russian expression ever. Everything concerns like an existential crisis that you're in the process of having.
Yeah, not a happy move, that's for sure. And it allows
very
black
good.
to trade.
Not a happy move. Great, like, Insta translation.
Hey, I don't speak Russian.
Let me get some
so
Insta coffee while you're talking. I'll be
Okay.
gone for a less time than previous.
Is it actually Insta Coffee, or is it, you're just using our wordplay?
Never. A Mocha Master Insta Coffee is an abomination. With full due respect to Hikaru, who for some reason can't seem to find the cash for a $100 coffee maker.
Well, all right, I'll handle it while you're gone. You'll be back soon, and this game may be over soon. This game is just petering out. Trades are happening here. The knight on c4 is directly in the line of sight of the knight on e5, so we could see mass liquidation. I'm guessing Wei Yi in part is considering the move bishop to b4 check now, just to try to trade more pieces if white is going to put his own dark square bishop in his path. But Hikaru's dark square bishop is a happier piece than it was before. It can slide out to f4, and that would put some pressure on that rook that slid over to b8. So there still is life in the position. I see that, Danya, in your chat, I know you're gone, but people are saying that Hikaru has played this before. It is black versus Grishuk. Well, if that's the case, if he has played it as black, well, he must have mixed something up from the white side, because he spent a lot of time, or he just forgot that he himself has trotted this out with the black pieces.
Well, do we have the year?
I'm just listening to your people in your chat at the moment.
Let me see.
2013. Let me try to find that.
2013. So that's when the T-Rexes were roaming there. So they're saying this exact position he had?
I'm gonna try to look it up. Give me a second.
If you prefer, I have ChessBase open, so I can also jump in.
I'm just looking. 2013. They played a number of games against each other.
I'm also
Could
on the
be
case here.
this one. Wow. Yes, indeed. The FIDE Grand Prix Paris 2013.
FIDE Grand Prix. That is a blast from the past. I'm also seeing the game.
Wow.
Wait, this is like a known position. What the heck? Rogue beat 7 games in the database. Wait, he had it twice against Gelfand in 2013 as well in the London
Well,
Classic.
the only Nakamura Gelfand game I remember is that just absolutely marvelous, picturesque, the King's Indian Defense game. That was just one of the most beautiful games possible.
Wow. And I'm actually seeing in ChessBase the timestamps, which clearly reveal that in 2013, Hikaru actually spent 23 minutes on knight b to d7. I'll show this on the analysis board here momentarily. Wow, because I'm seeing some annotations that I was reading through. This is fascinating. Like I'm honestly speechless. I thought that we were in fresh territory here, but no. This actually is not just not fresh territory. Do you think Hikaru remembers the fact that he had this? Like he must remember this because there's just no way he doesn't. Like he's Hikaru Nakamura.
I see Bishop Stars in your chat ask the same exact question. Does Hikaru remember that game? I feel like if you remember that game, you wouldn't spend all this time. Or if he does remember the game, he's like just knowing that he equalized with black. So playing it from the white side doesn't feel like something that he should be doing. I don't know. I
Whoa.
don't know what to make of this.
The Hikaru Grishuk game was sick. Dude, Hikaru was really good in 2013.
Oh, shocking.
Shocking revelation. But just to rewind here a little bit, knight b to d7 took Hikaru 23 minutes to play. So Wei Yi really does stand on the shoulders of giants. In fact, he's standing on the shoulders of his opponent in playing this move quickly. And how did the Hikaru Grishuk game proceed? Hikaru gave a check on b4. So I mentioned he's probably not going to give up his dark squared bishop. Of course, the exception here is that in order to trade that bishop off, white would have to accept that his king gets really vulnerable. Hikaru gave a check on d8, mobilizing it. And look at Grishuk, king c3, knight takes c4, king takes c4. Of course, why is Grishuk taking such pains to keep the knight on a5? He is trying to prevent black from developing the bishop and from playing b6. And Hikaru says, in your face, b6 anyway, knight to c6, and simply bishop b7. Sick move by Hikaru. And we've kind of exploited this idea before in a slightly different version, I would say, Robert, where like the knight takes the rook, the bishop takes one minor piece, then returns with tempo, and then the second minor piece is going to be lost. For this reason, Grishuk played king to b3. Not a happy move. And bishop takes c6 fully neutralized, I think, white's advantage, and the game ended in a draw shortly thereafter. Fun stuff.
That king marching up the board, that's something that's fun to do in the end game, but can also backfire because there are rooks on the board and a couple minor pieces. So that's a fun illustration of what can happen, and in fact, what has happened in the past. But right now, Wei Yi is taking his time. He's deliberating. And he may know Hikaru's game is better than Hikaru does at this point.
It probably does.
Let's leave Wei Yi to it because I saw some people asking about it, and I think it's a good place to go. The Gukesh game against Fabiano Caruana because it's been like a new approach, more or less. And I feel like the game, it's not extra spicy, but it's spicy enough at the moment.
The Fabi game, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, message received. I'm just trying to find out where to do this.
I don't know either, man. This whole tech stuff is just not for me.
It's not for
It
me
says-
either.
Let me try it one more time.
I'm going to pull up my YouTube chat on the... I have not had my YouTube chat open all this time, so I have no idea what's going on. It's like the Wild West.
Oh, I've been watching. Don't worry.
You're watching everything. You're thanking people on my behalf, so thank you to everybody who's subscribed. I'm... Just to give you the sense of like how backward I am, I'm still like trying to find a way to open YouTube on my iPad, which I never use except as a second camera for Proctor.
Well, you're doing a great job.
My
Dominic,
favorite,
if you
as you
ask
know.
me.
Proctor. I love Proctor. We love Proctor here in Charlotte.
Well, don't gamble too much, Danya.
Hey, the nearest casino is 3 hours away.
Wait, did you get the reference?
Wait, don't gamble. Say it. Come again.
You don't know the company Procter and Gamble?
Oh my! I think I need to be proctored. I need to be put in a mental institution. What is happening to me? No, very good, very good.
Appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it. But I appreciate the most from you is when you explore chess positions and you explain to the masses. I don't need this help, but maybe some other people do. Gukesh is well ahead on time. Fabiano just played this move e5, allowing the move that we just see played, knight f5. What do you make of this? Because at first glance, this looks very promising for white, but Fabi, he typically does things with good reason. Why would he welcome the knight into f5?
Yeah, like this position is transforming itself constantly because we had this Moran structure just a couple moves ago, right? We had b5. We talked about b4 and we sang the praises of Fabi's opening preparation. We saw knight e2 from Gukesh. Once again, not a happy move. So he doesn't play knight a4. He doesn't play knight e4. He makes a third move, retreating the knight, and of course c5, as we predicted, immediately follows b4. e4 by Gukesh. We have a trade in the center. Castles, castles. Quick truce to make the king safer. And now e5 by Fabiano is met with knight f5. And he actually is more than willing to give up the bishop pair because he believes that the activity of his pieces here is the most important factor. And if Gukesh just happily takes on d6, he's not going to be happy for very long. Queen takes d6. Suddenly, white is faced with a bunch of difficulties, right? Like bishop c2. Black's bishop is coming to a6 at some point, or even b7. It doesn't feel like black... I mean, it feels like black is spoiled for choice here. So something tells me Gukesh must have a different idea in mind. Or maybe not.
Also, sorry, I was looking off the side of my screen. I don't understand Twitch, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, there's this whole knock thing, and I think I just knocked a few channels without even intending to. So I was just trying to open up the chat.
Uh-oh. Are you trespassing?
Nobody asked me who's there, so I don't know. Does that count as trespassing or not?
Man, you should just knock me out. Knock me out.
Mama says knock you. Anyway, let's.
Yeah, your starter reference, and you're like, Naroditsky is not going to have any idea what I'm talking about.
You have no idea, so you don't know LL Cool
Biscuit,
J. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. I started and I realized immediately you wouldn't get it, and I was trying to do you a solid.
Well, that's better than doing me a liquid. I haven't gotten any invites from Team Liquid just yet.
Oh, well, Fabiano Caruana, thankfully, we're watching his game because he has that invite and he has accepted. And he also accepted the fact that knight on f5 was going to look better than it actually was. And I see what you're doing there with bishop b5. I mean, e4 will drop, e5 will drop. It seems like a bunch of trades will happen. And this feels like Fabi is just trying to get out of this unscathed with what he hopes will be an equalish position where it's bishop against knight.
Yeah, I mean, I see the point one, and that quickly evaporates. I'm just going down the engine line here, which is not impressive. Bishop c6, bishop b7. Yeah, rook b8 here is probably worse because it allows white to develop his other bishop. Instead, trade, knight e5, queen e4. We know where this road leads. It leads to the end of the world. Well, I mean, that's where the world history road is about to lead us. I'm talking about the Armageddon in the game. And if rook e1, just one nice detail, suddenly black plays rook f to d8 or rook a to d8, seizing the initiative. Rook a to d8 is probably more accurate because you cannot take on d8 due to queen takes e1 check. And white loses all of his pieces, not just the queen, like all of them.
That's fine. Yeah, every single piece will drop. And those kind of moves are cool, by the way, when your queen's under attack by a rook and you just put your rook on the open file, hitting the enemy queen. And this just looks completely wrong for the white side. So for Gukesh, in the live board, he has an impressive knight on f5, but Fabi says that knight will not survive. You have to give it up, otherwise I'm going to take it. And e4 is hanging as well. So I think Fabi has figured things out. Would you say that he's completely equalized, or can White get a position where there's some pull?
I think that we need to push Gukesh into stopping this tradition. We need to abolish the move h3 in queen's pawn game openings because it never works. It's always too vanilla. It's too toothless. And just like it didn't work for Ding in that game against Nepo, I don't think it's producing the desired effect in this game as well. Of course, I'm just trolling. Nothing but the biggest respect for Gukesh's preparation. It's just so hard to find fresh territory, as Magnus admitted in his round one interview where he beat Gukesh. You come for the king, you best not miss. Magnus was forced to play this abominable opening called the Jabava London. I mean, who would ever play that as their main opening, right? So, like, all of the territory has been mapped out. Top players are looking for anything to surprise their opponent, take them out of their comfort zones. Sometimes you succeed, and sometimes not so much.
That's true. I mean, this position does feel like one where Fabi, he's calculated his way out of it. The opening was a surprise. He's burnt quite a bit of time, but I hope you don't burn your mouth in that hot coffee, Danya. I hope it wakes you up, because if this game heads in the direction...
Well, this game's not waking me up, that's for sure.
I was going to say that what will happen after this game could be Armageddon, which everyone will be on the edge of their seats for.
Yeah, my mouse slip will become a mouse sleep. And, okay, I think that's a clear sign from the heavens that we should... By the way, Wei Yi has deviated from Hikaru's game with Bishop D7. Not very exciting.
Whoa.
Yeah?
Vaishali and Muzychuk have drawn their game in
already?
In 14 moves.
Wow. Like the two old ladies that they are? Wait, where is the game? Oh, there. Vaishali. Okay,
obviously you're joking, because Vaishali is one of the most energetic players, and I mean, I guess Danya, Vaishali has had a rough event thus far. She did lose in Armageddon yesterday. She also lost in Armageddon the day before, and lost in the first game in Classical in a game she had no business losing. So maybe she just wants to.
You're allowed to be human.
And the rest of it. You are?
Yeah, you are allowed to be human. I think chess fans like to pretend that, like, players just are supposed to shake everything off. You know, Anna Muzychuk is a great player. Nothing wrong with making a quick draw. Is this a known thing? I'm actually looking at this in ChessBase. And apparently... Whoa. That's a weird move by Anna Muzychuk. What is this?
Which move, sorry?
So, like, she plays... okay, knight c4, cd, bishop f4, and bishop back to c8. Again, always play bishop c8. It's like the inverse of Feingold's dictum, especially if you're Naroditsky. And an interesting move indeed.
So how many draws have occurred in this position?
Man, they were... It's like this one story from the Dutch Championship a few years back where Bach and Van Whaley repeated the same position like 20 times. Because Van Whaley got mad at Benjamin for essentially like making a draw with white, so they just kept repeating it out of principle. Because if neither side claims a draw, it's not like... you know, online where the chess.com servers step in on your behalf.
Well, arbiters can do that, if I'm not mistaken.
If it gets obnoxious, yeah.
I think it's after 5-time repetition, but that's usually, you know, not really relevant because players just claim it. So, wait, in a serious question, though, how many times has this been played before?
Just like 7. Like, the move bishop to c8 in this position is very rare. The only, like, high-level game is Zhu against Zhu. I'm serious. From the Chinese Team Championship 2017. Xu Shengyu against Xu Yinglun, both grandmasters, and both rated 25-36, by the way, when the game was played. In that game...
They were the same player, just sharing a name and a rating. That's just super unlikely.
I'm seeing some game from Lev Albert in 1986 against Bill Chesney. And...
wow, we had a Lev Albert sighting, excuse me. That's a legendary grandmaster, and I'm surprised you didn't hit us with the Yasser impression while talking about the esteemed Lev Albert.
The esteemed Lev Albert. Yeah, I mean, definitely a regular character in the stories. The main move, by the way, I'm seeing a Yuri Razuvayev versus Wolfgang Unziker game.
This is fantastic.
Yasser is like listening to this. He's like transfixed, of course, by the commentators of choice that. Of the many options available, we know which one he will choose. Knight to d5 is the main move here, by the way, Robert. And the reason I think Muzychuk rejected this move is because of the check on d6. Black is forced to give up the bishop pair. So clearly some serious homework had been done by Anna to hold the position on her own terms. And after bishop d7, a draw is agreed. We will get another Armageddon. So Vaishali has some work left to do after that very disappointing game yesterday. Right? She was the one who lost quickly to Ju and Jun.
That's right. I mean, just it wasn't even a game in the Armageddon, unfortunately for Vaishali. No, it just
No, yeah,
she
right,
never
absolutely.
that night before Bishop F5 thing completely backfired. But I can't believe we had an Unzicker reference. That's a shock to the system.
Yeah, I mean, man, I'm thinking like Wolfgang. Should I make a Mozart pun? Should I make a Wolfgang Puck pun?
I am hungry.
Should I make a Leaning Tower of Pizza pun? Okay,
Oh.
Wolfgang Puck is forbidden unless you're at like London Heathrow with 20 minutes left for your next flight. And you're like a Sparrow. All right.
They don't have Sparrow in these parts.
No, they have so-called Gordon Ramsay in big quotes. Gordon Ramsay hasn't been around that restaurant, since it opened. That was the only time he visited.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just going to be glad that you visited this game here between Lei Tingjie and Sarah Kadem. Sarah's had a rough go of things here in Stavanger because she did draw her first two classical games and then lost in the Armageddon. And yesterday, she lost a very one-sided game against Humpy Canero. So in this position, Danya, we've seen that Black has lashed out on the king side, which is very common from the opening. This is known territory, but I do think that the just permanent weaknesses that Black has to deal with. We saw a knight on f5 in the Gukesh Fabi game. If a knight gets on f5 in this position, it will be devastating because that's just a vulnerable square that will be white for the taking. And if the knight moves from f3, Danya, and f2 to f4 comes, the queen on f6 is misplaced and the black king is also misplaced. That probably needs to find a new board altogether.
This is a pressure cooker waiting to explode. I mean, Sarah has literally one more move to keep a lid on things because once knight d4 happens, as you said, like the problems attack Black from all sides, right? Knight f5, f2, f4. If you bring this knight back to g6, this other knight can come out to c4. So Sarah, and by the way, just a trivia question. Do you know her full name? It's not Sarah Kadem.
Yeah, it's Sarah Sadat.
What's her
Kadem
last name?
Austria.
Very good. Very good.
Don't you try to
Perfect
test me.
pronunciation.
Don't you try to test me. Come on.
Yeah, I even tried to learn Persian at one point. I still remember how to count to like 7, but unfortunately, my vocabulary is lacking.
Well, I will forgive you just this once. But will you forgive Sarah Sadat's opening choice here in the current position? Because this, to my eyes, looks really bad. And we have been, jokingly talking about some of the luminaries of the past, but all of them would look at this position and say, "What in the world is the player with the black pieces doing?" Even though it's become commonplace in the modern era, it just looks so strategically bad for black.
Yeah, I mean, like the move itself, g7, g5, that itself is often played, but in conjunction with like a coherent kingside strategy where the center is kept closed, right? You see a pawn on e5, and then you see like h5, not just like, in a random position with a knight for whatever reason. How did he even get to h7? Like, how is that physically possible? So I just want to rewind a little bit. This actually was an Italian Natori Lopez. It was a mainline Italian, bishop to g5. So actually, Sarah started with the main line, right? g5 here is a well-known move. And I'm used to like seeing bishop to g4 as a follow-up. Instead, we see her tucking the bishop away on a7. Castles, castles. All of this is pretty normal, actually. I don't understand how this happened. d4, interesting move, by the way, sacrificing a pawn. Okay, bishop g4, Robert. And this is part of the problem, the fact that Sarah took back with a knight. So this seems to be a problem of her own creation to my eye.
Can I ask a question? Because there are, a tremendous amount of nuances, and I feel like I've seen some short games from this opening, not just short games, but like quick games, miniatures, where I think Hari and Jordan von Forest had some game in this line. But if my memory serves me correctly, if you go back maybe a couple turns, doesn't Black play often like King G7 in many of these lines to like try to play F5 after Knight H7 and all that was played? Like I thought that there are variations where you try to just crash through on the king side because you can control the pawn break over there.
Yeah, it feels like okay. Knight H7 is actually totally decent. It feels like Sarah. It's something similar is happening to the round one game where clearly she's done her homework, but she's not able to reconstruct things in the proper way. By the way, I'm looking at the oracle. The oracle is telling us that e takes d4 is playable, and that White's idea is actually very deep. It's actually just to play c takes d4, and ultimately, when all is said and done, f2 f4 is just crunch, like just smashes through the defenses. This looks like a position I would want to stay very far away from if I'm Black. Like bishop b2, congratulations, you take another pawn. You actually create another problem for yourself. So I agree, Robert. Maybe starting with knight h7 and revealing your intentions like this is a little bit inaccurate. And maybe starting with king g7 and keeping options open, such as knight h5, would have at least precluded this really nasty idea. But Lei Tingjie is showing like incredible awareness of the typical ideas. King h1 in order to prepare an eventual f4 is really impressive to me.
I was going to say that we often celebrate the queen sacrifices, the checkmates, the time scrambles where players are going at a lightning pace. But I have to say, King H1, that's amazing awareness of the position because it looks like kind of like you touch your piece and you had to move it. Why are you moving your king at that stage? But it's to set up the positions with F2 pawn pushing forward because the bishop on A7 was otherwise pinning it. So right now, after knight takes on F3, Danya, it looks like a position where you can just recapture it. I don't see the problem with bishop takes if you want to get rid of the light square bishop, but also just simply knight takes seems good enough. And you're pointing out tactics that I wasn't even looking for. I keep going for the strategic elements, and you're still finding these awesome tactical shots.
Yeah, I haven't graduated from proverbial sixth grade. Like knight takes g5 is honestly a fascinating tactic. You don't get this type of pattern every day because normally it never works. Like bishop takes e2 and you lose a piece. But here you have knight takes h7, and not just that, you're threatening to take Black's queen back with a fork. So this is a disaster for Black, who has to waste the tempo on king takes h7, and White is just a healthy pawn up with totally ruined pawn strokes. This is resignable. Now, the funny thing is Black has no easy way to prevent this from taking place. If you waste a move on a move like queen g6, you're allowing the old friend knight d4. No, this is another clunker of a game for Sarah, and I'm just very pessimistic about her chances, Robert. As good of a player as she is, knight takes f3 on the board.
Also pessimistic about her chances, but we want to draw our attention to the game, the Armageddon game ongoing between Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk. I didn't see it. I'm going to be honest. I was just clicking around just now, and then I pulled it up. And well, as you have it on your screen, Black is a pawn ahead, so it's clear that it stemmed from the same opening instead of a quick draw, which would hand Anna Muzychuk the Armageddon match because Black gets draw odds, everybody. You see that White is well ahead on time. White started with 10 minutes, Black with 7, and a draw is equivalent to a win for Black. White is in a must-win scenario. And Danya, I think this is the type of position you want in a must-win game, but already there are some huge threats here, like G7 to G5 may just win a piece.
Bad. This is bad news for Vaishali. And where did White deviate, right? Remember that in the classical game, the small board, folks, is the live board. In the classical game, knight takes c4 was played, and this led to a repetition. Knight to a3 was Vaishali's choice in this Armageddon game, which is the more traditional main line. It is a pawn sacrifice. White gets a long-term initiative. And this is all theory. I've had this myself with the white pieces. So White is sacrificed a pawn. In return, Black's king is compromised. White's pieces are active. But this very strange, kind of vacuous move by Vaishali, rook f2, doesn't actually do anything. And queen to d5 creates a massive threat of g7, g5. And it would be Armageddon to White's minor pieces.
I wonder, Danya, if White was lining up e3 and just from a distance overlooked that g5 move. Because rook fd1 was just trying to open up that d file, get e3, go after the Black queen and eventually the king. But you could see what Anna's been doing. She's lining up, at least before the move g5, h6, also gives the king some luft if you want to start running over there. And black will still play g5. Like e3 will still be met by g5. Oh, e3 hangs a piece, excuse me. But that's the worst case scenario. But I was just thinking the g5 right now, for example, bishop e5, g4. I don't see why
Oof.
black would be unhappy about that.
Although with the luxury and the Anna Muzychuk Whisperer strikes again, and I'm not talking about Maria.
Well, they know how to draw their games, that's for
Oh
sure.
yeah, they know how to do it with a panache.
Oh, this looks. I mean,
Oh brother,
playing this from the
oh
black
sister.
side. Oh, sister, for sure.
Great
Playing
song.
this from the black side, it's one of the types of positions where you are pushing forward, exposing your king long term, but these are short games. You see that white is down to about 5 minutes, black is 4 minutes and 15 seconds. And after bishop to c7, can't you just get your king out of there? King g7 makes sense to
G7,
me
Rook
first.
C8. Ugh.
Everything's defended.
Dude, if you had this, if it was like a must-win for black, then okay. Remember, Armageddon, yeah, white actually not only has to recover, but actually win this game. I think the clock situation is Vaishali's only friend here, but over 3 minutes on the clock, almost 4 minutes is plenty. Anna Muzychuk doesn't have to play accurately. She just has to play reasonable, sound moves, and I have no idea how white will manufacture a victory out of this.
And it's just so much easier to play from the black side. She just needs to draw rook h to c8 makes sense. You can even start pushing some pawns, g4 in the near future. So this is unpleasant. h5, h4. I knew you were gonna
Oh, yeah.
suggest that because you're going full send Alpha Zero style.
Yeah, I mean, Dubov had a similar situation against Hans where there was no Armageddon, but they tied their match in regulation and played two more sudden death games. Dubov loses the first, and in the second, it's like he gets a slightly worse endgame. And we're sitting there like, wait a second. He actually has to win this endgame. It's a crushing realization and a crushing game. Second, really unfortunate Armageddon loss in a row, unless something drastically changes here, which it won't, for Vaishali. You really feel for her. She just can't find her footing in the Armageddon, whether she's white or black.
And these black pawns are about to find their footing in enemy territory.
Oh, yeah.
C4 followed by C3. That's just
Vroom,
begging to be
vroom.
played. And I want to shout out Anna Muzychuk because I've been mentioning it most days. I mean, she did win that last leg of the Women's Grand Prix. It was unfortunate for her that Zhuzhiner and Goryachkina before that had just scored so many points. But for Muzychuk, she's been in great form in recent months, and in this game, she is just simply up two pawns at the moment. And even after queen takes b4, queen takes a2, she will remain two pawns ahead with zero risk to her king, at least at the moment.
Yeah, and she's a veteran, the Ukrainian grandmaster, a veteran of women's chess by now. Still young, of course, in the grand scheme of things. But in chess years, she's been through so much, played so many events. She's been over 2,600. Kind of an elder statesman, stateswoman, I should say. And just a couple moves here separate her from a very convincing win. She's up two pawns. I think she will see that her queen is attacked. But Vaishali trying to gin up some activity, maybe get her queen to d7. But these are just one-move threats, and black could even play rook to c3.
Oof, rook c3 is just a cruncher. Like you just stop any activity along the c file. Please capture me on my terms and give me a protected passer. And this is just not what Vaishali dreamed of when she started her day today. A quick draw with white without any real game. And now with white and Armageddon, she's just down multiple pawns and she's being kicked back.
The silver lining is that you don't lose classical rating if you lose the Armageddon. So rook c5.
Oh,
Okay. But
that was an
e5.
oversight.
I think e5.
That's
And
That's
black is
such a
okay.
nice find, though, from Vaishali, because you're sacrificing your rook just to show everybody that knight takes e6 check, the f7 pawn is pinned, and that's the whole point of this rook move. And you're just taking some time away from Muzychuk. She did find e5, but look at the clock, 2.5 minutes. Now the position is getting spicier. Black doesn't really want to push those pawns forward. It opens up more squares for the white pieces.
And one of the injustices of chess is like Vaishali is the comeback queen. She has had some unbelievable performances, including I think one of the greatest comebacks probably in like definitely women's chess history, maybe chess history. Like the women's candidates where she started like -4 and then I think won the last 5 games in a row. She has proven herself time and time again to be very resilient. She doesn't lose hope. And can she take on e5 here? Like, White's only goal is to stir up complications. That is, already a success condition.
I was just looking. She did, in fact, win her final 5 games. Incredible. I remember that. And here, the e5 pawn, as you're highlighting, that's been threatened now, but also defended. So, Danya, White has some initiative growing, but how do you actually create concrete problems for Black? Because the rook on c5, the knight on d3, the queen on b7, they're all coordinated nicely, but I still don't see that next step, and
Knight
Black
takes
has
e5?
defended well.
Like, what does Black do after knight e5?
Knight takes e5. Wasn't even looking at that. Can you rook b8?
B8?
Can I force a draw somehow? That's what I'm looking for.
I'm going to put this on the big board. Knight e5, it's a classic deflection trying to get to the rook, but rook b8, and if you move the queen away, then the knight is going to be hanging. If you move the queen to a7, oh, there's rook takes e5 even. Oh, no.
Oh, I wasn't even looking at that. I thought I was going to keep chasing the queen, but that's even better.
You can definitely keep chasing the queen as well, and look at the clock. Vaishali just is not seeing a move. And if you play rook takes c5, actually maybe this is like the way to go, but Black just plays rook takes at a minimum, and without the rooks on the board, you'll get something like this, which is,
No.
resignable in an Armageddon game. No, it's over. Vaishali is doing her best, but there just isn't enough there.
There. This is what's going to have to be said to her after this game because Rook C7, it's a valiant effort trying to cause problems against the Black King. But I think Rook to C8 looks good to my eyes. Just start trying to trade off pieces as the only way White scores a win, and Vaishali needs to win the game, is by getting an attack. And without pieces, what attack? You and what army?
Muzychuk is playing like a classical level game in this Armageddon game so far.
Just
E4.
She really is playing superbly. E4, that looks totally reasonable, although the D4 pawn becomes loose in the future. And look at that.
Phenomenal. Unimpeachable play.
I don't think we've really been able to criticize. Maybe that one move where she had Rook C5, but given the time control, you can forgive her.
None of Anna Muzychuk's Soviet school coaches, and I'm sure she's had a lot of them, will be able to find a single reason to complain about her. But this has been a perfect game, and she needs to cap it off with one or two nice moves. Can she just... Is it dinner time?
Yes. And I'm not just talking about here in London. It's only 5:24, but Rook takes... She took an A2. That is extra greedy, Danya.
I didn't see that pawn exists. It doesn't exist anymore, but hey, it's dinner time for both of us as Vaishali. And if Black's clock dwindles to below a minute, remember, there's a 1 second increment added on move 40, but it's essentially a bullet game, and I've played enough bullet championships to know that you can win any position.
That was a bad pawn to lose. I think that White now actually has chances. That D4 pawn was super valuable. E5 now is under attack next. Rook takes E2. There's
Knight F4.
Knight C,
Knight
F4,
F4.
Knight C5.
No, but Knight C5 hangs F2 with mate. Like Knight F4 interferes with the queen.
Wow, that is extra clever. I blunder checkmate. Vaishali sees it, and you are good to call that out. Danya, look at the clock.
Yeah,
All
Robert.
of a sudden, Ani Muzychuk down to about 50 seconds. It's about to be a time scramble.
Yeah, you blundered mate. Oh my God, how does that feel?
Danya, look at the clock, though. It doesn't feel good.
It doesn't feel good for Anna. She's frozen suddenly. Eric frozen. She's down to 40 seconds. She needs to make 7 more moves just to get to the 1 second increment. We've talked about this before. With the Magnus game, she's panicking. Vaishali's knight is getting active. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, knight hits the rook on E6. Knight D7 forks. Knight E4 is coming back.
Coming back, hitting the queen, dancing around the board. Oh.
Yes. Okay, Knight D6. That looks scary. She moved her queen away from her king.
Uh-oh, queen E2. Huge, huge threat. Even if it comes with an exchange sacrifice. Uh-oh, I stopped hearing you. Wait, I randomly stopped hearing you. I don't know if... Oh, there we go. I hear you.
You muted yourself. You muted me. It's all good. Well, we just want to let the moves do the talking.
And they're doing a lot of talking. Knight F5 is a huge threat. And they have made the 1 second increment move 40. Rook to D3. Vaishali finding every chance in the position. It is wide open right now. This board is wide open. And so is Black's king. It's out in the open as well. But Vaishali...
Great defense, I would say. Oh, Queen D7.
Queen takes F7. Made it 1! Made it 1!
Oh,
And Vaishali steals it from the jaws of defeat.
Wow, Anna
Our
Muzychuk is going to be beside herself, Danya.
I'm beside myself. I don't know if disbelief or regret at having jinxed her is top of mind. Oh my lands. Damn girl. That is a statement checkmate right there by Vaishali.
Yeah, the knight on d6, Danya, that went around like a merry-go-round. It just was going hither and thither, and it slithered into d6, and you started feeling like there were going to be problems for the black king, the f5 square, and of course the f7 one in the end. But it feels a bit reminiscent, Danya, of the first game between Vaishali and Humpy, but this time Vaishali is the one who scored an upset victory.
And the narrative when it's written is going to be, oh, well, Anna missed mate in one. Anna missed mate in one, no question about it. But the problem started way before that. It seemed like the fact that this even was reached is a miracle. And this move, rook takes a2. This is a lazy move. It's the kind of move that you play just to pass the turn. And I think it gave Vaishali the chance to really start complicating the game. I don't see any problems with taking on e2. There's a bunch of moves that black could have made here. But coulda, woulda, shoulda. And all credit to Vaishali for unbelievable fighting qualities. Just always staying in the game, never losing hope, and giving meaning to those cliche words. She really is such a fighter.
And Danya, I think the move I'd criticize the most is not even playing rook takes a2. It's actually rook c2 in the first place. Because if you go back that one turn, like when she played rook c2, she could have just played rook d8, like follow the rook around, trade off white's impressive pieces, and then your king is much safer. So I would actually say that moment there, getting active when she probably should just try to trade off some pieces, that would have made her feel a lot safer.
That's such a good point. I mean, my choice here would be e4, and this also would have ended the game. But rook c2, her pieces get scattered about the board. Rook to b8 here apparently was the best move. But when you look at it with an engine, everything seems easy. Like rook to b6 here, this was not an easy move to find because suddenly there's all these forks in the air. So I agree, this created the lack of balance in her position, which then led her to burn her time advantage and ultimately blunder mate in one, which is not a common guest at the top player level. But black is already in huge trouble here. Black is losing after queen b7. So enough said on this game. What a game it was, and what a feeling Vaishali will have going to the rest day. This must feel really nice. And speaking of feeling really nice, someone who's feeling pretty nice is Magnus. Which game should we go to next? I'm going to pull up the Magnus game in the meantime, but you can direct traffic from here.
Magnus's position looks very pleasant. I mean, he kind of has what often arises from a Marazzi bind, but there is not really a need for the bind. So the bishop on g2 has the full diagonal, and the b6 square is still vulnerable. And I feel like Arjun may not be in terrible shape, Danya, but it's clearly far easier to play this position from the white side. And now Magnus just trying to figure out, can I take with the queen on d4? Does that expose my queen to some threats? I would not do that.
Nope.
Because even knight takes d5 looks like black is...
Or just knight d5. Happy. Knight takes the square on d5.
Well, I said knight d5, sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you said knight takes d5.
Oh, well, I mean, that would be even better, but it takes the
square.
square.
I love correcting the commentators because it makes me feel really good about myself, Robert. It makes me feel really warm inside to point out that the commentators made a mistake.
You belong with chat.
Hey, we're creamed from the same. What is the expression? We are of the same, cut from the same cloth. That's it.
Well, I'm sorry. I made that sufficiently awkward, so my bad. And this position, Danya, b5. So we're going to get a 2-on-1 advantage for white in terms of the pawns on the queen side, but black is an extra pawn in the center. And we often do appreciate more pawns in the center with so many pieces on the board, but you have that clear potential for Magnus. Like, if the rook takes b5, you have b4, knight c3 back, push the pawn up the b file. The rook on b1 is well placed.
Yeah, you can play a delayed orangutan with b2, b4. And you're right. And it's important to point out that passed pawns are often an asset in the middle game as well. Like, nobody said you can't push them just because there's a bunch of pieces on the board. The big question for white is, do you play b4 immediately? Or do you start with a move like knight to c3? no question that white is in the driver's seat. No question that Magnus is better here. I don't know how much better, and I don't know how realistic his chances, but I think he's feeling pretty happy right now to play without risk. This is exactly what he wanted after that disappointing Armageddon yesterday. And knight c3 is already on the board.
I feel like Magnus just thrives in these types of positions. I mean, he does thrive in most, but he is looking at that queen side and saying the a5 pawn, maybe I'm not even going to trade it off. Maybe I'll bring my queen to where that knight just was and go right after the a5 pawn. So I'm looking at this position with probably just a biased take because I don't typically have these positions from the black side. I more often have them from the white side. But Danya, am I maybe overstating the case in that black should be okay here? There's some dynamic play that should be good for Arjun.
Yeah, I mean, I do see the eval bar. We are literate. We can read numbers. So I can tell that if black plays this accurately, probably there's a way to neutralize the pressure on the queen side. You're saying you're looking at this with a biased take. Magnus is looking at this with a biased take. And he wants to take Arjun's rook. Big decision here. Which, it's like the Robert Frost poem, which, of course, I will always butcher. I took the road less traveled by. It's known by a phrase that doesn't actually occur in the poem. Isn't that funny how often that happens? It's like the quote, "Play it again, Sam," allegedly from the movie Casablanca, except that line actually never occurs in that movie.
Wait, so you're saying the road less traveled by?
I don't think the road less traveled by is a line from the poem. I think it's the road less taken is the name of the poem.
That's the name of the poem, but yeah, you're right. But the line, the road less traveled by, definitely is in the poem.
Okay. I mean, this is why I stopped reading poetry in like 6th grade.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
Unless
just
it's Edgar Allan poetry.
I'm gonna look it up. I really thought that it's like the penultimate line or something.
Well, Robert Hess looks up Robert Frost.
Yeah, the road less traveled by Robert Frost. Okay, the Poetry Foundation says the road not taken, and yes, two roads diverge in a wooden eye. I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference.
It's such a beautiful poem, and of course, as I just revealed, I know it very well.
Exceptionally well.
Exceptionally well. Is that a pun?
It wasn't, but what pun did I miss? All right, unintentionally state.
No, I was just making sure that there weren't any like Limp Bizkit references that were hidden inside of the latest
I love when
phrase.
I love when you keep going back to Limp Bizkit when it was an LL Cool J reference.
Who I also know. Are you speaking Russian? Like, I'm like Hans Niemann. Hans is he's progressed to the next stage of like Fisher disease, where he really wants to say that he speaks Russian. There's one problem, which is that he doesn't. But he really, really wants to say that he's a fluent Russian speaker. So like his last tweet was it was like 2 random Russian words that have no meaning. I'm like sitting there, it's like, what is Robert Hess saying right now? Like, I feel like I understand the words, but I don't actually.
I actually didn't even know that he claims to speak Russian. I have not
he
followed
doesn't. He wants to claim that. His tweet reads, I'm going to translate these words because it's funny. It's okay, Hans.
I'm not
He's probably tweeting
big
10
on social
times
media,
time.
so
Neither am I. Okay, it says большое страдание давай душа. Okay, there's no grammar here at all. It says big suffering.
okay.
Let's go soul.
Like let's go to Seoul in Korea.
Let's go soul. Let's go SOUL. I've directly translated it. Big suffer, let's go soul.
Maybe he's writing his own poem.
I mean, he definitely is taking the road less traveled by. And I hope he'll be able to take the road back out.
Oh, well, I'm going to back out of this conversation and into the next game because, you know me. I try to, as best I can, to stay out of things that are above my head. But I think that, I actually just looked over, Danya, and the game between Gukesh and Fabi, isn't Fabi now a pawn ahead?
Well, let's take a look at that game because, to my eyes, it did seem like Fabi was about to say, "Gift me the pawn."
Gift me.
What am I missing here?
I
Hey, how did this
I feel
happen, first of
confused.
all? Let me start
Yeah.
with the right question. So he did take on d6, Robert, but he didn't play bishop to b5. He played bishop to c4.
Okay. Just
Knight takes. So did Gukesh miss? Well, no, no way. Like, he couldn't have been the birthday boy. Happy birthday to Gukesh, by the way. I think today's his birthday, or was it yesterday?
that's correct today.
The birthday boy was not going for this because I guess rook e8 and white loses material.
Oh, the knight on d6 protecting the pawn f7 is particularly annoying.
I mean, maybe f4, but this looks like a terrible endgame for white. So instead, he goes for the long-term compensation. Bishop to e3. Fabi moves the queen back. So you don't want the queen trade? All right. I'm not going to give you that option anymore. And completes his development. And let me tell you, I mean, the compensation is... It needs to be created. It's not just like going to volunteer itself to Gukesh's front door. Like, hello, my name is compensation.
I actually don't understand, and I will be honest, I struggle with in positions like these from the white side, where I see off the live board it's like the smallest advantage for black. It's about equal, dynamically speaking, but I almost universally would prefer to have the extra pawn in this position. Not like the Catalan, where I prefer to have the white side often, but here I don't fully see the compensation, and my inclination is to try and figure out how do I return to material equality, and I definitely don't see how that's possible. The knight on e4 is ultra well defended by the knight, the bishop, the black rooks are connected. Why is this just level?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like white's path toward keeping the balance is much more narrow. I'm resisting the urge.
Yes, less
Ditsky.
Ditsky, more narrow. I
That's
gotcha.
right. You read my mind, my primitive mind, I should add. Like, if I had this in a blitz game, it's a good question to ask yourself. What would you play in a 3-minute game? I can tell you without hesitation, I'd play the move knight to h4. It's superficial. It creates a one-move threat, so it checks all the blitz boxes. Does it check the classical game boxes? Maybe, maybe not. There is a cute line, though. If black plays rook a to d8, I can insist on the rectitude of my idea with knight to f5. And if the knight comes to f5 and chases the queen to like e8, I can get behind Gukesh's play. But nobody's going to play rook a to d8. At the very least, it's a better idea to put the other rook on that square in order to have f8 as an escape for the queen, let alone the fact that black can play a move like g6. What do you make of this?
I'm agreeing with what you're throwing down over here. I feel like knight f5 is a one move threat. You can stop that. I also agree that the f8 rook is the better one to move because the a7 pawn is in the line of sight from that bishop on e3. So I really struggle to grasp these positions, like where the exact compensation is going to come from. I often try to just like, can I go into an opposite color bishop position and then try to make that okay? I think my like strong suit is not in positions where I'm trying to prove that dynamic compensation for the pawn, and I don't fully see it because even in this position before knight h4, like let's say white tries to first get the queen out into the open, maybe queen a4 instead of knight h4. Like I'm already looking like doesn't that just give black knight d5 in the center? Like what? Why is black not just quite a bit better here?
Why is black not? Wait, why is? Sorry, I was imposing order in my YouTube chat, which seems to have taken a turn for the. Yeah, folks, come on, don't make me miss the very astute points that Robert Hess is making. Okay, behave, or I'm going to err on the side of banning everybody. No, just kidding.
I was just mainly wondering is that like queen a4 is sort of a move that comes to my mind for white just to put pressure on a7. The b4 pawn is in your sights, and there are just some squares that I may want to go for, but knight f6 to d5 looked like a perfectly reasonable response. The queen on d1 was covering that square, and I don't really get why this is just level. I would much prefer to have the black side of this position.
Well, I also don't understand why this is level, but I know someone or something that does. And queen a4 is, yeah, queen a4, knight d5. Look at the takes. I don't know of a human who's going to go for this. I mean, maybe other than the world champion. Rook f to d1 still doesn't look equal to my eyes. Like, I guess one of the points here is that the bishop can't really come back to b7 because of rook to d7. And by the way, it's not
Yeah,
even the end of the line.
because
Even
queen
this is
e8.
scary, like rook c7, bishop c8. Oh, rook f7 is the only move, and it wins the game because of this beautiful geometry and checkmate. So actually, you basically have to see this when you play the move rook d7. Isn't that crazy?
And you have to see that probably even like before you go queen a4, because otherwise you're allowing knight to d5, which looks like what black wants to play anyway. So in here, you can't go knight f6, right? After rook fd1, there's no knight f6. Bishop c5 is a win of an exchange
So you have to
for
go
white.
here. But now queen a5, and now I think we can start to see that black is under fire on multiple fronts.
But still knight f6.
Um, Still knight f6, and then bishop c5 wins back the pawn. And it still doesn't feel like equal because black will have bishop takes f3. Like, white has to find a million unfindable computer moves, and then black is still doing well, which is not
Yeah,
a good
like
sign for Gukesh.
it just doesn't really compute for me. I'm trying to figure this out. I think white's position, it's clearly manageable if you're the type of player who, can survive and thrive even in these positions. But for me, I just feel like black's play is easier and white has so much more to prove.
I would still play knight h4. And the computer's not totally disapproving of this. Like g6, we had someone in the chat saying, what about bishop h6? And this is a good example of one move-itis. Yeah, it's the fact that you got a bishop to h6. The problem is that alone is not going to give you an attack, and it's going to lead to rook d8. And it's not clear where to put the queen, because if you play queen b3, you run into knight d2, and you have to give this bishop up. So yeah, so maybe just go back to f3 and put pressure on e5. I think something like this we're going to see from Gukesh. He just has to calm himself down, because I feel like it's really easy to panic in these situations when you start realizing that, the promised compensation never arrived, and you kind of got scammed.
Yeah, this is something that you go into thinking that you're going to have a couple moves that come naturally, but I actually think black's moves are easier to play. So we'll see how this one continues. It's not that bad. It's clear that the engine thinks that white is just hanging in there,
No, I
but
think it's
black
dead
is no
lost,
worse.
actually. I think it's resignable.
Well, what's funny is I was going to take us to the Hikaru game, and it seems like you've beat me to that suggestion. I mean, Hikaru from the white side of this game has been just unrecognizable.
Yeah, he's been on the defensive from what seems to be the very first moves. He played this knight c3 sideline. He repeats, strangely, a game he had with the black pieces over a decade ago, except Wei Yi, it seems, improves on that game. A lot of very mystical choices by Hikaru. Why did he choose this line? Did he know about the Grishuk game? And what did he have in mind? Because Wei Yi has not done anything that to my eyes seems surprising, Robert. That's the thing, right? There have been no big novelties. He made natural moves, and now it seems like Hikaru is potentially in some serious trouble in this endgame. He's in some doo-doo.
I wasn't expecting you to say that.
I don't think I've ever said it before, or will say it ever again.
I hope not, for everybody's sake. But this position done, it just looks like black is harmonious, castled, king, rooks connected, bishops lining up as you're showing in good diagonals. And oh, you see the move he just played, knight to a3. That's a sad move, a sad retreat, not one that you play with high optimism in your position.
Yeah, that's a not a move stemming from a good life. And would you take on a3? Because both bishops are hanging right now, or is there a tactic?
Nah, I'm taking on a3 because I don't calculate tactics. That's your job. So I just.
Well, I'm derelict in my duty today. I'm also taking on a3. And are you dropping the other bishop back to c6?
It's a great question.
Because that would be
I'm
my
trying.
instinct, to eliminate the bishop pair.
Looks like why would black ever be worse there?
But I defer to Hess in the endgame, just like I did during the team battle, RIP, where I forget the result of the game against Hikaru Osman, but yeah, my memory is not what it once was. But I do remember
Well,
that Robert Hess proposed some really cool endgame ideas.
Well, that was a really just stressful endeavor where the two of us were down to our final seconds and we're able to get the job done. But here, Bishop C6 looks totally reasonable to me if you want to just liquidate. And I think that looks like it's pretty close to equality, I would imagine, from the like. Let's say you play Bishop C6, right?
Okay.
And we trade on C6.
Well, first let's show what happens if Rook C6.
I think you can play it though, right?
Because I don't even know actually what. Yeah, like, let's show to myself what happens after Rook C6. 94?
I'll always have Bishop C1, no matter how you're going after me.
Yes, you will. Rook BC8. Can I play like this?
And White can trade and castle, and yeah, okay, Black is obviously not worse, but
Castle. I have Wei Yi knows all about the unexpected castle.
also Bishop E3 to start with instead of castling is probably a better first move.
Yeah, Black needs to be careful because White is up a pawn, and if White gets away from the center, then suddenly you don't want to be left with like a passed A pawn. If you're you don't want White to be left with a passed A pawn if you're Wei Yi. So, okay, so the tempting move, of course, is Rook B1, but again, it runs into short castles. So there's some logistical problems with the move Bishop C6, it seems, in this position.
Well, I think that you'll never be worse as Black because after Bishop C6, everything takes there. There's Rook B2 right away that can win you the A2 pawn, but I don't know if that's really. Oh, oh, how does White untangle?
We need to ask Andrew.
That was a good one.
By the way, we have a message here. Shift 4. The reason Bishop F2 doesn't work here is, unfortunately, I like your bishop, you like my bishop, I like your bishops, and I'm going to take a second one after knight takes b5. So sadly, that doesn't work. Sorry, back to your point, Robert. Bishop a3, ba. What were you saying?
No, I think that's good to point those lines out, and I just think that Bishop C6, if you take twice on C6 is White, Rook B2 for Black, and Black is the side for choice, but I don't think it's that much better or anything.
So what should White do if this is played? Definitely not Bishop a5. That was blunder mate, and we've already had one of those. One is enough.
So Bishop C1 by default.
Rook takes a2.
And I don't want to hang the E2 pawn, so I'll play pawn to F3, which also limits the Black Knight, and then play King F2, and yeah, White is doing okay.
That's a great move by the F3 and King F2. So patient, realizing, yeah, it looks passive, it looks annoying, but once you go King F2. And I have a feeling that Hikaru is going to hold things together, but I'm not 100% confident because Wei Yi has 90 minutes. That is a astronomical time advantage. In the meantime, he has played Bishop takes A3, so good job us. And bad job Danya because he's played B6. Man, Wei Yi hasn't gotten the memo that the Armageddon was yesterday and he's already won.
B6 is a great move. It's like a tiny little move, so you're saying, it's not anything major. But the reason I love moves like that is because instead of just liquidating right away, knowing that you shouldn't be worse, this actually gives Black good chances to play for the advantage. White has the pair of bishops. That's often seen as an advantage, but if the light square bishops in particular come off, that dark square bishop doesn't have something that's easy to attack, and the knight can jump around. And Danya, White can't easily castle anymore with the E2 pawn being loose. Black will play rook to C8 without hanging a B7 pawn. Suddenly, I'm actually even more optimistic about Wei Yi's chances.
B6 was just showed such a great understanding of the position. What are the most important factors? Yeah, every move is going to have a drawback. But this move is the least likely to give Hikaru the drawback because Black doesn't have to worry about the b7 pawn. The rook on b8 is now free to roam about the cabin. Hikaru responds with the rook b1, trying to induce bishop c4. Now, is that a move that you necessarily want to induce? I'm not sure.
I could also just go back to a6, and that way... but it's, yeah, c4, you're attacking the a2 pawn, which looks...
Which is the road less taken. That's been the theme of today's broadcast.
I think Bishop C4 just looks more forcing. And I'm always nervous. Are forcing moves just tempting and not the best, or is it just clear that
Yeah,
you
what does
attack the
Hikaru?
A2
Hikaru
pawn there.
never plays such a move by accident, so you must be intending something concrete.
I don't think it. Maybe it does matter. I don't want to say it doesn't because every single nuance matters in chess. But black is better regardless of where he puts the bishop. But I'm wondering
I
what the
think I
deal is.
understand. I think bishop c4, maybe there's bishop f4.
Okay, so rook c8.
Yeah, and I feel like bishop b7 is at least an annoying possibility, so maybe I can play like rook b2. And where's the
Bishop
big deal?
d5.
Yeah, f3. And then slowly untangle
But rook
like
c3 comes before you know it, and
before I untangle.
I think this is a really good illustration
I'll
of
have
what
nothing
happens
left to
when.
untangle.
Yeah, well, we often say kings are well placed in the center, and that's true in endgames very often. But the rook on h1 is not participating, and that's not just the double a pawns. The fact that rook is not in the game is just a really terrible thing for white.
Dude, this is so hard to play. Like I'm again, it shows us the difference. You look at the eval bar and it's all sanitized. Here it's like zero point 0.4. It's not too bad. It's okay. It's okay. But you try to actually make some moves, and before you know it, Robert Hess's rook lands on a3. The combination of these two factors, the fact that you have these awful doubled pawns on the a5. I often like to, talk a big talk about how pawn structure is overrated. Not here. This is a really important factor. These pawns are horrible. And the second factor is the not just lack of coordination, but no easy way to get coordinated. You're not even close to being able to castle. Those two factors give black big practical chances, I think. This is really, really scary, and Hikaru can't afford a loss of the white pieces here. That would be a second classical defeat in a row if things go from bad to worse.
And white just won't be able to castle very easily, right? Like, let's say you play a quiet move here, like bishop a6. I'm just to sort of illustrate the point. I don't even need to attack your a2 pawn. I can just go back to a6, and let's say you go rook to b2 to defend your bishop so you can try to castle. You still can't even castle on the next turn, right? So it feels like no matter how you try to free your pieces, I could see a future where black even considers knight e8 to d6 up to c4. That looks like it could be annoying depending on how white plays in the next few turns. So it's much, much better for black. The engine, it was a point 3, point 4. I can't really
Yeah,
see the
point
evaluation
5
there.
almost after. I mean, rook to d4 is not such an exciting move, but the point here is that even if white does castle, like the line, if we go down the computer line, okay, white makes some like meaningless computer moves and he castles. Congratulations, fantastic. Black is still better. H5, expanding on the king side, and you're still saddled with all of these targets. So the bishop pair, oftentimes it is the most important factor. Here, it isn't. It's just not significant enough to counterbalance these other deficiencies in your position. Black is stably better here.
Okay, so why don't we leave this one for the moment, just because I see that Magnus against Arjun has really changed in its dynamic. Magnus is up a pawn at the moment, Danya, and Arjun is pressing forward in the center. And this is like when you hear the words the compensation for a pawn, this is exactly what we mean. That black's compensation is these very impressive pawns in the center after the bishop slides back to e3, which is the only safe square that I can see. Then black plays pawn to d5, threatening the little fork of the knight and the bishop. And that's a really nice gain of space for black. But Danya, not to take one from Yasser's book, I do like my extra pawns.
Yeah, it's like, I wonder which side Yasser would be here. Let's think about that. But I got to give some credit to Arjun. And I mean this in the best possible way, he's like, he came from, playing street ball. You're not going to impress him by telling him that, this player went to this college and, scores X points per game. Like, he doesn't care if he's playing Magnus or, random 2,500. He is going to believe in his ideas and in his style of play, which has led him to the place he's currently at, which is essentially 2,800. And he's not going to be cowed into submission, as we can see here. Will the idea actually work against Magnus? It's going to be a really exciting sort of second half of the middle game here after d5.
I would definitely take white. I'm just trying to sort of step away from my preferences if I were playing and just try to look at the bigger picture. But chess is not always played objectively. Sometimes you go for things just because you don't feel comfortable, and so I guess that is your own version of objectivity. You're trying your best, but subjectivity always will seep in. And so, Danya, d5, obviously the threat is d4. The bishop should move, I assume, to g5 just to go after the knight over there and threaten the d5 pawn and square. Do you see full compensation, or are you liking Magnus's position?
Wait, let me look at the. Maybe it fell down to the ground. Not seeing it anywhere. Yeah. I mean, it reminds me of maybe the funniest moment from my commentary yesterday with Shimanov was there was a position where it was like a King's Indian type position where White was like dominating on the queen side. And I'm spinning this whole tale about like how White is attacking and very skillful maneuvers, and Black hasn't gotten anything going on the King's side. And Shimanov's like, you know you're full of crap. You know that you would take Black's position any day as a King's Indian player. So I want to be careful here because there's no question I would take Black in a blitz game. The reason I'm a little bit concerned here is because in response to bishop g5, let's just put this on the board as an example. What if I just push d4? Like, what if I just take the fight to you?
Okay,
Do you play
I
bishop
have to
takes
take
f6?
your knight. Indeed.
Okay. Now what?
Knight d5, because I know you're trying to disconnect queen and knight, but I do think that the white queen is just enough real estate to go from c5 up to d6 if you keep chasing the queen.
Yep, bishop d8. I somehow was relying on this from a distance, but you're right. Queen c5, rook to c8. Oh, queen to d6. I hate those grandmasters and how they don't just blunder their pieces for no reason. Okay,
They're awful people.
f6 and rook c. Yeah, you cannot afford a slow move because once White claims the c file, it's like the end of the game.
Even if black wins the b2 pawn, that's not
Exactly.
really the important thing, right? A white rook is landing down on enemy camp, and that should be it.
And if Magnus did a confessional at this point, I don't know if he did. If he did, I can guarantee you he would probably rattle off this line, which doesn't impress us as much as it impresses some fans, which is great. It's part of the fun. But this line was very important to calculate. And what does it tell us? It tells us that bishop d8 is ineffective. What if black drops back the other way? To me, again, this looks way too slow. It gives white an entire tempo, which you can use, for example, to fix the knight on d5. Yuck.
And it doesn't, can't even speak after that, but it doesn't just fix the knight there. It blunts that bishop on g7. It does give black a protected pass pawn. That's the good news, but that bishop is weak. It reminds me of some King's Indian defenses or even some
Hey.
Najdorf positions.
Hey, now.
I'm being
You're
respectful.
praising.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm praising.
King's Indian
And then
police is come knocking.
I'm actually appraising the position here and saying that the bad bishops sometimes stay on the board because the e5 pawn, you like to say bad bishops defend good pawns. That is a good pawn over there, but if it gets stuck in place, your bishop never sees the light of an open diagonal.
Consider me appraised. Actually, consider me apprised of the situation. I think that's the right way to say it. But okay. But okay. Rook a8 maybe also consider a move. Somehow trade queens here, but I don't know. End game, down pawn. Not happy.
Not happy at all.
Lie point 3, what is eval bar? Only bar I know is the bar you go to after you lose the position with black.
What does it actually suggest for black?
What is it? It is in like Stephen King's Pennywise the Dancing Clown.
Ooh, yes, Georgie.
All right. Well, I'm going to sound a little loony or balloony, but d4 is the move, and Arjun has just played it, so they are going down this line. And apparently bishop to g5 is very significant here for some reason, maybe to cover the c1 score, so that white can't get a rook to c1. And though the point is to prevent e4 and to take the sting out of that move because you can take on passant.
And then knight takes e3?
But okay, the bishop is 3, queen e4.
Right, but black is playing for a draw.
Well, actually, white is playing for a draw in this position.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, can't believe I'm even saying that. But after rook to b3, black gets like a massive amount of activity as well as a full blockade on white's pawns. This is all very hard to understand. Normally, your like instinct is always to tuck the bishop back to its fianchetto square. We talked about this in a previous broadcast. So understanding that you have to like prevent e4, it ain't easy. It takes an Arjun Erigaisi to figure that out, and it still doesn't solve black's problems after a move like knight back to b4, opening up a lateral attack on the pawn. It's on the board, Robert. They have this position.
But this is exactly what you were just showing, bishop g5, knight to b4. That's what I kind of envisioned is like, how does black prove compensation? The knight on b4 will be very difficult to kick away, and the e5 pawn is loose. The c file is open. The bishop on g5, I get why that's well placed. It stops a rook from getting to c1, which is really important because that's the only fully open file. And if black can take that file over, that would be a problem for white to deal with. Then I noticed that knight on b4, Danya, it covers c2. So even if black does get a rook on the c file, where to next? Not an easy question to answer because white has all of the potential holes covered.
And white is up a pawn. These pawns are, the engine is idling. The car engine, in my analogy. Just to have to make that clear in today's day and age. Where will Arjun put his bishop? This is a very concerning stretch of the game for Erigaisi. Objectively, it looks like he's just about okay. Practically, yeah, he's played fast, but you don't get the sense that he's played fast because he's like super confident. I feel like he's chosen a strategy. He goes down the path, but I don't know if it's a particularly promising path.
And it's usually not a good sign when there's a little forced sequence of moves and then you're on the clock because, I mean, after d4, white more or less had to take on f6. Otherwise, you're retreating with your tail between your legs and just not enjoying the prospect of black's pieces jumping into the position. So now he's thinking, which to me either means he's away from the board, or worse is that he's not enjoying the current position because he is down a pawn. And it's kind of like black's down two pawns on the queen side, but up a pawn in the center. But those queenside pawns, they're going to be there for a long time. It's hard to actually get at them.
Yeah, it's like if you don't see the camera views, and you're like, yeah, he's like away from the, but he's like really thinking long and hard about where to put this bishop, and he's just he's in his laboratory, grandmaster cooking, and then you ask Arjun, what were you? I was taking a leak. Like, yeah, even grandmasters need to pee. Like, what are you talking about? So we don't actually know, but it is concerning all the same.
Not enjoying this position. I do prefer that extra material. So there are some similarities between this game and the one between Gukesh and Fabiano, where both Arjun and Gukesh down a pawn. And for the 2018 World Chess Championship participants, Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, they're enjoying their extra material in complicated positions.
So crazy how Fabi is not just leading the tournament, but if he can hold on to his extra pawn and convert it, we're going to start talking about one of those crazy Fabiano streaks. I don't even need to mention the most famous one. I think any self-respecting chess fan should know the tournament I'm referring to, which I was watching in real time, like way before I started to commentate, and it's just like, I could not believe what was happening. I'm talking about the Singfield Cup, of course. I want to say 2014.
That was 2014. Yes, that was, I mean, just an elite performance. 7 out of 7 start, drew the final 3 games, and you know he was hungry to go 10 out of 10. And against that level of opposition, I know sometimes like, people talk about tournament performances and they see someone score like a perfect score across 9 games against a much weaker field. I think that most players would agree that Fabiano's performance there definitely surpasses all of those other high tournament performances, with the exception being some of the elite performances in Linares.
Yes, such as the Karpov one or the Gukesh performance in the Olympiad.
Mm-hmm.
Team India in general just loves the Olympiad, and it took me like an entire chess career to beat 3 players rated over 2,700, and one unnamed player rated exactly 2,800. But it takes Fabi one tournament to beat 7 of them. Like, what the heck? And his rating briefly like crossed Magnus at 2850, I want to say, when the feat was achieved. Crazy stuff from the annals of chess history. I can't believe that was over 10 years ago.
I don't think he ever got to world number 1. So I think that Magnus was back then was still like 2880, something astronomically high. But yeah, Fabi has the third highest rating in chess history behind Magnus and Garry Kasparov. So there's no denying his excellence. And there may be no denying his excellence in this Norway Chess 2025. Just like when it seemed like he would have a bad event, Danya, knight's retreating to d6 in this case, that poses a serious issue for Gukesh. The knight on f3 is now under attack. The bishop on c4 is attacked as well. And if you try to solve both problems at once by playing bishop to e2, I think bishop d5 is a nice parking spot for that bishop, and black's pieces are harmonious.
Wait, you know what a parking spot is? I thought you're from Manhattan.
Very true. Never been able to use one in the city, but still, I've seen them on television.
There's plenty of them in Charlotte, trust me. Okay, so in parallel, I'm looking at the other games. No, this is very concerning for
No,
Gukesh.
we'll park here, is what you're saying.
Another reference. Will park here.
No, you said parallel.
Yeah, that was a parallel parking reference, which I
So
do
that's
not
why
know
I
how to
said-
do, by the way, still.
Well,
But
that's
why I
said
actually moved to Charlotte. I wanted to move away from California just to avoid the need to parallel park. That was a secret reason I've been hiding this whole time.
Well, it's a secret no more. The whole world knows.
Okay, so will the whole world celebrate another victory against the birthday boy? How cruel. Or can Gukesh rectify the situation? Bishop to c5 is a move that has to be seriously contemplated here, by the way.
Oh, I actually dismissed it because knight f to e4 looked like a problem, but maybe I should calculate deeper and not just.
Yeah, you should, remember. You should really calculate deeper, man.
So wait, knight f e4,
AB?
knight takes c5. Aren't you losing an exchange on the
A,
diagonal?
B, B, C, D, E, E, F? Gee. Oh my gosh, I am losing an exchange. Well, am I? Yeah, c6, bishop a6, okay. Actually, c6, even bishop takes c6 is good. But the point is, rook c4, bishop d5 wins an exchange, or bishop a6. How often do you have a choice of two different pins in a middle game like this?
It's very rare, and I
This
think
will
that
not be one of those cases, because Gukesh just played bishop b2.
yeah, but seriously, though, bishop to d5, queen to b7 in the future. I don't really see why, like, anyone would be happy with the white pieces. I'm guessing Gukesh isn't, by the way, but this just looks clearly promising for Fabi.
A lot of it feels unforced errors by Gukesh, and I'm not talking about the Magnus game. That was unbelievable, just endgame wizardry. But you just get the sense that he's inviting these demons to his front door. Like, there are easy ways to avoid it. In this case, maybe putting the bishop on b5 instead of c4. And his defensive skill is beyond reproach. But when you keep getting into these sticky situations against top players, you're going to feel the pain.
And for Gukesh, as we keep talking about playing on your birthday, that's something that I think a lot of players struggle with.
Yes.
Because you probably want to be celebrating and not going to combat at the board with some of these other elite players. But Gukesh loves chess. He is the world champion. He's still a teenager, right? It's his 19th birthday?
It's his 19th birthday, believe it or not.
So we can call him a teenager for one more year.
He most certainly is. And his demeanor, his incredibly professional demeanor, is rightfully praised often. It is absolutely not reminiscent of your average high schooler, but he is still inexperienced compared to the greats like Fabi, Magnus. How many more of these tournaments will he play? How many more times will he defend his title? Well, at least once, that's for sure. And Fabi wants to be the one that makes sure it remains only once.
Well, Fabi is in the next candidates, so that's important to note. That
what a surprise!
Shocking that Fabi qualifies 8 different ways for the candidates, as per usual. But he did win the FIDE circuit
by scoring 8 out of 9 at the U.S. Masters in Charlotte.
Yes,
capital city of parallel parking.
Oh, there was the next tournament where he lost the last game at Donchenko, right?
Yeah, he lost one game. Actually, what's funny is Donchenko is carving out a niche for himself, carving out a Giri for himself as the sort of spoiler of tournaments. Because in the German championship, I think Keimer, who had the win in the bag, he also lost the last round with the white pieces to Donchenko. But Caruana lost to Theodorou in Charlotte. But his performance was incredibly impressive. I was actually commentating that tournament live on site, and had the pleasure of sharing first in the Blitz, which of course I am only interested in playing the Blitz. It is a story of
Of,
my life.
of course you are. And, as we're discussing, Fabiano in the candidates, which means that he may be already working for that goal. And perhaps that sometimes has players hiding some openings, just playing in a different style, trying out new openings to see if they may work at that very important tournament that qualifies the next challenger to Gukesh's title. But in this game, I mean, I think that Fabiano is probably very happy with his position. He's up a pawn with the black pieces. I don't really see a universe where he's getting in trouble because there aren't dynamics here that like cause a checkmating attack or go for some material. It feels like Fabi's played very, very well here, Danya, and I think Gukesh is the one who's a lot to prove.
And he will try to continue proving his compensation, but Fabi, the ball is in his court. Will he play bishop d5? We will see. Where to from here? Hikaru continues to struggle. It feels like he hasn't made a single threat in the last 2 days, maybe other than threatening to retire in the event of a bad tournament.
And he's been saying that he will try to make the candidates if he keeps his lead in rating, but his rating could drop if he does not hold this game against Wei Yi. And by the way, Arjun Erigaisi still has not moved. That's a very bad sign for the Indian
Yep.
Super Grandmaster. You see a series of trades. It was quite a natural sequence, and then you're paused because you get to this position and you realize what I was aiming for, maybe bishop d8, it doesn't actually work out, and now he probably feels like he's in trouble.
You're absolutely right. You called it when he first started thinking. You go down a forced sequence, and then at the end you start thinking, it's like, well, what did you have in mind originally? So it might have been a miscalculation. You might have had bishop d8. We're never going to know, right? And the constant speculation about like the proximal causes of defeat, like I've tried to do less of that over the years because it's just impossible to take over someone's brain. Um, well, um, certain health official will disagree, but knight on d5, extra pawn, and the state of Magnus Carlsen is healthy and good. Can I request a 1 minute break, 2 minute break?
You can indeed if you do me the quick favor of putting on the Ju and June game against
No,
Humpy Canero.
just kidding. Favor? No, never.
Just one.
Okay. I will not break our bond here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Your word is your bond.
I thought my berry's my bond. Okay.
Well played.
Oh, thank you. Home run right there. All right. I will home run over to the bathroom, and I'm still listening, so you better behave.
Oh, okay, Homer. All right, so this position here between Ju Jun and Humpy Koneru, this is a marquee matchup in Norway chess because Ju Jun is the women's world champion, and she has actually been off to a slow start thus far, where she has drawn her three classical games, and then she, I think, took if I remember correctly, she took both Armageddon games. That's right. Against Sarah Kadem and Vaishali, but lost to Lei Tingjie. But she has not had a game won in classical chess. And Humpy, on the other hand, beat Vaishali in classical from a lost position, then lost to Anna Muzychuk in classical, and then beat Sarah Kadem again in classical. So she's had no Armageddon games thus far. Has Humpy, the women's world rapid champion. So as we look at this position here live, and as I look at the chats, I'm just seeing everyone talking over here. You're welcome, everybody who are being very kind in the chat, YouTube and Twitch. But as I look at this current position, I just wanted to point out that White has this queen trade on offer, and the c7 pawn is a target thanks to that dark square bishop. And there's also a big threat in the position. Can you tell me what White is threatening? It's not just the queen trade, it's not just the pawn on c7, but what do you think White is threatening given a free turn here? Some people are saying queen e6, but the black queen covers that square, so that would not be advisable. I see the YouTube chat talking about all sorts of things that have nothing to do with the games. Shocking. Bishop takes h6, so that's a good idea but wrong execution because you're trying to take advantage of a pin on the G7 pawn, but black would be able to trade queens, right? So yes, for that one turn, black could not take on H6 back, but after trading queens, the bishop would fall. So some people are saying bishop C7. I see some correct answers. Yes, indeed. Turkoya and somebody else I just saw said it. There's Niras saying, and the F3, that the point of the move pawn to F3 kicks the knight on E4, and once that knight moves out the way, then the knight on E7 behind it is in trouble. So F3 does become a real threat in this position. It's also just a good move in general, even if it didn't win a knight behind it. It kicks black's centralized knight, very imposing knight, backwards, and also the F2 pawn, which has been a bit of a target, that's going to be protected by another pawn, which is his best friend. Don't think I said any riddles. I'm just asking a question, and many people are answering. And you saw the hanging knight on E7 at least. Good job, Dark Tiger. We're proud of you. But this position is one where there is actually a lot to calculate in. The queen trade isn't just as simple as, oh, the queens leave the board and that's that. If the C7 pawn will be hanging, the knight on E7 is loose and the event of pawn to F3. So I much prefer Ju and Jun's position. And I think that Humpy is probably feeling the same way, that she is worse in this position and has quite a lot to figure out. Hello, Daniel. I see you.
I have a lot of chocolate to get through.
Oh, you're making me hungry. I want some chocolate. What kind?
Actually, both at the same time. I know people will judge, but I got Trader Joe's has these like milk and dark chocolate. Have you ever been to Trader Joe's?
Of course I've been to Trader Joe's. What kind of question is that?
Do you know the like orange and blue like dark and milk chocolate bars?
Yes.
So I was open both of those at the same time.
Why did you why are we doing that? Why you just
Why
don't
did I
you
have to
don't
share
like
this completely irrelevant detail when we're commentating a chess tournament?
No, but why did you have two different one? Like you didn't want to just enjoy the flavors of one, you had to mix them?
Well, milk chocolate is the guilty pleasure, but dark chocolate is how I like to position myself to the world. That
You're
I'm a
healthy.
chocolate connoisseur, and I am health conscious
What
when I treat myself.
what percent dark chocolate do you like?
I mean, I like probably anything like over 80%. It gets a little bit bitter.
Hmm.
Between 70 and 80, I do like. You know who else is a huge chocolate like fanatic is Yasser.
I didn't know that actually. I did
Well,
not.
when I had the honor of trading, trading, Trader Joe's, training with him in St. Louis in 2014, I think, we had dinner, and he's like, "All right, now we need to go to the grocery store." I'm like, "What do we need to get to the chocolate?" We need to get some bars of chocolate. I remember when I trained at the Victor Korchnoi, there was this Easter bunny. There's that story that he shared a million times. We got like 5 bars, and I think we went through all of them like through the night. I think we
You know
pulled an
it's
all-nighter like analyzing, and I was the one who was like, "All right, I sued for peace."
you know what's funny? Hi mom. My mom said 72% is her favorite. So she's watching clearly.
I think my mom would up the ante, but also dark chocolate fan.
Well, I
Up the ante,
was
buff.
where that was a good one. I wasn't expecting it. But Yasser's favorite chocolate, I could imagine it's from like somewhere you would never expect or have never been. He just has like
It's
that
like
kind of.
Equatorial Guinea. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But people are just.
You know, what's fascinating about Equatorial Guinea is it's the only country in Africa with Spanish as an official language. That's true,
Is
by the
that
way.
true?
That is true.
Oh, okay. The more you know.
Yeah, it's a good Jeopardy type trivia question.
Um, I love quiz shows, so I
How did you
appreciate
survive
that.
without that crucial piece of information? See, this is
No,
what I learned instead of how to tie my shoes as a grandmaster.
you learn Wesley's laugh and the.
I did that on Levitov too. People were because a lot of people hadn't heard my like English impressions of Kasparov and Wesley, and they were losing their minds because I started with a laugh, like it just came from nowhere.
I just can't believe that you study it. That's my favorite part about it
I
all is
would
that you
rather
actually.
study that than than studying the 15th trend position in the Italian. Robert.
Oh my goodness, Wesley, I apologize on Danya's behalf.
There is no need for apologies because I am just so in love with the fact that White has a point 0.5 advantage in Italian. That is all I need in life.
Uh,
A point
how
0.5 out of an Italian. Really, though.
how long would you say it took you to like work on that to feel confident to share it with the world?
I mean, that's a good thing about streaming. It's like I can share it with the world and then it goes wrong and then I delete the VOD. So, I just took a stab at it and people liked it. And I mean, a couple of years ago, I or someone put out a video on my behalf, and Nepo even like did a react to my impressions. Man, Chess World was like a little bit more less uptight back then. I think that is the one nice thing about pre-COVID chess, pre-COVID online chess.
I'm just still cracking up. You really make me laugh with that impression, and
I like making you laugh. Very rewarding.
and clearly you like laughing as well. So I'm glad we're on the same page there.
Well, I'm not right now because if I start laughing at my own impressions, I won't be able to stop. So I have to keep a completely deadpan face.
Fair enough. Okay, well, I think we can go away from this game. White is better. Just with that bishop, some pressure against the c7 pawn, f3 coming to kick that knight out of there, and the queen trade does not actually alleviate all of black's issues. But I'm looking across the games here,
Hmm.
Danya, and I'm just trying to take note of the fact that Hikaru is down 20 minutes. Fabi is down, looks like 9 minutes, but he's got the better position. And Magnus is ahead on the clock because Arjun, he keeps thinking. Like he made his first choice after the knight went to d5, but he is the one who is still to move in their game.
Yeah, of course he sees it. Right? It's like night before was cooked up by Magnus a long time before Bishop G5 was played, and very impressed that Arjun paused at the right moment. Unfortunately, he doesn't have too many more moments like these that he can afford to spend 20 minutes in. And his problems are just beginning. Like, you just get the sense that one more mistake, if he defends this pawn in the wrong way, and he loses this brief spark of the initiative, there's going to be hell to pay for the foreseeable future. And 46 minutes is not a long time when you have to, like, suffer ad nauseum against the best player in chess history.
And I already have like a tactical idea in some positions, but I'm just trying to work things out. Like, let's say you play rook d8 just hangs a pawn, so that's not good. But just hang the pawn for a second for me.
Okay, rook c8 is fine.
No,
Is this
rook
a
fd8.
sufficient, a satisfactory blunder? No, you want this
No, no,
kind of
rook.
blunder.
Yeah, I want that kind of blunder. I just want to like queen a6. No, I was don't hang the pawn. I'm just trying to get to a specific position.
Don't have, okay, queen a6.
Yes, and I'm trying
Uh-oh.
to make this work. Like, it doesn't even work 'cause for so many reasons. But queen c7, we'll just pretend
What
like it
is
works.
it? I'm so, like, transfixed on what you're about to say. Like, yeah.
It's nonsense, but I want to go like knight c6 and allow you to go rook d6. Please don't go rook b6. D, please. And I'm gonna take your rook on b8. I was just trying to get to a position like this. I know I really forced it. I'm sorry. And the knight
Not
survives
at
in
all.
the
Knight takes
end.
b8. It's always good to see these ideas. But this reminds me, and I say this with love, of like I don't mean to diss adult improvers, but sometimes like I think adults have this tendency who are newer to chess of looking at a position and saying, okay, I think I solved it. All right, John, Peter, Stephen, Marvin, what do you think it is? Well, if I can get my king to the opposite side of the board and connect my rooks and get my queen from the queen side to the king side and push my pawn to b4, and if my opponent's bishop wasn't on g7 and his king was on e8, then this idea possibly may work. And I'm like, but is that realistic? That's a separate question. But, one can dream.
Yes, you can. And why not dream when you have a knight on b4, stable outpost for the time being? And I was just trying to make this point that sometimes in these positions, the threat of a queen exchange to start with that can already be very scary for black to deal with because you are down a pawn. And even though white wouldn't just be immediately winning, you get in your own head where like, all right, how actually am I going to stave off the pressure without the queens on the board? So rook f to d8 was a terrible move. It just hung a pawn on the spot. But let's say you play rook e8, and now I'm wondering, is there queen d5? Is there queen a6? Like queen d5 looks very strong to me.
F4 even has to be calculated.
Absolutely. And what trades can black allow? That's like the question that I'm trying to answer in my own head. And I don't really want to trade any pieces for black unless it's that bishop on g5 for the knight on b4.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the next move is actually for Arjun. My actual biggest pet peeve as a coach is when a student proposes a move and it's wrong because it like blunders a piece, and they're like, "Yeah, but like if the bishop wasn't on g7, this would be the right move." Oh, yeah, if my aunt had, yeah, like I, like if I had $1 billion, I probably would still be sitting here because there's nothing I'd rather be doing, but I don't.
Yes.
Come on,
Well,
Chad. This is your cue.
they're coming. Don't worry. They're gonna get involved. But I mean, Danya, in all seriousness, this position feels so difficult to play from the black side, where every single move you have to calculate things like we're talking about queen d5. How much does that hurt? f4. Is that going to be a problem? And with an extra pawn, white does want to trade pieces because you liquidate, you get closer and closer to the pure endgame, and if all of the pieces disappear except for the kings and the pawns, then white is extremely happy.
Actually, the reason that f4 is wrong, I'm gonna look this up here and allow myself the luxury. You just go bishop h6. The problem is not the move itself; it's the follow-up, and the follow-up is problematic because you can never move the f pawn due to this devastating, absolutely devastating check on e3, and the consequences are worse than just losing an exchange. So I love your move, queen d5. It's a very Magnusian type of move, and queen d5, knight d5, rook e d8 is the computer line, which does not fill me with any confidence. I have no idea why this position isn't just like better for white. Like they taught me, I know during the during the Stone Age that being up a pawn in the endgame is supposed to impact the evaluation in some way, but apparently it doesn't after rook b to c8. Maybe it's has to do with the fact that the knight is restricted and black has this very mobile pawn majority.
Okay, but let's say white plays f4 here.
F4. I don't know if you can afford to play that. I'll take it.
And of course, we'll take back.
And I'll play bishop e7.
And if I play rook c1, rook bc1, let's say, I don't know if it matters.
Okay, but I'll take it, and then I'll take it. Take, and then d3.
And I thought I would take and play rook c3, but you had the checks on the first and second rank, so I realized
Which, of course, I saw. Yeah, I calculated that.
I'm proud of you. And also rook d1 here is something to consider as well after d3.
Not a problem.
Oh, you just keep getting away with it. Urgh.
Analysis with Grigory Levenfish and Yuri Averbach in Krasnodar in 1945 and USSR Championship.
Well, we know Levenfish, from Queen's Gambit fame.
We do? Isn't it Levertov?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't see the Queen's Gambit?
The show? Of course, I saw the Queen's. I saw it multiple times.
Right, but what opening does Beth Harmon learn?
Wait, what even is the Levenfish opening? Like, what does that refer to? Oh, is it a line of the Queen's Gambit?
Yeah, it's a QGD.
Like, what exactly is it?
I don't know openings. Don't ask me difficult questions.
But you know that, like, there's a QGD Levenfish variation that is.
I feel like in the show it's a Sicilian of some sort. Let me see.
Interesting, because I know Levertov was a fictional grandmaster that Beth Harmon simultaneously in a blitz game, which is completely impossible, by the way. That was my biggest pet peeve. It's when, first of all, if you were alive in the 1960s, let me get on my soapbox for a second, you would know all of the grandmasters living in the U.S. There'd be 5 of them. So you wouldn't get a knock from the door. Oh, hi, this is Grandmaster Alexander Levertov. Oh, I never heard about you. You're just like a random grandmaster that popped up on the street. Like, Beth Harmon would know who this person is beforehand. But, hey, I think they did a great job, all things considered.
It's
it was a joy to watch.
It's a Sicilian.
Yeah.
right? And it's in the dragon, and it's the 6 f4 against the dragon.
Oh, so some obscure line that nobody plays.
Well, back then, I guess it was very popular by Grigory Levenfish.
Kind of like freestyle chess. Okay, go on.
You and your unnecessary swipes.
I mean, I'm thinking whether to make a pun, whether I should say anything. I think I should
You keep,
just get into the confessional booth and actually use it for its intended, stated purpose to confess my sins.
don't point that pun at me, Danya. Come on, let's be
Okay, I really
civilized.
hope we can get away from this.
Okay, well, where should we go? There are still 5 classical games in. Ooh, at least by the
Just not to
team
an
eval
Italian.
bar. Well, he is has an Italian citizenship. His name is Fabio Caruana, and that's where I wanted to go.
Pope Fabi here, from his pulpit, is enjoying an extra pawn, and this is. I really think that we are. There's like a meta narrative and a specific narrative, and the meta narrative is that Gukesh wasn't expecting to have any of these problems. Like he was supposed to be in the driver's seat. He wasn't, I think, intending to sacrifice a pawn in the long run. It was clearly a miscalculation. And you can just sense how the wheels are starting to slowly or not so slowly come off. And now he's got to be careful that the queen doesn't come off the board with some like bishop b3 at some point. Fabi is doing such a great job here of maximizing his advantage.
All of his pieces are on good squares, every single one, and they're for the white side at least. You're looking at ways to just cause some problems with like a little trick here or there. The D file, you want to pin a piece, but the bishop on D5. Not only is it threatening to go to B3, it's well defended by a knight on F6 and a queen on E6. So, Danya, I'm really struggling here to see anything resembling compensation for Gukesh. I see you hovering on that knight, maybe like a knight G5, but I thought that the queen could just go up to F5
Me
and
like attack queen. Oh, and this is actually very important for people to see. All right, bishop takes d6. We take these lines for granted, but they're always undergirding the play, like these tactical justifications, right? Take you. Thank you. It's like,
checkmate.
Mr. Alakine, I announced mate in 3. I'm so sorry, but I announced mate in 2.
There's actually a nice sequence here that you'll appreciate, by the way. That instead of bishop takes D6, let's say knight takes H7, you're just playing with like wild pieces.
Desperate. Oh, takes in queen g6. I love that.
Exactly.
How did you know, Robert? Have you commented on me before?
I know your style. I may not always appreciate or approve of the puns. I do for the most part, though. That is definitely a Danya style tactic right there.
A Diana style tactic. It's not only a knight retreat move, and why is it necessary? Because if you take back with the king, then the 6th rank is blocked. So you can play queen g6, but white will just be able to defend against mate. Actually, which is not even that easy to do. It just shows you how bad the position is. G3 runs into queen e4. You have to go f3.
Ugh.
But here white is more or less surviving. Very well spotted, Robert. And, okay, so knight g5 is a concrete attempt. Rook d1 runs into a different problem, which is bishop b3. A takes b4 opens up the A file. Bishop takes d6 gives up the bishop pair. Every move has this drawback. What does Gukesh play here? Maybe just like bishop e3 or something very composed.
But that feels like you're backing up at a wrong moment. Knight F5 after that?
Yeah, no, that is a miserable move to have to play. Do you have any ideas?
From the start, as soon as black secured that E4 pawn, moved the queen back to E7, bishop to B7, I said it to you, right? I don't see the compensation. And I think Gukesh is struggling mightily to find anything resembling it himself. And I mean, this is a very sad move to make, Danya, but is there a potential argument for bishop takes D6 and just groveling for a draw?
With rook fd1?
Yeah, something like that. It's still clearly bad for white, but I'm trying my best here.
Yeah. Queen e7. I mean, it's a healthy extra pawn, but white's pieces are well placed. Like, white has some positives here, and there are some weak squares that we've talked about previously, like f5. Maybe at some point knight h4 can be
But queen
attempted.
E6 again, right?
Queen e6 here or queen e6?
Yeah, just trying to go bishop B3.
By the way, knight g5, you can still play bishop e3. if I'm
Oof,
not missing anything. It's not
that's
gift me the
nice.
puck, gift me the game. I mean, this
Yeah,
is,
that's
again, point 0.7, I feel like the eval bar has consistently underrated, underestimated the extent of, like, the gravity of the situation here for Gukesh. He needs to, like, at every moment, it feels like if he plays well, okay, he'll keep things under control. At this point, even if he plays well, I think things are just, like, out of control, period.
I don't have any suggestions. I'm trying my best to just make White's life simpler here in the position, but every move seems like a challenge. And Fabi is doing well on the clock. Gukesh does have time, but his moves are far more difficult.
Yeah, they are. 42 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time. A bit of a lull in the action. But don't you worry, because there is no added time. That is the benefit of this time control. My vote
Well,
would
if you
have
want,
been 90 minutes rather than 2 hours, but that's why I'm not the organizer. Yeah,
I was gonna say, if you want some action on the chessboard here,
I do.
look at Lei Tingjie's game because that is getting so much fun.
By the way, zero action as Arjun still thinking he's down to 30 minutes. Hikaru still in trouble, so no big developments there just yet. We will bring you to Hikaru's game soon. But action was promised, and will Lei Tingjie deliver that promised action?
Look at this game. I mean, the king on G7,
Lol.
it's got an X, even though it had a very clear purpose to protect the pawn on H6. Can't really blame somebody for doing that. But Danya, the knights are notoriously good defenders. The knight on H7 is helping the black king feel safer. I can see the evaluation next to the live board saying white is slightly better. I can see that that was a mistake by black. But how big of a mistake was it? Do you actually believe in white's attack, or do you think black is hanging on?
Yeah, so like first of all, I'm just trying to get my bearings here because the center has been blown open. The material here is equal, right? White hasn't sacrificed anything to get this attack. King G7 is a reasonable move to me because H6 is hanging. Maybe Rook E6 could have been considered, but anyways, it doesn't matter right now. King G7, where is the attack going to come from? Well, my instinct is to play F takes G5 and open up a diagonal for the bishop. Can we dive into the complications here? What are
I
you
would also
taking
be
back
tempted.
with? The pawn?
I want to take back with the knight, but
On the board.
obviously I'd be worried about the structure. But how does white continue the attack? Because bishop e5 checks always met by pawn to f6.
Bishop.
Oh wait, the bishop takes
No,
f6
rook
is your plan,
F6. It doesn't work.
because the back rank checkmates and
No,
stuff.
rook takes E5 actually just right away eliminates this
Oh yeah,
possibility.
yeah. How many blunders am I gonna make?
I'm right there with you. I was looking at F6 for like alarmingly long amount of time. So Lei Tingjie has played F takes G5. Sara has not responded yet. And what about H4? Let's open up some territory.
And creating luft for the king. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I
So
love
you
that reference.
really don't want to take on h4. That feels incredibly risky.
Yeah, bishop E5, then rook F4. It's so, and then actually F6, bishop takes F6 now I think might have a chance of working, although no, still rook takes F6, yeah. Still rook F6. The problem isn't the back rank mate, it's the fact that the rook on F1 is hanging. That's the actual problem that white has to be very careful to deal with. But rook takes F6 is a candidate move as well.
I was looking at that, but knight takes as a reply.
Yeah, draw, I think. No, but
Very
something's got to give here, Robert. Maybe rook F4, bishop F4. This feels a little bit too dicey.
no, rook f4, queen takes f4, right?
Bishop takes F4.
I don't know how to evaluate that. It looks like black should be okay with all those
All
rooks for
right,
the
Andras
queen.
Adorian.
I don't know what to do, Danya. I don't know what to do.
Well, I think Lei Tingjie will show us what to do. 27 minutes for her opponent, and Sara Kadem has not found her footing in this event. This game has sort of epitomized the event for her, where there were some moments of hope, but if Lei Tingjie keeps her foot on the gas pedal, it feels like black is one inaccuracy away from collapsing.
Taking a
Whoa.
breather. Just like trying to take in everything. What'd you see?
I mean, first of all, you have earned a break for as long and any time you need it. You have been burning the midnight oil, proverbially speaking. But H4 First of all, g takes h4, bishop f4 wins the game. Incredible, like, whole board awareness. And the point is, after rook takes c1, I think a lot of you in the chat are probably thinking, oh, bishop h6 check. No, it's actually queen g4 check, setting up the discovered check and delivering it on the next move, not even taking back the rook. Look at this geometry. If rook takes e5, then white gets a queen for rook and a piece, and everything else falls. 3 pawns are hanging. f6, queen takes e4 also protects the rook on f1. Pretty incredible stuff here. For this reason, black's best move is f6, exposing the rook on e8, but using the contact against the other rook to make this work tactically. White can get the king off of the first rank. I'm calling it. I think Lei Tingjie is going to win this game. This is right up her alley. She loves these dynamic positions, and the time situation is not black's friend either. Sara needs a major turnaround here, but she did save that round 1 game against Anna Muzychuk, so she's resilient, she's strong. Plenty of work to do here for the Chinese Grandmaster.
And such a big issue for black is that in the position you have the analysis board, like even with like queen f7, at the very least it loses a pawn because white can trade queens. The king would have to take back, and c7 drops. And I mean, that's probably the lesser evil in some of these variations, but I think white would be extremely happy to go into endgames a pawn ahead.
Lesser evil indeed. Well, Lei Tingjie's thinking, I would predict h4. I think it's a very natural move. It's not a move with a hefty price tag. You're not really risking anything. And you don't need to see bishop f4 if you're playing the move h4. You can always take back, and you're still attacking. Well, action was promised, action was delivered. Shall we keep going around the horn?
Let's do it.
Okay. We remind you that Anna Muzychuk had a calamity befall her in the Armageddon. The Ukrainian Grandmaster loses blundering maiden 1 at the end to Vaishali, but we take our hats off. Such resilience by Vaishali. We're not going to the Humpy game. That's going to be a draw, and that looks like it has boring written all over it.
I'm not sure it will be a draw just because black's pawns are so terribly placed,
You're
but
right.
I think there are better games to head into for the moment because that looks like a game that could last a while.
Just being mean for no reason. And we have Hikaru's game where he's being annoying for no reason. He doesn't want to lose this game quickly. Who would have thought? And using tactics to his favor. I think Hikaru's defending this beautifully thus far.
Well, his bishop on b4 is covering the a3 pawn, which is important. And look at that knight on c3. You may think, if you saw the game a little while ago, the knight from f6 went to d5 and up to c3. But no, it didn't, Daniel. Look at the route it took to get there. Because if we back it up, it went to e8, to d6, then up to b5, and into c3, and that's where it currently resides.
Indeed. So let's just dial it back a little bit. We saw bishop a6 from Wei Yi, f3, as we predicted. Rook bc at rook b2 covering the square. And here we go. This is the journey you're talking about, Robert. Boom, 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 boom. You spent 4 tempi to get the knight to a pretty vulnerable square. Was the juice worth the squeeze? We should point out that knight takes e2 is out of the question, I think. Not even because of rook e2, which is something white could have considered. If I'm not missing something concrete, bishop f1 here is nasty.
That's such a good find
And
by Hikaru. I mean, he clearly had that lined up.
he did indeed, lining up the pin against that bishop on a6. And this is where Wei Yi would be like, no, actually, I wanted to go to c4 instead. Instead, he goes knight a4. So the knight has made its 10,000 steps and then some.
And then Hikaru slides his rook to d2, and now we're talking about how still the a pawns are weak. The knight on a4 is hard to get to. The bishop on g2 doesn't have an open diagonal, and of course the position is still barely better for black. Just chess sometimes is like that, right? Every element of the position is going your way. In this case, Wei Yi's way, but this still, with proper defense from Hikaru, is defensible territory.
And he has already played rook d2. Wei Yi captures the rook instantly. Wei Yi playing quickly this entire game. And it's actually not a given that Hikaru would take with a king. In fact, bishop takes e2 and rook c1 is tempting to get pieces off the board, Robert, but we have to be very careful. Once all the rooks come off, that knight is waiting to make its 20,000th step. And there won't be a lot of pawns left if the knight reaches c3. So how would you take back here?
Probably with the king, just because it opens up that rook on a1
You
to
best not
slide
miss.
to. I don't think he's going to, but Dinah, the problem still persists, right? Like the rook is nowhere really that good to go. There could be a knight b2 to c4. The knight hasn't jumped around enough as it is, and also if the bishop moves away from a6, the pawn can go up to a5, and the dark square bishop might get trapped. So king takes d2, bishop b5. What are you doing to stop the a5 pawn push next?
Rook b1.
But don't I still have a5 and like bishop takes e2? Oh, you're taking on a5. What am I talking about?
Yeah, but you're taking on e2, but then I'm taking on b6.
I was thinking I forgot when bishop takes a5. I was thinking bishop e7 and then bishop takes
Oh,
e2.
okay,
So
yeah. No, and bishop takes e2 immediately never works. The bishop is too close to the king. So it feels like black's done a whole lot of nothing on the queen side. Maybe bishop c4, but it feels a little bit aimless. It's starting to get concerningly uncoordinated, although maybe the threat of a5 and the fact that a2 was constantly burdening white, weighing him down, literally, is remains a problem.
really tough position for Hikaru. I mean, he's done pretty well on the board. He is down quite a bit of time. So if he's not careful, if he continues to say use 5 minutes on this turn, he may not have enough remaining time to solve all of the remaining complexities.
Indeed. What's going on in the Magnus game? We're getting some requests in the chat, but I think people just spam look at the Magnus game even if no further moves have been played.
Yeah, I see some comments. People are saying Magnus might be winning and things like that. We should look at the game. Actually happy to go there. And I want to point out that Magnus is much, much, much better with zero risk whatsoever, but still quite a ways away from winning. He's up a single pawn. And now down to the big question is what trades would white want? What trades would black want? How do we evaluate this position?
Yeah, Magnus is not winning yet. Let's be realistic. This isn't like NRK or Magnus Glaze TV. I mean, I feel like I'm a fanboy to an extent of all the top players,
You are for
Magnus
sure.
included. What was that?
No, I was agreeing that you're definitely a big fan and show the utmost respect to all the top players. I know that about
Appreciate it.
you.
I don't know why there's some people who are weird about it, and as though I need to hide the fact that I venerate the greats on whose shoulders I stand, and thanks to whose efforts I'm able to make a living and to continue to commentate with the best commentator in the business. But we see Magnus, the best in the business at converting advantages and extra pawns, with more shenanigans. Queen f6, indirectly defending b2. Beautiful stuff. And if black now takes, which Arjun won't, after queen takes b2, rook d8 check is a classic deflection. And of course, I didn't find this in Dvoretsky's endgame manual. Queen and 3 against rook at 3 is just winning. So let's try to understand how much of a sense of urgency is Erigaisi acting with here. Like, what is Magnus's plan? Is it just to push b4, or is Magnus actually going for some sort of kingside attack? That wasn't too
Both.
bad. That wasn't bad. First of all, admit it. Admit it. You
No,
know you want to confess.
I, I enjoyed it, and I was letting you finish your thought, but I did think that was good.
Thank you. You
You're
may
very
proceed.
welcome. Thank you very much, sir. I think to answer your question is that you need to play on both sides of the board, right? B4 threatens b5 and eventually b6. That much seems straightforward. But white also would like to push that h pawn, but that's why black should probably start with h5 himself, because that gives the black king additional space. And in a way, both sides are doing the same thing on the king side of the board because they have a symmetrical pawn structure at the start, and the black king is not really in any more danger than the white king. But what could put the black king in danger is the presence of the b pawn, a potential decoy that if black's forces are situated in front of it, then white can shift his attention. And I want to note, Danya, that b4, the rook on d4 is very well placed, freeing up the b1 rook to slide to an open file, and only then, let's say the rook d1, rook d7 becomes an idea, rook d8 with a checkmate on h8 in the near future. So there are many things that Arjun will have to figure out. But as I'm saying, he can do the same thing to Magnus. Like rook b to e8 threatens a checkmate as well.
He's more active. Is there a case to be made for the immediate rook d8, or would you argue, Robert, that this leaves white with too passive of a piece tandem and too many threats to face against his own king? Actually, h5 is such an excellent move, and it pays off hundredfold here. This is not the best way to squeeze winning chances out of this, right?
I don't think so, though obviously white is not unhappy.
No.
But how? Because the problem is that white's now passive. As you're showing queen to e4 will be very annoying to deal with. White can bring the queen to d4 though, right?
Where, like immediately?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but look at queen f3. I mean, like, b4?
b4?
Said that before I could. h4? Oh, queen
Queen
h4 is a
takes
check.
check.
Who put the king on h7? I told you. Like, I want the king on g8. What about g5?
I feel like we're asking for some trouble, but maybe it. Because you have rook d1, rook takes f2, don't you?
Yeah, which also, of course, I totally saw. Yeah. Wait, but what does rook d1 threaten? Oh, I guess queen d3 is also a check.
That's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah. I mean, of course, my idea is to play h4 with black and to meet g takes h4 with a rook lift. Here, I would be a little bit worried, and I would be starting to look for an off ramp against Arjun. Like, wait a second, okay, I'll take the draw now. Thank you.
I think that you need to keep that in your back pocket at a minimum because it's not like black is going to sit and do nothing. The white king is similarly exposed. So Arjun down to 25 and a half minutes, Danya. This will be very difficult for him because Magnus, I think, is smart to keep more pieces on the board. After h5, he will start with pawn to b4 and only trade on his own terms.
Yeah, it's a great illustration of how the concrete factors of a position always supersede. They're more important than following putting the check marks next to the items, right? Oh, yeah, trade pieces when you're up. Yeah, but the rook on d4 is a commanding piece for two reasons. You pointed out playing on both sides of the board. Defending both sides of the board is what the rook does. It's helping the pawn move faster up the board and more safely up the board, and it's preventing the black h-pawn from reaching h4, the black queen from reaching e4. It's dominating and controlling a lot of key squares. A lot of work to do for Arjun. He is 10 moves away from the increment, Robert. If he holds this together, this will be one of the best defensive efforts of the tournament. And we've had some incredible, incredible defensive stands already. This one would rival the very best.
I'm not really seeing that off ramp that we like to talk about. Like, there's no clear path to me that says black just makes a draw. Maybe with queens off the board, the two rook endgame, that would probably be the most favorable for black. But the queens are not coming off. Why in the world would Magnus do that unless he could trade another pair of rooks? So if queens and a pair of rooks come off with white's rook behind the b pawn, that's a major issue for black. But it's all about figuring out at what moment is the right time to trade pieces.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun is so resilient. He is capable of some wizardry. We saw some wizardry from Wei Yi yesterday against Magnus in time pressure. The big difference was that there was no material advantage. So Magnus's advantage was far less tangible. Here, there is a specific thing that is actively a problem. Magnus's extra pawn is a pass pawn. So to me, in time pressure, that's actually even harder to defend against because apart from actually trying to find moves, you're trying to steer the game away from like entering a rook endgame, for example, adding
It's
to your
actually
troubles.
somewhat reminiscent of Hikaru's loss to Gukesh yesterday. Here, Arjun's already down a pawn, and the evaluation is better for white, very clearly. But for Hikaru, he wasn't even down material, but it was not easy to play because he just had weaknesses all over the place. So he got in some time trouble. It was not an easy position. And here Arjun looks like he's doing just that. I mean, he's down to under 23 minutes, and that's not where you want to be against Magnus.
In the meantime, 23 minutes also, wow, crazy. I happened to look at Hikaru's game on my phone that time and saw that he also is at 23 minutes. And he has recaptured on d2 with the bishop, somewhat surprising to me. But we can let that game mature for a couple more moves. It's still very, very unpleasant And quite daunting is the defensive task that still awaits Hikaru, even though he's avoided some landmines successfully thus far. Okay. In the meantime, Gukesh, he's dropped his queen back to c2. Anything catches your eye? I'll put up the Gukesh game just for now. Kind of a slower, less action-packed round thus far, Robert, but I think we should check back in like an hour because I think I might be taking my words back any second. Like any one of these games could just explode.
I agree with that. I think the Magnus game is an ending, so it's a one-sided one at that. Magnus playing for two results, but here, Fabi just in the driver's seat, no risk whatsoever. A dream position for Black, and he plays Rook B8 to C8 over here, the only rook that could go there, trying to attack the queen. Danya, does he want to trade a pair of rooks? Because I think after the queen, say, goes back to A4, he's probably not in the business of trading on C1. That looks wrong to me.
And I agree. I think he's in the business of trying to win this game. Queen A4 would run into like bishop C6 maybe. Queen to B1 was sort of my instinct here with white. I thought that was Gukesh's idea, but then it occurred to me, wait a second, Queen B1 runs into a different kind of animal. B takes A3. Look at this, Robert. You pointed out this earlier, how many pins there are in this position because of the prevalence of the white queen landing on E2 at the end of a line. And speaking of which, bishop C4 would end the game and sour, unfortunately, the birthday of Gukesh. I played on my birthday a couple times. I never liked it because I always felt like if I lose, the worst, one of the saddest feelings, I know people in the chat will relate to this, is being sad on your birthday is something that, you just don't want to be. You want to be happy. But for these players, it's their entire life is chess. They will be sad if they lose.
It's his birthday. He can cry if he wants to. But Danya, I had a sad birthday. My 13th birthday, I want to say. I was playing for an IM norm, and I lost the game. And obviously that didn't feel very good.
And the worst is when like you're crying as a kid or as an adult, and like your parents try to cheer you up, and it just makes you cry more. Like it makes you feel worse.
Yeah.
This is taking a turn for the sad. And Gukesh is like, wait a second, guys, everything's under control. I haven't lost this game yet. Stop writing my obituary here. And there's plenty of defending left to do if he can avoid Queen B1. Would you go back to A4 or would you step up to D3? Well, there's our answer. Queen to A4, correctly chosen by Gukesh. Well done, avoiding all of the tricks and traps, zaps and pins. What is Fabi's follow-up?
You're asking me tough questions that I will try to answer. He could repeat moves, but I don't see why he would want to do that.
Fabiano Caruana?
Your impressions are definitely getting better, I have to say that. And they're already very good to start with.
Well, I would assign the percentage likelihood of him repeating here somewhere between 0 and the number of people who've cheated in Title Tuesday, which is a little bit less than Fabi's, like 87% or whatever, but still not very high.
Oh, yeah. Not diving into those numbers, that's for sure.
That is another, there's like, those like that hazardous symbol with the 3 circles marked radioactive.
Wait, what was that? The symbol you said? Sorry, I was reading your chat.
Yeah, like the radioactive or like the hazardous symbol that's often on like boxes. That,
yes,
like,
of course.
Yeah, like that's kind of what I'm envisioning in my mind right now. Okay.
I'm just reading your chat because I made a song reference and then people are saying there's another song and I got confused and I have to look it up.
About crying on your birthday?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty. But
I'm just looking at the lyrics to the other song that they mentioned.
As you do that, I will point out and answer some questions from my YouTube chat. Much love to you guys. Bishop to B3 is bad because of rook takes C8 check, and you can't take with the queen, nor do you want to take with the rook because you drop the A5 pawn. So any attempt at trapping the queen is going to result in the opposite effect. bishop to c6 runs into bishop to b5. This is well spotted by Gukesh because in the event of a trade, yeah, you get rid of the bishop pair, but white is going to start vacuuming up some of these weak pawns. Now, let alone the fact that black has a weak back rank. This is actually one of the only big assets that white has, tactically speaking. Black hasn't found the time to make some luft. And Fabi doesn't have that much time left either. That's another valuable advantage. Gukesh, 10 minutes up on the clock. And that's what he was missing in his game against Arjun, which he almost saved. If he had that time cushion, he might have completed the job.
Time is not quite of the essence, but it is really
It's of the
important
essence.
in It's funny because I walked right into it and I still didn't think that you were going to go for it. So I appreciate that one. But Danya, at
I'm
this
always at your
stage,
behest. Go ahead.
well, you can. I got nothing. I was going to say something and I had nothing in the pun department. But what I was going to say about the chess is that for Fabi, if he just repeats moves, like a draw is definitely not a bad result considering coming into the game. That's usually what they aim for, to hold with the black pieces. He shouldn't just acquiesce and agree like, oh, I'm done with this game. But maybe
Acquiesce?
he'll. Oh goodness,
Sorry.
my name just rhymes with too many things.
I promise I won't rob you of any more name puns.
You promise?
I promise. Oh my god.
That sounds like.
That's like a Spanish word for like promesa. Te prometo, no?
Oh my goodness, you and your accents. But I think I just for Fabi repeating once couldn't hurt, and it is move 28. If they get to move 40, they get 10 seconds of bonus time with each move played, and I think Fabi could definitely use that. He doesn't want to be in tremendous time trouble.
Well, he's digging himself into that tremendous time trouble because not seeing a concrete path forward, and I wouldn't be completely stunned if we saw a 3-time repetition. I think, again, I keep talking like the straw man, like all the chess fans who will be furious. So I would caution people against like looking at the eval bar, saying, oh, it's 0.6. Like, why is Fabi not playing for a win? Because it's absolutely a position where he's risking, right? Like, you can easily lose control of the game here because White's pieces, they're well coordinated. There's a bishop pair. So Fabi's leading the tournament. He's got the black pieces here. I think he believes in his chances in an Armageddon. Like the further down his clock ticks, the less surprised I'd be if we see a quick an anticlimactic finish to this game. I hope we don't, but objectively, I think it's a possibility.
I'm just looking. Oh, a move was
Look at
played.
that timing. Look at that commentator timing right there.
He goes rook c to b8, and I think it's a really good decision for him because for Gukesh, he's not expecting Fabiano to repeat moves and make a draw, and he may second guess his previous decision and just choose a different direction. But queen to c2 would allow rook c8, and Fabi could just continue repeating moves, but he probably wants
Whoa.
something more.
Did
Whatever.
Arjun blunder? Oh, we're getting some
Let's see.
alert here. Okay, it wasn't a mass. No, Arjun is losing hope in his position. He made a bad move. And I'm keeping an eye on the Fabi game. We'll let you know if they make that draw and start the Armageddon. But yeah, I do think we should. And Gukesh has played Queen C2, so I'm keeping an eye on the Fabi game. Look at what's happened in the Magnus game. He's found Arjun has allowed a rook trade under the worst possible circumstances, or so it seems to me.
Well, what Arjun wants clearly is to line his rook and queen up and blockade the b pawn. And the issue for him that he is going to have to figure out is that the black king is also in danger. So it's not like, for example, b4, rook b6. It looks like you've frozen white and no moves can really be made to make progress. But rook e1 will always be an option at the very least, threatening a back rank checkmate. So Arjun will have his hands full, stopping a passer that's going full steam ahead, and then also trying to protect his king, which has minimal defense.
And by the way, Fabiano does not want the moniker of Fabi the Repeater, of Vlad the Implier. Fabi the Repeater, I mean, Edward the Confessor. I mean, all the players are confessors, with the confessional booth being in constant use. But I got to confess that Arjun's already doing his best here against Carlsen. It's so debilitating, demoralizing to have a pawn down position like this. All these players are human. right? The fact that they have a high number next to their name doesn't mean that they're not subject to this depression that creeps upon you when you realize the magnitude of the task of defending a position like this against, essentially stockfish.
Magnus, he just knows how to handle these positions, and I think we can put on the board done it because b4, rook b6. I think that's like a major idea just to try to line your queen and rook up, and then after rook to e1, I don't really know how you're expected to deal with the back rank checkmate because queen b8 or to keep your queen protecting the rook on b6 and stopping the mate. I think rook e8 check is just winning, right?
Actually, this reminds me of this game that like Soviet coaches like to show in the Avro tournament between like Reshevsky and Alekhine, I want to say. And the game is meant to show that this is not an easy endgame to win if black can induce the move f3. Like, if I give you this check on e4, that's all I know about this endgame, that if white has to play f3, I actually think that it's drawable.
You said Avro, right? And I almost typed in
Averbach.
I almost typed in Zurich 1953 because that's the other super famous tournament, but Alyakin obviously had passed before that tournament existed. So I am trying to find that game.
Maybe not like around the time of the Avro tournament. It is definitely Alekhine Reshevsky, or maybe I'm spitballing and BSing as usual.
And what was the result in that one? Oh,
I think it was a draw.
I found it.
Really? Is it similar in any remote way?
It is extremely similar. White had a queen behind a passed a pawn, and it's the same kingside pawn structure. So good on you.
I mean, I do have the capacity of showing this game, but only if you think it's important, or I don't want to derail the conversation.
I think that. Let me just make sure that no moves are coming in after b4. So if you don't mind, I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, I'll just make a new window capture, and I need to find this game in chess space. So Alekhine Rush. It was in the Avro tournament. Okay.
You're correct. You're spot on.
All right, we get it. You like to congratulate yourself, Mr. Naroditsky. Now show us the darn game and move on. Yep, got it. I heard you. I know what chat is thinking. Capture, and we want the chess base. Yes, very good. This one, yeah. And now we want to make a bit smaller the screen. There we go. So I'm gonna hide our cameras here. It's not the best scene, but I'll remove this momentarily. People can see what I'm talking about. It's this endgame. And even though you have the queen behind the pawn, it looks dead lost. White essentially can never move his queen from a2 because of the prospect of a perpetual check. Alekhine tried. He tried to dance this way, that way, the other way. Was not able to make any headway. And
there's a big difference, Danya, and it's actually kind of an ironic one because typically we like having outside pass pawns in endgames with reduced material. But if you go back to when the queen was on a6 for black and the white queen was on a2.
Okay, so earlier, yeah.
The big issue for white is that queen on a6, it actually has a longer diagonal to work with because the e2 square. Whereas if in the game, if you can actually sort of minimize the chess space scene a little bit so we can see the game.
Or I can just shift it to the left. So this will help us see the fact that the queen no longer has access to f2 here, right?
Wow, I didn't even know you could do that. But yes, exactly what it's very hard to see on that.
Yeah. I shifted everything to the right one file.
Right. So the queen doesn't gain access to it in a checking square. So with the limited scope of the black queen, white can successfully bring his own queen up and then try to dislodge the black queen from its square. And I don't think your pawn on g4 is helpful in some of these positions, but still, the points to hold is you're showing that the white queen can dislodge the black queen and the b pawn goes.
And because I shifted things to the right, black is left without the prospect of a perpetual check, and we will be left without this darn annoying chess base board when I remove it, which I have just done. I know speak good.
You speak very well, and your memory is superb.
Thank you. I'm not worthy of these. Actually, Shimana before the show asked me to stop complimenting him, and with you, I just I might have to have the same request. I'm supposed to be the one praising you because you're my commentary role model, and I don't know if I react well to compliments. I just get flustered and I don't know what to say, and I'm not used to feeling these feelings.
Oh, well, you're overly kind, and I appreciate you, and we're having a good time. It seems like chat is also having a great time. I see a lot of people thanking you for bringing up that game and showing it. It really, honestly, was a great pull. Like uh, obviously have seen similar end games, but I would not have been able to. Uh, I didn't know that game like off the top of my head, and so it's cool to see how you learn from the great predecessors.
Great reference to a great series, and I have to thank my coaches, Alexander Kalinin, who was my coach when I won the Under 12 World Youth. He was a big fan, obviously, of these types of classic games, and being able to call them to mind. It's helpful in a very concrete sense, right? It gives you a roadmap. I think a lot of younger players, they like to fantasize about, oh, like show me how to play in this exact position. That's not how pattern recognition based knowledge works, right? You can't predict the exact position you're going to have, but learning based on position type can help you steer your play in the approximate right direction. And Magnus' B pawn is definitely going in the right direction. It is going straight up the board. Arjun does play h5, but it's a day late and a dollar short.
What's his idea exactly, Arjun's? Of course, he's just making space for his king, so it's harder to checkmate the black king, and it can always hide on h7. But at b5, like, what is the actual?
Oops, sorry, wrong board. What am I doing? I'm meddling with the live board rather than the analysis board. Yeah, if b5, what is the idea? Your mom? Just kidding.
So rook b6, rook e1, right? The same thing, where I'm going to sacrifice my rook on e8 and then take your rook on b6.
In today's video, but then again, black has this queen e1, queen e4 check, right? Like if I go rook b6, you go rook e1, I go queen b8. If you rush the move rook e8, I take it, check you, and check you. But queen d7 is an option, isn't it?
Go queen e7 looks
And D's
pretty
knights,
good.
rook e8 is coming, and I'm going to build a wooden shield in the right triangle and drive, rotate the juicer up to e8, and white is up a juicer on b5. Hikaru is not thinking like this, by the way. He only does that when he's in a good position. I can guarantee you the word juicer is not entering his mind right now against Wei Yi as he struggles in a unpleasant endgame, much like Arjun.
But I still think I'm like trying to calculate it's a deep variation. But Danya, if you said a queen d7, right? Let's
Yeah.
go. I think it might be instructive to go rook e8 check. So I'm gonna take on b6. You're gonna check me. I'm gonna go king g2, king f1. Like, can I run away?
King f1?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the point for the chat here to understand is like black is not going for the h pawn because that hands the tempo off to white. I'm going to start checking you, but I'm going to do so laterally. Are you going up?
I have to go up.
I mean, you're not saying anything, so I'm afraid I'm winding
Well,
myself into a mating net.
I'm watching on the stream, which I think is a little bit delayed. So I'm just trying to, like that 2 second delay that I have to figure out. So how are you gonna keep checking this white king?
Yeah, you've identified a target square, which is d4. Once the king reaches d5, I feel confident that it can escape all the way up to black side of the board.
And it's worth noting, Danya, that sometimes the king and pawn endgame, even without the b pawn, is winning.
Very well understood by you. Yeah, when the king gets to e5, just the 3-on-3 is already winning for white. I don't have the time to delve into that, but you can take our word for it. So black has to be more judicious about where he delivers these checks. That's kind of the point. You don't just want to like run, oh, it's perpetual, just check, check, check. The king will run away if you're not careful. And maybe even if you are. A great point, Robert. And this just adds to Arjun's suffering. The prospect of an endgame like this actually being losing.
I think, for Magnus, he knows these positions. He feels these positions, generally speaking, and that's why he's won so many games that most players would just shake hands, just agree to a draw and move on. Not in a position like this. The live board, white is up a pawn. No one's agreeing to a draw there. But there's so many examples where it may even be even material, and he still is able to get by his opponent. But Danya, b5 isn't played, and the position may already objectively be winning for white, but taking the clock into account, how is Arjun supposed to defend with 10.5 minutes?
Yeah, Magnus has it all but clocked up. And it'll take a miracle. Like, there's a certain point at which, in my mind, I'm like, okay, in order for this game to end in a draw, At this point, we will need some sort of massive misjudgment or mistake by Magnus. And with 30 plus minutes, I mean, just imagine you're sitting there just watching the position get worse and worse. You feel for Arjun, but an angry Magnus Carlsen wanting to avenge 2 straight Armageddon defeats is no easy opponent. Magnus is no easy opponent under any circumstances. And neither is Wei Yi. And neither's Fabi, by the way, who I just want to shout out the chat, who pointed me in the direction of this game. You guys are such an important participant collectively in our attempt to catch the interesting moments as they happen. Right? It's a collaborative effort, so all credit to the chat for pointing me to this game. Can I point us briefly in the direction of Fabi's game?
Let's go.
Just to commend the fact that he continues the fight and apparently has knight c3 here, among other things, to keep a big advantage.
Knight c3 is super nice.
It's knights, and it's nice. And I think it forces bishop takes d5, essentially.
It's such a funny tactic, Danya, because knight c3 doesn't actually, like, it threatens the bishop on c4, but the knight doesn't threaten anything.
Yeah, that's all it does.
It's a funny tactic, though, because usually moves like knight c3 come with check or hit a rook or something like that, but it actually just disconnects the white queen from the bishop, and if you trade bishops, the knight on c3 can step backwards and capture there, and if you take the knight, obviously, that's going to cause even more problems because the bishop is lost, and then the light squares, and the rook on f1, and the pawn on a3. Yeah.
We're going to start massaging some of these squares, and I'm not using massaging in a positive light. Fabi plays the alternative, the less flashy, but essentially exactly the same move, type of move, knight back to d6. Can Gukesh keep his bishop pair with bishop e2? Is this one of the negative downsides of knight to d6, or is the knight coming around to f5 in that case?
Yeah, knight c3 is flashy, knight d6 is sturdy, and as you're pointing out, knight to f5, it's always going to be good. Can't you just also take on a3 at some point and bring your rook into b3 and just claim space? And just, just not nice for white here.
Knight d6 is the working man's, I get stuff done and I make, the wheels turn kind of move. And the wheels are turning for Fabi. The clock is ticking for the birthday boy, Gukesh. And he might be 1 year older, but, an 18-year-old Gukesh and a 19-year-old Gukesh would be equally as miserable in this position. So 2 extra pawns, right? Magnus is an extra pawn. Fabi is an extra pawn.
3 extra pawns. Now Wei Yi is an extra pawn.
Oh, my God. Oh, my pawn.
But Danya, in that Wei Yi game, I actually think Hikaru has played magnificently well, and he's just relying on the threat, air quotes, of opposite colored bishops at some point, and that's what he's trying to rely on to hold the balance.
And by the way, just to tie a knot on this game, this is getting worse and worse for Gukesh, and Fabi is just keeping his foot on the gas pedal. Such a good job a few moves ago of not repeating, playing h6, which was the best move. I mentioned that he didn't find the time to make some luft. Well, he heard me. Thousands of miles away in Stavanger, dropped his knight back, eliminates the bishop pair. So the 2 big assets that I spoke of, both have been eliminated in the span of 2 moves. Let's take a look at the Hikaru game. And what an elegant transition, Robert. All 3 attacking players here are up a pawn. That doesn't happen every day. Only on Thursdays.
Thursday is the day before the rest day. Some players, they just get an extra day of rest by shipping it in. But here for Wei Yi, in particular, because he's the one who's had the advantage, he's trying to nurse this extra pawn into a full point. But something I mentioned while you were switching games is that if this light square bishop for Hikaru can take the knight, if those 2 pieces come off, immediately the game is a dead draw, because opposite colored bishops in an endgame of this nature means that it's just going to be a split point. But that's easier said than done, because the knight on a4 will drop back to c5, maybe even on this turn. And bishop takes c5 would be a huge mistake. You don't want bishops of the same color remaining. White, to make a draw, would like opposite color bishops.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it could not be possibly be more different, and could not be less of a dead draw. It's more of a living win for Wei Yi, because the bishop comes back. Again, I won't delve into this because it's never going to happen, but it is indeed a huge luxury when you're on the defending side, and the attacking side has to constantly avoid a particular kind of trade. It like puts the kibosh on so many like entire categories of options. How is Wei Yi going to squeeze realistic chances out of this? Well, to me, it seems like bishop d5 is an alternative to knight c5. So they're going to get something like this, Robert. And I think if white just sits patiently, relying on the bishop pair to cover all of the infiltration squares, Wei Yi is not going to get any meaningful attempts to win this game. White's got enough space. White has the prospect of pushing e4, getting the king to the center. I'm not seeing it. Hikaru will hold this. I'm pretty confident.
Wei Yi will try to go king f8, e7, d6, and hope that Hikaru goes full Fischer and takes that h7 pawn, potentially.
You mean full
But
Neiman?
well, that's
Bolshoi dusha stradayet maya.
that's one.
Shachmatigoryat sami zasibia. I just said chess speaks for itself with a very thick American accent.
I had no idea what you were saying, and it kind of scared me. But I now know, and I appreciate it. But yeah, I don't. Even if you get your pawn e5, Danya, can the black king go e8, d7, c6? It doesn't feel like it's just game over yet, and that Hikaru has nothing to worry about.
Actually, I heard every word you just said, I promise. But just some impromptu poetry. The word for soul, dusha, and for itself, zasibia, they actually rhyme. So if Hans really put some effort into it, he could have created a potential couplet that would have gotten Pushkin smiling in his grave. I don't know. For example, my soul suffers and my chest speaks for itself, and that is why they don't pay me the big bucks to publish the poetry collections in either language.
Well, I think that a lot of your fans would pay for a poetry book written by you.
I'm not worthy. What can I say? And neither is Hikaru worthy of the h7 pawn. But current life position is here. Wei Yi's time advantage has been frittered away. He's down to 16 minutes, so he doesn't have that as a trump card to rely on. I think I'm the most confident of the three results on the table. Probably that Magnus will win. And second is that Hikaru will hold. And I think the most uncertainty is still in the Fabi game, the most meat on the bone.
Fabi's so much better in his position, but I agree with you that with only one extra pawn, so many pieces still remaining, that it feels like it's not clear whether he will be able to convert or Gukesh will hold, and Hikaru has great chances to draw. But I think Magnus and Arjun have hit that critical moment where Arjun is going down the variation we spoke about, Danya. He brought his rook over to b6, his queen lined up with it on b7, and now I think it's time for Magnus to shift his rook to the open line, and as soon as I say it, he does it. I think Magnus knows he's winning.
Fantastic timing. Just as I click on the board, rook to e1 is delivered. Arjun responds instantly, queen b8 on the board. Will we see rook e8?
Queen d7 is hard to argue with if I'm but the question is the rook endgame.
Yes.
That should be winning, right?
So like queen d7, queen b7 takes?
Oh, it's winning. I think you're right. It's winning. Yeah, because
It's winning.
like queen d7, king g7, rook e8, queen d6, like that's what I'm talking about. Okay, or that.
Sorry. You're talking about queen d7 and which move in this? King g7?
Yeah, because the problem with queen b7 right away is I think you just go rook e8, queen d8, and checkmate. Maybe.
Yeah, but
Or was it-
I thought the problem with king g7 is that you might get mated. And Magnus has gone rook e8 check instantly. Whoa, not just following Robert Hess's advice, but doing so without a second thought.
But
Okay.
I'm having second thoughts because this is still winning. You could see the evaluation bar all the way up there. But if you don't mind, Danya, like putting the queenless position back on, however you want to do it, I don't really care so much.
I'm going to do it the way you propose. Rook e8, queen d6 takes. Yep.
Something like that. And then rook back to e1.
And this is
Isn't
just
this just
resigns.
winning?
And I should point out to people, why are we so like convinced that it's winning? Because this pawn acts as a decoy. That's not the game-winning factor, but white is going to use the time afforded to him. And you have to do it carefully. Like, you have to be judicious in how you do this. But essentially the point is, by the time black gets to c5, white's king is halfway down the board to destroy all of this pawn chain.
Exactly that. And what black would need is to somehow get activity and attack some of white's pawns, but f4, f5 is also a
Oy,
winning
oy,
idea
oy,
in
oy.
these positions for white, just trying to shatter the pawn structure. And you can also throw in a rook c1 check at some moment because if the black king were ever to take, you trade off more
Sorry,
pieces.
I
So
didn't mean to hurry you along.
no, no, it's fine. I'm like I said, I'm watching on the stream, so I always am like probably 2 seconds behind what you're doing. But I think we're on the same page, partner. And I think Magnus is on page 375 of Devretsky's endgame manual, and he knows he's winning.
And he's remembering the 2004 training camp he had with like Seaman Agdestein and Berge Ostenstad, where they spent a full day analyzing queen and 4 versus queen and 3. So Magnus relying on his encyclopedic endgame knowledge, but maybe rushing it a little bit. If we look, the computer is proposing h4, and I actually think this is a very instructive defensive resource. What do you try to do as the defending side is gin up any source of counterplay, any source of activity. And if the pawn reaches h3, Robert, like king f1, h3, black actually has at least something to suffer for, right? Queen e4, queen h1. Black has an
Queen
inkling.
c6.
Queen d8, no threat. King e2. And again, the Robert Hess approach, just bring the king to the center, evacuate it near black side of the camp, and the b pawn is too fast. Magnus will win the game.
I still get what you're saying because the pawn on h3 not only creates a checkmating net, it also gives you a pass pawn if black is ever able to take h2. It's a pipe dream. It's very far away. And in this game, I mean, Arjun went directly for the checks, and the king from Magnus, I wasn't calling him the king, but might as well. He steps back to f1. He is the endgame king. And Danya, this, as we were talking about, it has to be winning for white. And I'm going to take a quick step aside to refresh my glass of
Please
water.
take as long as you need. And big shout out to you, Robert. You called all of this. Magnus saying, take your Avro tournament, take your Reshevsky, and you leave it where the sun don't shine. The position, these subtle differences are what make all the difference between a draw and a win in any endgame, not just a queen endgame like this, but such an instructive lesson for people who are looking to use these games to further your own chess development that it's so easy to just assume this is perpetual. The king is left alone with the queen, but by zigging and zagging, using the white queen kind of as a security blanket, the king makes his way toward black side of the board, and eventually black will run out of checks. Well, Arjun's almost out of time. And while we're out of a Robert Hess, just a big shout out to those watching from Robert's Twitch channel, those watching on my YouTube channel, my Twitch channel as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you for choosing us over all of the other available options, and we know there are many options available. We are very flattered. We appreciate all the subscriptions. I don't have the brain power to thank and to keep track of all the subscriptions and all the financial support we're getting, which is does not diminish our appreciation in the slightest. So thank you to everybody who chooses to subscribe or to support us just with your eyeballs. Okay. I'm looking at the Gukesh game. I'm also looking at the women's tournament here on my phone. Fabi continues to nurse that extra pawn. Just going to see if there's any results or major developments in the women's game. Okay, so let's see here. We have Humpy Canero and Ju and Jun are going to draw their game. And it looks like Lei Tingjie has, has a overwhelming advantage against Sarah Kadem. Not surprising there, but Lei Tingjie has played a superb positional game. Just superb. Absolutely superb. And she's going to win her game as well. I'm going to keep the Magnus game up here on the small board. And I'm going to bring up Lei Tingjie's game on the big board really quickly, just to show you all how bad this endgame is for Sarah. And I'm going to prepare the two-board view here and just make this board a little bit bigger. Yeah, so this is going to be Magnus. Arjun starts to deliver the barrage of checks, but these will end up as spite checks. Nor will he be helped by the 10-second increment that kicks in after move 40. That's not a relevant factor here. On the big board, we have, what do we have? We have an endgame material is equal, but black's knight is completely paralyzed. I think Lei Tingjie should seriously consider the move a5 to fix the pawn on a6. And this does not smell good for black at all. Just like a5, get the rook down to b6 or up to a8, and Lei Tingjie will hammer in the final nail in the coffin. I think this one's essentially over. Yeah, so Ju and Jun's game will go to Armageddon. We will get it to you once they start that Armageddon, but they're still playing their classical game. It's just a dead drawn endgame. In the meantime, I'm going to bring up the Fabi game on our second board. How's everyone doing? Hope you're enjoying the round. Hope you're enjoying the party. Speaking of party, we got a wild Grandmaster Hess, who I think has appeared, to take his rightful place at the head of the party. And,
What I missed, Daniel.
Yeah, briefly covered Lei Tingjie's game. She's winning in the endgame against Sarah Kadem. Ju and Jun and Humpy will draw their game with 99% certainty and accuracy. So I've brought up the two-board view here with Magnus on the small board and Fabi on the big board.
And we see that, I mean, Arjun is chasing Magnus's king around, but for Arjun, minute 5 seconds, it's already objectively lost. But even if it weren't, I think that with that kind of time, it's reminiscent of Gukesh against Magnus, where you make the wrong queen check and you have no chance anymore.
Indeedovich. I called Hans Polygrafovich yesterday. People liked that one.
You've got so many lines up, like one-liners just up your sleeve, waiting, ready to be used.
I don't have the same number of puns, but I will make the occasional pun in Russian. That's the thing. If it's like, I think the hardest thing about like a second language or a language that you are fluent in but not, as comfortable in is like it's harder to incorporate high-level humor. But I do my best, and I'm proud of the product. But it's a sad product here for Gukesh. Although as the clock dwindles, I think the role of time pressure increases, and that's what Gukesh wants at this point. He wants a time scramble,
Which is somewhat interesting because Gukesh isn't known for his blitz skills. And I think for Fabi, who has had many games come down to the wire where he himself has misstepped, that is kind of territory neither of them want. But for Fabi, I think he can press forward as he is up a pawn. His knights are looking menacing in the center. But the question is, Danya, how to actually go forward for black when you have under 11 minutes.
And I would just echo your point. Remember the game in the Olympiad, USA versus India? That absolutely phenomenal victory by Gukesh over Fabi. Of course, I was rooting for Fabi, but as a fan of good chess, I was so impressed with Gukesh's composure. Fabi made a mistake on move 40 right as he was entering time control, and that is something he has struggled with in the last few years, right? The last few moves before a time control, the all-out time scrambles. Knight back to f6. Not approved of by Mr. Polygrafovich Stukfishovich.
That question mark is totally unnecessary, and I don't actually buy it. Like, there's nothing wrong with that move. There must have been something better. I'll look. I'll do us all the favor. Okay, King H7 was the number one recommendation, at least on this on-site engine. But not really the most obvious move. King H7.
King H7. I mean, what are you talking about? Very obvious move. King H7. Yeah, I forgot to mention it. That's what I wanted to play. I brought up the eval bar, by the way, in the Fabi game as well.
Thank you for that. And you could see King H7 was like -1 or something like that, and this is like minus what, 0.6.
So it's obviously a big mistake. How could Fabi ever want to defend his other knight? What an amateur.
And not put his king in a place where his knight gets pinned.
Exactly.
What a decision that was.
Well, is he trying to put a pawn on e4? Like, is that the upshot here? He wants to play e4, rid himself of the what is a target on e5, and then eventually the queen will gain mobility to jump over to a6. So is his idea to play pawn e4, or is it just to like stabilize the knight on d5 and play queen f5 or something?
I like queen f5 a lot. I think that makes perfect sense. Where you activate your queen, the queen can, depending on how white responds, get into very key squares in the position. So queen f5, that speaks to me as well.
Der espresso. Thank you for the prime. Just as I take a sip of sadly not espresso, but um, it is a caffeinated beverage, so at least I'm thankful for that.
Indeed. Sorry, I'm looking at the Arjun game, or at least the last few moves that Arjun is making here with King to G7.
20
I'm trying to
seconds.
figure out if he's coming up with a trap of some sort, or if Magnus can just move his queen to C6 and then bring his king in.
I'm afraid to be the one to ask that question. Like you don't want to be the one to blunder. It's like the Bobby Fischer story, which I've told before, like the one where as Fabi exchanges rooks, like I don't know where I heard this, but in the Olympiad one time, Fischer is showing his game to his fellow American teammates, Pal Benko and others. And at one point, Fischer shows the move his opponent played, and he starts cracking up uncontrollably. Like, my opponent played this move, like implying that it's the stupidest move in the history of stupid moves. Like, must blunder a queen. And Benko, I think, is saying, like, doesn't blunder a queen. None of Fischer's teammates understand why it's a bad move, but they start pretending to laugh so that they don't look even stupider than his opponent. Because clearly it was very obvious to Fischer why the move was bad. Queen C6.
In an age before engines, Danya, that's you could get away with that kind of stuff. Now it's just you open it up and you're told what the best move is every time, so you don't even have to stare nervously at the person laughing. But Danya, there is a mistake that can be made by Magnus. Queen F6 check followed by pawn to B6. It's kind of what you want to do because you want to get your pawn going as quickly as possible, but that's how you lose winning positions.
That is a Botez Gambit. I'm going to violate the golden rule. Put it on the live board here. This is me playing these moves, not Magnus. I'll blunder a queen on his behalf because he certainly won't be doing that. He will be playing Queen C6. But even Magnus, I think for younger players watching us, just the patience, right? He is the greatest endgame player in history, and he's still taking the discipline, the time to make sure that Arjun doesn't have any shenanigans. Queen C6, Queen E2, Robert. Also, we should point out, potentially I could see Magnus giving all three of these pawns up. It's the B pawn that does the heavy lifting here for white.
Two queens beat a queen and three pawns. So even if black scoops all of them up, as you're saying, as long as the B pawn gets to the other side, which it really should. And the time situation, Danya, 23 seconds left for Arjun. So even if he could make a draw with every single best move, which he can't at this stage, he probably wouldn't be able to do so given his lack of ability to calculate without so much time.
You know how to say draw in Russian?
I used to at least.
Nichia. It
Nietzsche,
literally
yeah.
means nobody's. So there's a kit, like a children's nursery pun, whatever. Like, oh, somebody is in a lost position, points to a stray cat and says, whose cat is that? And in Russian, you would say nobody's. Nichia. Chaya это кошка. Nichia. Согласен. I agree. And he extends his hand. Ha ha. Funny. It's like a verbal Rosen trap kind of thing.
Have you ever played anybody who tries to get you to sign the score sheet, you win the game, and they like put half half and try to get you to sign it?
Yeah, similar like in the Pan American Championships in Ecuador and in the World Youth that I played, they taught us to confirm verbally with your opponent that they resigned because the opponent could extend their hand and then pretend that they offered a draw. I've heard the stories. I've never actually faced someone like that. But I've heard stories of like kids offering draws and then saying that they never offered them. I've told that story one time of somebody trying to cheat me and ending up blundering a piece many times. And yeah, I technically admitted to violating the rules of American chess, and I was 7 years old. So I think court awaits.
You're a criminal. Yeah, you're a criminal.
All right. What are you implying there?
Just that you're very interesting.
I'm just asking you interesting questions. But Magnus Carlsen is not going to be asking a lot of questions about the result of the game because after Queen C6, that result, I think, is determined. That was
Queen C6.
clunky.
Hey, it's okay.
Not my greatest
Queen,
transition.
I'll forgive you. Don't worry. And I think nobody noticed, and they don't hear us talking about it either. So, just the two of us here.
Just the two of us. Why is
Did you
Magnus
see?
thinking for this long?
I don't know, and I also don't. Fabi's last one, Queen E5 to E8. Like he just took away his queen centralization, at least in the absolute middle of the board. What do you think is the point of that to get a Rook C8 in?
By the way, a very sadistic move by Magnus. He's just enjoying his positioning. Make a move, Arjun. Make a move. Typical Magnus, and h4 is one of many equivalent winning moves. To answer your question, just trying to bide his time, prepare rook c8. But he's not making progress.
Arjun got that move off with 5 seconds remaining. Just to note, queen to d3. But can't Magnus just go queen c6, c5? Does it matter?
Well, I don't want to give up the f pawn if I can avoid it. So that's the only downside of queen c6. But queen c5, you got to be careful not to get mated. Like, I would be a little bit nervous about doing that against Arjun.
I don't see the checkmate, but I do get the point you're trying to make. And so Magnus would have to calculate before he puts his queen on that square. But he has 21 minutes to calculate.
I wouldn't rule out queen f6 check, followed by queen c6 as well. I mean, there's like a menu of options here that win the game. All roads lead to Stavanger.
I feel like he enjoys the fact that the black king's on g7 because there might be some counter checks, like a queen d4 at the right moment, checking the king on g7.
He's not in a hurry. He's enjoying everything about this game and this endgame and just soaking in a game which in his mind, he's already won. Not in the sense that he can just randomly make a move. He's still going to be careful, but he's going to prolong this experience. And Arjun has 7 seconds.
Make that
5 seconds, 2 seconds to make his next move, which might be to extend his hand in resignation.
You got queen f5 check off, but king d6, queen e6 is just a single check, and the king goes to c7. No more checks. The b pawn rolls. f2 is defended for good measure, and that's good night.
And we're watching the blood, the last drops of blood here, extracted by the surgical hand of Magnus Carlsen, the greatest endgame player, and a vintage Magnus victory. This one is right out of the Magnus textbook. Typical. Great opening choice, surgical precision once he got the advantage, and just feeling the position better than his opponent. Valiant play by Arjun, but it wasn't enough resistance. This was classic Magnus right here. El Clasico in his home country.
He isolated Arjun's a pawn, then won it. He had an extra pawn, and you could tell, Danya, once that capture on f6 happened and Arjun paused, you knew that he was in trouble because normally after a sequence of trades, you just play your follow-up quickly, but he paused for quite a long time, and Magnus slows down for nobody. Another win in classical chess for Carlsen. I say another because he beat Gukesh. Now he beats Arjun. The young players from India are not having a great time against the world number one.
Well, I will replace that with the Hikaru game, and I'll mention that you really felt that position. I think you sensed the danger very early on, earlier than I did. Right out of the opening, it felt like Arjun wasn't comfortable. That e6 move that turned out to be one of the several reasons that he ultimately felt it necessary to sacrifice a pawn, but didn't generate enough activity. No shame in losing a game like that. It was a great fight. It was an instructive game, and Arjun is still as dangerous as he always is. He'll have many more chances to fight the king, and maybe next time he won't miss. Well, Gukesh doesn't miss. He puts his queen on d4. The world champion will not blunder his queen today.
No, he will not. And 7 minutes for, I was going to say Hikaru, for Fabiano, and 9.5 for Gukesh. That's legitimate time trouble at this stage because 10 seconds increment with every move play, that's good to be able to rebuild your clock. But there's a queen on d4, knight on f5. The bishop could sacrifice on h6. And from the black side, you're up a pawn, and you're really trying to get something going, but you're kind of blockaded for the time being.
Yeah, it's so weird how black's almost uncomfortable here. Like, first of all, there's all these forks and nasty little zaps and traps. And even if the knight drops back to g3, well, there's another problem. Now the pawn on e4 is a weakness, right? Again, I called him Magnus. I guess that's a compliment. Fabiano engineered this whole reconstruction, this perestroika, in order to rid himself of what used to be a weakness on e5. Now it's become an even bigger weakness on e4. So what, he's going to now put it on e3 and just give it away?
But e4 is not hanging for the time being because the bishop on c1 is not
But
defended
bishop
well
d2, big
enough.
threat, yeah, double attack.
This is a frustrating position.
This is what Jonathan Rosen calls the goalkeeper's glory, right? And conversely, the frustration of being the side that converts an advantage like this. It looks like you're having all the fun. No, you're not, right? Because you feel that burden, that onus. I have to win the game. I have a golden opportunity. And that often causes panic when the winning isn't happening.
That's a funny phrase. The winning isn't happening. And someone's asking, is the Gukesh Fabi game Armageddon? It's a funny question given how much time they have left. But no, this is the classical chess game. They're just both down into blitz territory, at least nearing it. And for Gukesh, the fact that he's not playing knight g3 right away, Danya, could he be looking at knight e3, trying to trade off more pieces? And what do you make of that transition if knight e3 is in fact played?
It tells me that either he's thinking about knight e3, which I don't like, by the way, because of knight f4. And that grants, I think, the black knight just a massive prospect. Rook takes c1 becomes a threat. I think he might be worried about something in response to knight g3. And the move, according to the computer, is rook c2. And I think it is the move that's worrying Gukesh, because you made a great point, Robert, about knight takes c4 not being possible because the bishop is going to be lost. But bishop d2 here, maybe b3. And what's amazing is that even here, you can't play knight takes c4 because of this beautiful overloading tactic, rook takes d2. So the bishop cannot find any relief, whether it's on c1, whether it's on d2. It looks like White can hold the balance here more or less with the move b3, but this is a really hard move to figure out, that you can actually fianchetto in this position.
That's a joke of a move because you also invite the knight to c3. So I
It's a
understand why it
Djokovic
might
of a
be
move.
good. It's I don't even think I don't even know what to say to that because uh,
I'm
it's
gonna
just
report to federal prison or federal prison if I make one more of these puns.
oh yeah, no doll for you, no doll.
All right,
So
Roger
yeah,
that. Go
this
ahead.
I'm out of them. I'm out of ideas. I'm
I'll
just
be
trying to figure
imprisoned in
out.
Alcaraz prison.
Oh yeah. I give up. You just keep going. This is a one man show at this point.
Just the way I like it. No, just kidding. I don't like what's happening for Gukesh. I don't like how the clock, it has this weird property. It goes down. Kind of like your credit card, but the other way around.
The other way around? In what way?
Well, like, credit cards, the number there that you have to pay off goes up, but the clock,
Ah,
it goes down.
and your credit score can go in either direction depending on.
Also, if you're not careful, like some grandmasters are, it can also go down, unfortunately.
Ay. What a festival it is out here.
Okay, so we have, let's give some love, speaking of tennis puns, to Hikaru. He's still holding things together nicely. He's gotten his king to the center. He doesn't have to do anything here. I think that's the key point. Bishop d2, bishop e1. Just sit. Well, he is sitting. Proverbially sit.
Well, we don't know if he's sitting. We don't see him unless you're looking at the cams. But this position is one where, yeah, Hikaru can just shuffle back and forth as best he can. And Fabiano, I don't know if he's impatient or just making strong moves, but is this about to transpose? Because Bishop d2, you saw that Rook c2 idea played earlier. The e4 pawn's still not threatened because the bishop on c1 is loose. I'm starting to appreciate Fabi's position more and more, and I think that Gukesh is in for a difficult defensive task.
It might transpose. He's posing a lot of problems to Gukesh, all revolving around the bishop. b3 tells us that I think Fabi saw that Gukesh could play b3, and he says, I'm going to take that parking spot before you can even think of it. Don't even think about it. Now, the drawback of b3 is that White doesn't have to move this bishop at all. Apparently, queen to a4 here is a very strong move because it's surprisingly difficult for Black to defend the b-pawn. But that is such a hard move to see. It's like a weird lateral move, bringing the queen away from the center. Bishop d2 is such an instinct, right? It's the move your hand wants to play, and it's not the move that Gukesh's fans want him to play.
But Queen a4 is so weird. Like knight b6 hits the queen, protects b3 all at once, and f3.
Oh, God. What a tactical... I wasn't even thinking about the x-ray, so it's great tactical awareness, but Fabi might be becoming a Gukesh's king pretty soon. Black will sacrifice the pawn back, but rook c2 here. Ooh.
Yeah, I think you'd gladly give back this pawn on e4. The white king is exposed, and f takes e4 leaves white with an isolated pawn as well. Danya, rook c2 looks very strong.
Rook c2, and White's king better have written a last will and testament, appointed some heirs, because rook c2, f takes e4, Black can just calmly move the knight away from d5, maybe back to e7, and then up around through g6 to h4. That's not on Gukesh's bingo card, but let's fasten our seatbelts, Robert. Pour yourselves a favorite drink. Get comfortable, because we're in for some blitz action here to end this game. Things are going to happen.
I mean, Fabi should be salivating at this opportunity because the e4 pawn is threatened by four of white's pieces, but importantly, white will have to take at the end with a pawn rather than a piece because the bishop on c1 remains loose. I like what you were saying about knight e7 to g6 to h4. That's going to hurt. And look at this. Fabi starts with rook to c2, and Gukesh is under 5 minutes now, Danya. This position seems much easier to play for black all of a sudden, and yeah, you restore material equality, but you're much, much worse here if you are Gukesh. I think his desire right now is to play f3 back to f2.
And while I think some criticism of Fabi's time scrambling ability is warranted, he's 3,200 on chess.com currently. He has plenty blitz skill to navigate this type of position. He's got over 5 minutes, and compared to what you start with in a 3-minute game, that is, like, if you rephrase this, that's such a luxury. Except when you're sitting at the board and watching the clock tick down, it feels so much different. This is a big moment.
Tick, tick, tick. This is huge. And for Fabi, knight e7 feels automatic. What's the other squares for? b6 and c7. That looks wrong. So there it goes. Back towards the center. And what does white even do here? Because the bishop on c1 would like to get out somehow. But a move like bishop d2, it probably walks into knight c6 with tempo, as you're showing with your highlights. Like, just, the knights are just too strong.
And look at just the knight winding its tentacles like an octopus with like a million tentacles, extending its clutches onto both sides of the board, threatening to go to g6 and threatening to go to c6 and to e5 and to d3 and to f3 in some cases. There's just so much to keep track of for Gukesh, and the fact that he's just restored the material balance is totally inconsequential unless he can get this position under control. Control is what he's losing here rapidly.
Look at that knight on g3. And that's also a loose piece. There could be some tactics in the future where black exploits that. And the e4 pawn that white now has, good
Great
for you.
Move. Great move by Gukesh here. Bishop takes h6 is a big threat.
I was wondering if bishop h6 works because knight c6. Is that a
No, I don't think it
good
works
response?
after knight c6 because of knight takes d4.
No, I'm saying even if you had a free turn bishop h6, would knight c6 be still good for black?
Oh. Queen e3, I feel like.
But it's risky, right?
Your
Like,
point is well
white-
taken, but why not start with knight c6? Why flirt with that idea at all? And Fabi takes my advice, which is always a very bad idea.
Well, he goes knight c6. He can centralize the knight, and I don't see a problem with knight to e5. But maybe the one issue with knight e5 is it takes away the queen square. I don't see why black has to park a knight e5 just yet. And if knight f5 is a threat, oh, because then e4 will drop. So maybe there's a better waiting move for black.
Knight e5, this is such good tactical thing, heads up thinking by Gukesh, and he's keeping his head up in this position. He's always fighting for the initiative. And let me just quickly put this on the board, folks. Knight e5, knight f5, and I'd be terrified here suddenly as black. There's knight d4. That's a fork. Queen g3 is a massive threat. The bishop waiting to sacrifice itself on h6. So you, as you said, Robert, it's very important to maintain contact with e4 so that white is discouraged from playing knight f5. So queen to c4 here, that looks like a reasonable semi-waiting move, putting more pressure on this bishop. But Fabi, let's not pretend that it's a done deal. It is far from a done deal, and it's far from a 2-result game for the time being. It's a 3-result game, and you better believe it.
Well, I think we best believe that Fabi can find queen c4. Remember what he did against Wei Yi a couple rounds ago? That's his square. And queen c4, it allows for a queen trade on d4 or c5, where black's activity leaves him with a huge advantage. So queen c4 is an excellent find, Danya, and I think that Fabi very well is going to play that.
I was going to propose queen e5, but then I realized it is very important to keep track of the b pawn, because that pawn is what gives black the endgame advantage should the queens come off the board.
I really like the move queen c4. And for Fabiano, down to about 3 minutes, these players are approaching some serious time trouble. But king h7, is that prophylactic?
I like the way you said that, and that move is smooth. Fabi just passing the turn to Gukesh, bringing the king to a safer square, eliminating in the long run the possibility of a sack on h6. And once again, maintaining contact of the e-pawn, so knight f5 is off the table.
Wow, king h7 is a fantastic move.
What if Gukesh says, how about a fantastic move, man? What if king h1? Like, what is Fabi's follow-up?
I think that he will probably then. Can he then play knight e5?
Oh. Yeah, that looks a lot stronger. I agree.
He's just avoiding any sort of pins on the g file. Queen g3 is a one move threat, a pretty big one of checkmate. But it just feels like king h7 is a much safer square for the black king.
And he just says, Gukesh, in very simple terms, make a move. Right? Let's take all the highfalutin calculations off the table. Make a move. And it's not that white is in Zugzwang, but white is kind of in Zugzwang.
Yeah, it's really difficult to make a move here because the bishop on c1, it can move out to d2, and that's great for you, right? You get one square forward, but the b2 pawn drops in many of those positions. So I don't really know what to recommend.
2 minutes now for the rest of the game. The time pressure in Norway chess has been brutal for almost everybody. But Gukesh knows all about time pressure. That is what ultimately cost him the game against his compatriot Arjun a few rounds ago. And those seconds, when you watch them tick down and you look back at the board, your position brings you no relief. Can he find a miracle to stave off another crushing defeat? Can the world champion dig deep into his bag of tricks? It's looking less and less likely with every ticking second.
And I don't even know what move white should play here because there are no threats possible. You may try to prevent your opponent, in this case Fabi, from doing something that's going to hurt you, but white cannot create threats himself. King h7, that means that you're passing the turn back to white. Down at knight f5, we talked about drops the e4 pawn. That's not going to be good news. So I really do not have an idea for white.
Breaking news alert. As predicted, Humpy and Ju and Jun have drawn their classical game. They'll get the Armageddon underway soon. And Lei Tingjie is having a lot of problems converting what was initially a completely winning endgame against Sara Kadem. They're in a time scramble as well. I'm going to replace the Wei Yi game if that's okay with you. Or should we keep it on the board? I think the Sara Kadem game just quickly going to show what's going on there.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea given the dynamics that are still in that position. Bishop and rook. Look at those pawns, by the way. Double isolated A pawns, double isolated G pawns, and rook e7 getting an exclamation point for Lei Tingjie.
And should anything happen in the Hikaru game, I will immediately flip that on. I've got that up on my phone. Gukesh down to 30 seconds, and he finds the computer move, rook f2. That was the top engine move. But does it bring any relief after queen c4?
I doubt you want
that arrow, not even close.
I highly doubt you want to take on c2 and give black a pawn one square away from promotion. So what is
Bishop
white's
d2
follow-up?
And rook takes f6 is a threat?
Okay, you're speaking to me now. I get it. You're trying to.
In English?
Is that even a threat? Like queen c4, bishop d2, rook takes b2, rook takes f6, rook takes d2.
Rook takes c6, you have rook d1. No, queen takes d2.
And you have knight f5 at the end.
The queen c5, queen f8, but took a draw probably, yeah? Do you think people have any idea what we're talking about or even which game we're referring to?
Zero clue.
We're talking about the Fabiano game. Should I put it on the board?
Yeah, if you bring up on the smaller board or something, I guess we could show some moves there. Impossible.
Let's just focus on the Fabi game because this is the most interesting game. The Lei Tingjie, I think, is going to win. So we have this game up on both of our boards. The big board's the analysis board, folks. Queen e5 played, though, he stops me from showing any of these lines because he takes a different tack with the queen. Also excellent. Excellent move.
In fact, that's probably much stronger because it doesn't
Yeah.
allow even the inkling of these exchange sacrifices on f6. Queen d4 is still an idea, trying to trade queens. The b2 pawn remains loose, and queen d4 actually is a pretty sizable threat.
Queen f4
Whoa.
played by Gukesh just now. Oh, queen d4.
Queen d4 is good tactically, but what is wrong with queen takes f4,
Yeah,
bishop takes
bishop.
f4, and then like knight
Knight d.
d7 to
You're so positional and so strong. I was thinking queen f4, bishop f4, and then like knight b4. But I love knight d7.
I guess we're trying to do the same thing, and I'm just trying to use the knight on f6. Knight b4 for some reason felt a little bit loosey goosey,
But
but
wait a
maybe
second,
it's
Robert. Let me just interrupt you. It must be
yeah.
something more convincing here. What about rook takes f2?
Yep.
And I guess white plays king takes f2, and white is somehow surviving more or less here. I mean, Fabi has so many good options here, but that actually hurts him because he's down to 90 seconds now, and anything can happen. We already know that when the clock ticks down closer and closer to zero.
And I mean, in the current position, it's not like white has a threat. So it's all about now finding the best continuation for black. Queen trade looks very promising for Fabi. I don't see anything wrong with that. Queen d4, I really like your suggestion
My
because
initial
queen
idea.
f5 check. Yeah, because queen f5 check does look scary because sometimes you allow queen f5, queen c8, and that queen's on a yo-yo making a draw, but not in this position where either black knight can step back and block the checks.
Yeah, like knight c6 to d8 would expose an attack on the queen. My vote is queen to d4. Fabio will have to vote in the next 45 seconds because that's all he has. Big, big moment here.
Easy to go wrong. You might see a ghost.
Takes
He
it.
has, in fact, traded, and he goes
Uh-oh.
knight b4.
Something seems to be wrong with that. 20 seconds for Gukesh facing a massive threat of knight to d3. I totally understand why Fabi went for this.
And
What's
so
the
knight
move?
d3, how
Oh,
do you
rook
stop
d2.
it?
What a move! What a defensive
Wow.
idea.
A collinear move, Donnie. I know you love those types of moves, and it stops that knight from getting in.
A collinear move, a good move, a sexy move, and a move that Fabi was not expecting to see as he tries to accentuate the pressure on the other side of the board. Another problem for Gukesh. The e-pawn is hanging. He is not out of the woods. Does he push that pawn? That would grant black a huge square on d5. 10 seconds now to make a move.
I actually think that's terrible for white if knight f to d5. So he goes h4 himself, but that gives the g4 square and a potential checkmate on the first rank.
Oh my gosh. Now the rook could step back from c2. It's not pinned to that square. It could step back to c4. I feel like Fabi's winning chances remain much, much higher than the eval bar would have you believe. That's my human intuition here as a bullet player, as a bullet addict.
And
Who are we
Fabi,
kidding?
he brings his knight into g4. He wants to checkmate that white king. But look at Gukesh. He's like, I've got everything under control. King slides to f1, going up to e2.
Fabi,
And
he's panicking again. He's not doing anything. Knight g4 doesn't create a single threat. It's the opposite of a threat, Robert. Sorry to interrupt.
no, you're fine. And now actually the h5 pawn is hanging in some positions. And if Fabi's not careful and
Black's
his
gonna be
time
worse.
trouble, yeah, if his time trouble gets even worse, then he might be in some trouble later in this game.
Let's be very clear. Like, it's anybody's game now. If Fabi is still in the driver's seat, but by the narrowest of margins, king f3?
King f3 looks very good. Probably just g6 to protect the h5 pawn.
Can you take on h5 and then go king f3? And both knights might end up hanging. Gukesh does just that.
That is definitely
Girl.
a cold shower.
How is this turning around so suddenly, so quickly?
And Danya, the b3 pawn, which was such an asset, it becomes a huge liability in this kind of endgame because the white king will just go and try to win it, and the black king is far away from the action.
Red alert, king f3. If the rooks are traded, black can save the knight with a check on e5, but Gukesh would turn down a draw there. He's up on time. Well, time is equal. He's not down on the clock. That's a miracle in and of itself. Fabi's got to be careful. We are not exaggerating when we say that if he continues to lose control of this game, he might end up losing.
And it depends what his mindset is, because if he doesn't take his foot off the gas pedal, he has done that by trading rooks,
Good.
then he could go too far. But here, after the white king moves, knight b4 can move to c6 or even to d3 in many of these positions. And perhaps he can stabilize.
But bishop c3. Now, wait a second. If white's knight returns and picks up this b pawn, in a blitz game, I would take white here at this point. Absolutely, I would take white. Even without knowledge of how the game has reached this point.
So what's
Knight
the
a2.
big idea?
Knight a2.
Knight is hilarious. He goes to a normal square.
Okay, bishop c3. Hello. Hello, knight g3, and we start surrounding this pawn. White is playing for a win.
But if the knight moves too far, can't the black king step forward? Like right now, king h6?
Hard to argue with that. That was nearly the worst pawn of the stream, but I've had competitors.
I didn't even understand it, to be honest.
Well, you said far. If the knight goes too far, and I said it's hard to argue with that.
Got it. I forgot what I'd previously said. It's that time of the show, 4 hours in. Knight e6. That's a really strong move because the g7 pawn is now within its sights. And now Fabiano, 15 seconds done. He needs to come up with a reply. I think he's struggling here.
And we repeat this from the warmth of the commentator's cabinet. I'm not sitting there working my tail off, but Fabi again struggling to keep his composure with his last seconds. Not just trading queens, but then relinquishing the grip on white's position. But Gukesh's work is not done. It's still anybody's game. A draw is the likeliest. Can he step forward with his own king to d3?
And by the way, Hikaru and Wei Yi have drawn. They will go to Armageddon. Ju and Jun and Humpy Canera, they drew their game. And Lei Tingjie is losing.
What? Lei Tingjie's She blundered a piece. She blundered a bishop in one move.
She did. Speaking of blunders, knight e5 by Fabiano.
Goodness.
Can Gukesh just take on e5, king c3? Knights are terrible pieces when trying to chase down a passed pawn.
I got to put up the Lei Tingjie game, guys, on the small board on to your left. I put up the Lei Tingjie Sarah Condemn game. She blundered a bishop in literally one move. Sorry to cut off your point, Robert. Unbelievable.
You're all good.
But look at what happened here. A3 was played, and Sarah's in the driver's seat here. Lei Tingjie panicking and forgetting about the fork. That is a full bishop that is lost. The unthinkable is happening. But Sarah, with the work to do with both sides under a minute, I'm holding my breath. Back to the Gukesh game, which is on the big board.
And I'll just quickly state that for people who, they note that Lei Tingjie was pretty much winning at some points, but Sarah Kadem is a tenacious fighter. Even in the first game against Anna Muzychuk, she was probably objectively lost at some point, but she stood her ground. And now we see in the game between Gukesh and Fabi, Gukesh down to 7 seconds, 8 seconds, in fact, makes his move to gain an additional 10. But, Danya, I feel like nervous moves are being played by both of these two.
And the knight, Fabi, still saying, wait a second, I've got a pawn on b3. I put it there for a reason. Suddenly it feels like Gukesh needs to be careful again. Knight c4 check, king d4 would drop a knight. Bishop takes e5. Can you bail out? Is it time to prevent a heart attack?
That looks like it keeps everything in order.
Knight d3.
And he does it.
King h5, mutual liquidation. Speaking of mutually assured destruction, we're going to get an Armageddon here. This game was anything but peaceful, but the results will belie a ridiculous roller coaster at the end.
I mean, for Fabiano, he's going to be very disappointed that he kind of almost lost. Okay, he wasn't actually close to losing, but he spoiled his just extra pawn like this, where now he's the one who is going to enter the Armageddon with some demons to exercise.
Indeed. And b2 and b1 queen. I mean, Fabi is maybe by inertia still trying to harbor hopes of a win, as Sarah Kadem delivers an unthinkable victory. This was completely winning for Lei Tingjie. Not just completely winning, Robert. She had, at some point, 20 minutes to 5 and a winning endgame, and she loses. What a comeback by Sarah Kadem. Crazy narratives all around. And let's go back to the Fabiano game. All eyes on the final few moves of this game.
And it looks like both sides with knight and 2 pawns. The e pawn would like to roll, but the b pawn is the most impressive pawn on the board. But knight c5 takes the pawn on e4, should secure the draw right now.
Yeah, knight c5 takes e4. And once again, the live board on the left. Time to breathe. I think the result is clear.
It for sure is. And for Fabiano, he's going to be kicking himself because he played so well for long stretches of this game and then to just misfire in his time trouble. It's going to be a familiar feeling for him.
Dude, we're gonna get 4 Armageddons. And five actually. We already had one Armageddon between. The world's gonna end 5 times.
Wait, how are we getting five?
Well, because Anna Muzychuk already played an Armageddon with Vaishali, so total.
No, but Magnus won as well.
Yeah, so no Armageddon in that game.
So
So
that's four total.
Humpy Canaro. Oh yeah, because Lei Tingjie lost. My bad. You're
You're
absolutely
all
right.
good. Yeah, that was heartbreaking for Lei Tingjie, who was playing a very nice game, but Gukesh. I mean, just let's just talk about this tournament for a second. Gukesh lost his first two matchups. He then beats Hikaru in a position where he was a bit better, but was able to actually cause enough problems for Hikaru to go wrong. And then here against Fabi from the start, like it felt like Gukesh didn't have his footing, and yet he still is able to hold that half point. So he is sort of correcting his tournament overall. He's a very combative player, but Fabi is the one who is going to be really upset at himself for not pressing that advantage.
Gukesh obviously not known as a blitz player, but let's give credit where it's due. He does a lot better in time scrambles than people realize. Like there's this constant, zombie narrative, right? It maybe used to be true, it's not true anymore. He holds his own in time pressure, and Fabi, that's definitely something he struggled with. And if we go to the critical moment, really when things started to go wrong for Fabi, the computer tells us queen to d4 is the most precise move. White can retreat to e3, and look at this, Robert. King g8 is the top computer move. And white isn't Zugzwang. Actually, white isn't Zugzwang.
And that is a great illustration of why we tell you to ask what is your opponent's next move. And King G8, that is an incredibly difficult find with just a couple minutes on your clock. But it's clear this endgame is great with your pass C pawn.
Yeah, here the queen gets to d1, and the point, of course, is that if the knight jumps into f5, now you trade queens, and the pawn on e4 is lost, and the entire position collapses together with it. But even if you missed king g8, you could still claim a big advantage a variety of different ways. Knight to d7, I think, is more findable. Fabi trades queens, not a bad move in itself, Robert. He should have followed your advice, not mine, which is true of most positions, but the knight should have gotten around to c5. Instead, he brought the other knight into the game. Beautiful collinear move. This is the move of the game for Gukesh. What composure, what presence of mind to realize that the rook has this beautiful defending square on d2 and then holding this position and potentially even coming close to turning it around.
For Fabi, he probably missed that collinear move. Rook to d2, just stopping one square short of the trade. But yeah, Gukesh played everything accurately from this point and was never in danger again. So Fabi's going to be upset, right? He's been playing some very good chess. He won 2 games in a row. He would have loved to make it three, but drawing the world champion with the black pieces is typically a good result, at least when you consider the game in advance.
Such a brutal game. We talk about this all the time. You spend so many hours working your tail off, playing just a divine technical game against the world champion of the black pieces, and that feeling of the work being useless, right? Like, what did I spend all that effort in order to do, right? Just to blunder the win when I'm knocking on the door of victory. And yet, this is where experience comes in. If you're Fabi, you know that this is part of the process. That doesn't mean you want to self-destruct, and you got to push that away because you have an Armageddon to play, and you want your opponent to experience Armageddon, not your hotel room. Well,
I don't think that Fabi is
too
the
soon.
type of person too soon, but also I think for Fabi, he's not really one to go and destroy his room. He's
Okay,
quite a
I'll
peaceful
keep I'll
guy.
keep my hands off your Fabi.
Are we gonna have three Armageddon all at once, by the way?
Well, this is the one part of the tournament where I would respectfully
Oh,
like.
Ju and Jun's game is starting.
Okay, so I'll put it in place of the Gukesh game because that is should be the latest to start. Great spot, our eagle-eyed there, and it's on the big board for our viewers against Mrs. Canaro.
And I will remind everybody that white starts with 10 minutes, black with 7. And if the game ends in a draw, the side with the black pieces gets the win in this Armageddon. And a Armageddon win is worth 1.5 points total in the round. So, Danya, the start here, it's a bit slow paced, both in terms of time usage and what's going on the board. Do you think that this suits Ju and Jun or Humpy's style better?
I like this opening choice by Ju and Jun. She played 1e4 in their classical game, but she is at heart a d4 player. So she's trying to make the road as bumpy or as humpy for her opponent as possible. This is very fashionable to do this double fianchetto setup. And you basically maintain flexibility. So now there's going to be a big decision for white. Is she going to play the traditional way with d4? No. She's going to play the modern approach with the d3, keeping the diagonal open, but giving up a pretty big space advantage in the center.
And I've seen this position often with the white pawn on f4, and you get the bathtub pawn formation. So with the pawn still on f2, you have less control over the center. But look what Ju and Jun's doing. She is playing the long game. She is playing for her opponent's time trouble that starts on the game's first turn, because there are no clear roads for black. And we've talked about this day after day, Danya. 1 second increment in over the board chess is nothing.
No, it's not even enough time to execute the move itself. So to accumulate time is almost impossible. Okay, now where is white going to develop the knight? Like, are you going to go knight c3 or are you going to go knight d2? I'm a little bit concerned that Ju and Jun is not putting enough heat on black's position here. It's not that white is worse. White is doing fine, but you need to generate like a source of problems for black eventually.
And I think what she's aiming to do is go c d5 and d4, and maybe black will be saddled with an isolated queen pawn
Great
or
call.
with hanging pawns in the center. And so right now is the time to do it. Right?
And
C
black's
takes
queen
d5.
is seeking a8, so white needs to act now before the queen gets to a8 and puts the heat on white's bishop.
And there's a mistake that's in the air. C d5, e d5, bishop h3 type of ideas look very dangerous because white would actually win an exchange if she wants it.
Great call. You have to find knight takes d5. Huge moment here. And the fact that Humpy has paused, I think that's important. She's found it. And knight takes d5 should be met with rook takes d5, I think, to keep the bind on the d3 pawn alive.
But at least there's an imbalance there. And white needs to win this game. And we have seen her play knight takes d5. It's a good move by her, by Ju and Jun, that is. And now the question is there a useful knight move to go after this rook on d5?
I would be shocked if we saw d4, because that leads to total liquidation. Let me just put this on the board. d4 cd, knight d4 Robert. And for people watching, knight takes d4 precludes white from taking on d5, and the queen would be hanging, so you have to take here instead, and this is not how you win a must-win game. Ju and Jun keeping the center closed, maneuvering the knight back to d2, opening the door, opening the gates to the queen, hitting the rook on d5. It'll move back to d8, presumably. Buckle your seatbelts.
I like the way that Ju and Jun is handling this because look at the clock. It's still nearly a 3 minute time advantage for white. And the important part of that is that Humpy is down to almost 5 minutes. And this position, it's going to sharpen in the near future. As you mentioned, Queen G4 threatens checkmate in 1 on G7. No, black will not blunder that checkmate. But how do you defend? Because G6, Danya, that opens the full length of the diagonal. That's not what you typically want when you don't have that much time on your clock.
It's scary, but you got to do it. Don't go f6, because Ben Feingold said so. No, because it blunders e6. Bishop f8 is the red herring. That is the move I could easily see Humpy going for, and that opens a can of worms you never want to open. The knight will jump into e4, threaten to hop forward to f6, and that could be checkmate before you're finished putting your pants on in the morning.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good look. And unfortunately for Humpy, she doesn't have that much time. You get nervous with the trajectory of the game. You think, okay, I'll save time now so that I can conserve it for later. But bishop f8, knight e4, there may not be much of a later, as you're saying, because the knight getting into f6 is brutal.
It's now or never for Humpy. e5 is another candidate move here, which creates way too many weaknesses, right? It weakens the d5 square. It creates another target for white's knight to attack. This is the biggest moment of the game. And let me just point out, as bishop f8 is played, the difference, right?
Ooh.
What is the difference? The difference is that knight e4, f5. If Humpy had instead played g6, white does not have the check on f6 because simply the bishop picks up the knight and the queen is hanging. The difference is that now if Ju and Jun closes her eyes, says the prayer, and puts her knight on f6, that knight will be untouchable once the queen slides to h4, and this will be a death sentence for black's king.
Yes, the bishop on b2 has the last laugh on the long diagonal, and it'll be joined by that queen over there, and that's checkmate with diagonals, with the queen and the bishop, rather than next to the king. So bishop f8, it deserves the question mark that is given. I'm actually thinking that black will be fortunate to survive even the next bunch of turns because here comes knight e4, Danya, and that knight is on a rampage.
She who laughs last laughs longest. And the journey to f6, not a long one at all. That knight, it's got blood, it's got violence on its mind. It woke up and chose violence, and Ju and Jun, just an incredible opening choice, and the clock not doing Humpy any favors either.
I was going to say that even if this weren't objectively, what does that say, plus 1 point something?
Yeah.
Let's say this was actually still even. Just the confusion that this move causes and it forces black to think is good enough. And knight e5 here is met by knight f6 check first. I think that's an important point. And then bishop takes e5 and bishop takes b7 at the end. Things like that look very promising for white.
How quickly did this happen, right? Nothing portended this amount of just insanity going on the king side. Just 4 moves ago, center was closed, black is chilling, everything's defended, boom, boom, boom. Queen lands on g4, knight lands on e4, and that is how quickly the narrative shifts in a chess game when you make a single inaccuracy. e5, trying to find the lesser evil, but knight f6 and bishop e4, Robert. Hello.
Oh, yeah, that's really nice because you give up the knight in f6, but get bishop e4, queen f5, and checkmate on h7.
Not the suboptimal attacking move, but plenty good enough to win this game, given the time situation, in my opinion.
Yes, that's the key here. I mean, f4, it's given an x. It wasn't as strong as knight f6 check. That was a harder tactic to go for. You'd actually have to calculate, but what Ju and Jun is doing is just using the clock as her best piece.
The women's world champion has every right and every reason to be confident. Well, not least because she's the women's world champion. And great feel of the position, right? That is experience speaking right there. Their decision to play f4 quickly. And you called it earlier, right? You mentioned that in some positions, white already had a pawn on f4. The fact that she managed to bring it to that square speaks volumes about the attacking potential. But bishop e7, I like that measured response by Humpy. She doesn't panic, and she's going to force Ju and Jun to actually demonstrate a clear follow-up.
It's not that easy to continue here for white. F takes e5 is always met by knight takes e5, and black's pieces are coming to life. So for Ju and Jun, she actually might be kicking herself here. If Humpy continues to play in such a composed manner, the attack, it's not crashing through soon enough, and white needs to win this game. A draw is not good enough.
Yeah, Beethoven would be playing in a composed manner. What about, can I just put this on the board? Rook f1 was an idea, and if you play rook takes d3, I had this crazy thought to go f5, and if you play f6, I thought knight f6 and queen c4 picks up the rook.
That's really nice. Nice geometry there. Loose pieces drop off. Always look at the diagonals and for your king safety.
But that was a cooperative line. Like rook f1, black doesn't have to take. If black takes, black doesn't have to meet f5 with f6. But every one of these problems is a time sink. And to 2 minutes and 16 seconds for not, a super regular blitz player with no increment over the board when you're getting attacked on all sides is going to be pretty daunting.
But Humpy Conero did win the Women's World Rapid Championship. She's a 2-time winner of that event. And so she knows how to handle herself without that much time on the clock. Of course, Rapid is very different than the Blitz that she has in front of her. But, I mean, Danya, the attack that looked like it was about to be a knockout for Ju and Jun, suddenly she's the one who's paused and perhaps panicking because she doesn't see how to proceed.
Kind of giving off the vibes that Arjun gave off, right? You make the forced moves and suddenly you freeze. And that also signals to your opponent, right? Humpy's there using every one of white's seconds, trying to calculate as much as she can, trying to anticipate white's next move. And if you cash in your chips too soon, if you play f5 and allow the king side to lock up, d3 is a serious target. You best not miss here. Ju and Jun has to stay composed.
And I see a b3 cowboy over there on the left-hand side, the small board underneath us. So Hikaru with the white pieces against Wei Yi, kind of doing something like what Ju and Jun did, a slower approach to begin the game. But Wei Yi's preparation has been salutary. And I see a mistake made by Humpy Conero.
And queen c7, allowing f takes e5. No way she can get away with this.
So is her plan f e5, knight
Queen
takes
h5.
e5, and I
Knight g
thought there'd be f6 there at the end, but maybe there isn't there for black.
6, because I thought knight g6, rook takes f7 is winning. f6 d4, knight d3.
Oof. There's all sorts of tactics. It's actually not that clear. And June, look at this time. She's down under 4 minutes, Danya. So the engine is screaming for f takes e5.
There's
But it,
some detail that's hard to see.
right, and it's hard for us to see, and that means for June, she's gonna need to find it, and she doesn't.
I like rook d1 though, right? It's yeah, okay, she had to win, but at least she keeps her attacking chances alive. She doesn't panic, and Humpy Canero is like it's impossible to play accurately here. On the other side of the board, what is going on? They've drank the Kool-Aid because Hikaru goes for the double fianchetto setup, and now goes for h5. His opponent Wei Yi, after that win with over Magnus, where the pawns were on h5 and h4, he's feeling mighty confident.
It's a very strange position between those two on the left-hand side. It's almost like they're choosing moves at random, but for Hikaru, he has so much experience and success in these sort of Armageddons. And what he's done, I actually like, even though the engine suggests that Wei Yi is fine. Danya, doubling your opponent's pawns, I think, is a good idea in short time controls. By the way, at the right-hand side, I see Queen
Shut
H5.
up.
Yeah, the aggressive move, getting an X. No way.
See, this is how I talk to inanimate objects. The fact that I already talked to them should tell you that I'm a chess player. And rook takes f4, June is like, I think the macro narrative of this game is that once 94 was played, if Humpy manages to survive this, she can survive anything. It's time to dive to the bottom of the ocean and examine the Titanic wreckage.
Find the hidden treasure and that is sunk to the deepest depths. But right now, it's June on the clock. Danya down to 2 minutes 45 seconds herself. With the time advantage shrinking, I understand that objectively the position is one where white should win. But Magnus had a winning position in Hikaru. He wasn't able to find it. Bishop h3.
Ooh, ooh.
Wow, that is a fantastic move.
And those light squares are going to be taken. Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
Jalen hurts here, but Donnie, maybe knight e5, just give up the exchange, and that's what Humpy goes for. I think this is really clever play by her
Oh,
because without the light square bishop, then the white king is in danger.
those light squares, though, they're weaker than Carlsen Wentz throwing arm. And June still has to untangle the complication. She is playing a divine attacking game. Oh, bishop
She
e6
is.
and bishop f5.
Oof.
Oh, look at this. Oh, there's a beautiful mate where, like, if the rook was on f3, you'd have queen takes h7 with a pawn mate. But if you fall in love and forget about the knight on e4, things turn around real quick. Bishop f5 here is crucial, and that's forced mate.
Yeah, you have to play g6 and bishop takes
That's it.
g6. That does the trick, and this is a very nicely played game from Jun. Of course, there were mistakes. She didn't play perfectly, but she was in control from the start.
She probably had knight g5 on top of this, but this is perfectly good enough. Oh, knight g5, fg, and then bishop f5, Robert, was even stronger.
All right. Well, that's just a hilarious idea. Just getting the bishop on b2 wide open, but this is sufficient, and we are going to see Humpy Canero throw in the towel. But Donnie, on the smaller board right now on our screen, Hikaru has locked the position up entirely, so he is playing for his opponent's time trouble.
He is, and you trying to use Wei's relative inexperience, but Wei, 4 minutes and 30 seconds is enough. Right now, he needs to solve the problems of his position. Hikaru's just sort of shuffling right now.
I'm looking at the game now on the right-hand side again. Look
Gosh.
at the bishops for
Oh,
Jun.
This
Just
is
grabbing all the materials, mate.
this is violence. This is brutality right here being inflicted on the king side. There is no more king side, and soon there will be no more king.
And your rook d7 stops the immediate checkmate, I believe, but then just bishop takes d3.
Someone pour some water on her. June just destroying Humpy Canero here on the king side, and all stemming from that decision to play bishop f8. Well done. Hats off to June, the women's world champion. A nice Armageddon victory. And she announces herself in this tournament.
So I would put Hikaru's game on the big board, and Fabi and Gukesh are playing. Put that on the smaller board since they just started.
Sure.
If,
I
wait, are they playing the same opening, Fabi and Gukesh?
Sorry, I did accidentally put them on the big board. Do you want me to change it?
Yeah, I think just because the Hikaru game's a bit
Sure.
further along, it's probably nice to do. But they
Easy.
both are B3 Cowboys.
They are both B3 cowboys, but they're not a double fianchetto cowboy. Gukesh puts his other bishop on E2, so he doesn't go the full 9 yards. He needs to win.
Do you like what Wei Yi is doing with the black pieces right
I
now? He
love
has
Hikaru's pawn structure, man. These pawn islands, ooh, sign me up, man. I'm going back to classical chess if I could have these pawns every day.
Well, what about Black's pawns? The double C pawns that are there, they're stuck in place. And I mean, Hikaru has an extra pawn if I'm counting correctly.
You are
Wait,
counting correctly.
yeah, I thought it was two pawns for a second, but Black has two pawns in the C file.
Yeah, it's not a pawn structure you get every day. There is no structure. That is a misnomer. It is a lack of a structure. And Black is a lack of a time that is starting to seriously worry me. You called this a minute ago. Hikaru was threatening F5. The board is opening up, and Hikaru is the master. He's second to none at causing chaos, even when he's objectively worse, which he is.
You were talking about structure. I thought you were going to make another Perestroika reference, but instead we see Hikaru strike with F4, and now for Hikaru up 4 minutes on the clock, Danya. That is a hefty time advantage, and the position is not getting easier for Wei Yi to play.
It's not at all. Bishop takes F4 with tempo. Queen moves back to D8. Ooh, Queen A5. Careful. If Black's queen converges on these pawn islands, these islands are going to disappear off the map.
That would not be good news for Hikaru and his many fans out there. And E5 is very tempting, but the problem is that once C6 is defended, you're putting your pawn on a loose square. What is that sound effect?
That is, I am scared of losing. Oh, and Bishop G4, Wei Yi with full board awareness. He is aware that he's got under 3 minutes. Queen A5 coming next to a theater near you.
Oh, you know why he went Rook D3 instead of Rook D2, Danya? Bishop E2 would have been Black's response.
Oh, oh my gosh, with beautiful tactics there. You are on fire. Bishop F5 here would be my proposal to induce the move E4 and completely take the bishop out of commission. It's all about the position versus the clock here. Which factor is more significant? And Gukesh's advantage is becoming significant on the smaller board.
But you could see what Fabi's aiming for. Oh, the F6 pawn is a target, so the queen will have to slide over on the smaller board. But knight to B4, what Fabi wants to do is lock up the position, but there's always D3 to D4 pawn breaks for Gukesh on the left-hand side. And Donnie on the right-hand side, Wei Yi, he is barely over 2 minutes now.
I don't, whoa, not playing Bishop F5 and spending a minute to make a mistake here. Under 2 minutes is his clock with 13 moves to make just to reach the 1 second increment. Sounds like a joke. It's a joke of an increment.
Yeah, one second increment is really absolutely nothing, but 2 seconds is probably too much. So here, Rook E6 is played. I like what Wei Yi's doing. He's just trying to cover all of his bases. A4 is falling next. Rook A3 is a really ugly way to defend that pawn. There might just be Queen B4 anyway, and the E5 pawn is loose as well. I mean, I feel like Wei Yi's doing everything you can ask for chess-wise, but what about clock-wise?
He is playing a fantastic tournament, and Hikaru, he worked his magic against Magnus. Can he work his magic again? My inclination here was queen to f2 to set up shenanigans down the f-file. The problem is that Wei Yi could even put a rook on a7. So he's got his bases covered here on the board. Maybe not off the board.
Yeah, the problem is it was a shenanigan. It was just one. There really isn't too much, at least in terms of problems, to pose for Wei Yi. The f7 pawn is a weakness, but look at the left-hand board, Danya, underneath us. Our camera's there.
Oh
it looks like Gukesh is in charge, but Fabi's not. He's not dead just yet.
And at queen d6, does that run into d5 and g4? Is Fabi just losing his bishop here unless he takes unthinkable positional measures?
Wow, good point. G4 there. That was not what I was expecting. And also, look at the... It's hard to keep track. It's two games going on at once, and Hikaru's move gets an exclamation point. But Danya, I feel like he is just trying his best to stir up some controversy on the board, but Wei is doing everything he can to stabilize.
Ticking and talking, and Wei Yi's not doing much talking. He's letting the moves speak for themselves. As Hikaru, look at him just turning up the speed dial, and he's going to be speed dialing the ambulance to take away Wei Yi. If he lets his clock run down any further, he's down to 1 minute. It's a bullet game against the player who is so good for his entire career at complicating the game. But bishop takes e5, Robert, Wei Yi will make it if pieces disappear off the board. Rook
Yeah,
takes
Wei's
c5, queen b6. Is that his idea?
rook takes e5. Ooh, just trying to pin that rook and not allow white to win back material. Queen
Yes.
b6 is played. Good call by you. And Danya, I mean, Wei is an exceptionally quick player. People know about Hikaru's prowess, but Wei himself is fantastic.
And by the way, in Fabi's game, Gukesh can now play d5. Those are the drastic positional measures that I talked about. Measures is the wrong word. Concessions is the word I was looking for, because bishop to d3, and all we're going to have from Fabi is confessions, because he's going to be left with Irish pawns on the f-file. That ain't going to be pleasant to look at.
I have to say, h5 is a phenomenal find by Fabi because the other move has lost him a piece. He is allowing a tempo like d5, bishop f5, bishop takes h5, for example, gaining a pawn. But d5 from white is a move you want to play because you win material, but it's not a move you want to play strategically speaking, handing over some critical squares to the black pieces, c5 and e5, and he's going for it.
Queen
but
c2.
I think,
Ugh.
yeah, queen c2 hits that triple isolated pawn chain, but maybe queen
could-
f4.
You could say that again, but rook e3, and I feel like Gukesh, the time advantage, the position, is going to work in his favor. In the meantime, Hikaru Nakamura, there was a move Wei Yi made that was disapproved of by the computer, but he's trying to simplify the game, and with a 1 second increment, now 3 moves away, he should make this. He should make it, barring a blunder.
Yeah, he made a mistake because he's trying to draw, which is equivalent to a win. So for his overall strategy, he's doing the right thing. 37 seconds, tick, tick, tick. That's what happened to Wei Yi's clock right now. But Danya, they have reached move 40. So every move that he plays, if he can get them off quickly, he's going to gain a second of time.
You said tick, tick, tick. Well, Hikaru wants to make this pawn go push, 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 and he can't because Wei Yi's rook is ensuring that that's not going to happen. I don't know if White can avoid repetition without hanging all of his pieces at once.
No, because the king goes up to f2, rook d2 is still a check. If it goes to h2, rook d2 is a pin, followed by bishop to d5.
Is this hopeless? Is this over? And has Wei Yi pulled off another dazzling Armageddon display with the black pieces?
I think Wei Yi, he's got it in complete control right now. And, well, that's why... Uh-oh, here comes the second rook.
Bishop c4 check can be thrown in. Look at him using the remainder of his time, but he better not miss. He goes after Hikaru's king.
Bishop d5. It is an excellent move when all you need is a draw.
Get the bishops off the board, bring the rook to b2, and chase White's king to the edge of the earth.
Yes, because there will be rook b to b2, and then rook h2, rook b to g2 check, back and forth.
Bishop h3, meanwhile, runs into rook h2, and Hikaru staring at the hopelessness of his position. 25 seconds is more than enough, more than sufficient to hold things together. It'll take a miracle. For both Hikaru and now for Fabi, whose position keeps falling apart. I'm skeptical, Robert, because if we draw our attention to the left, f4, knight e4, and there will be no queen to speak of.
Oh, that's unacceptable. And instead, he goes e4, giving up the f5 pawn. And what Fabi's trying to rely on, Danya, is the weak c4 pawn. He knows he's down material, but c4 is a target. e3 at the right moment on the left-hand side of our screens. And look at Wei Yi go. He brings his rook in. Ignore the question mark. And, oh, well, speaking of question mark, it looks like Fabi's move deserves a question mark because the evaluation is all the way up on the left-hand board.
Knight b3? Wait, is there a forced win here?
Knight b3, queen c3. So the black queen isn't quite trapped there.
Oh, and Hikaru's going to lose his game. Rook e2, rook h2, and yeah, I mean, Wei Yi was winning, but he will repeat moves because king d1 is mate in 1, and it is literally a forced draw. Wei Yi, with room to spare, this man says, don't you try to flag me. This is what's going to happen.
So Wei Yi, he is able to hold against both Magnus. He beat him, in fact, and then against Hikaru. He might be an absolute menace in Armageddon that people just don't really know about.
He's so good. It's unbelievable how good of a tournament he's having. That disaster game against Fabi has been made a distant memory by those 2 Armageddon performances in succession, let alone his opening preparation against both Fabi and Hikaru in the classical game.
Indeed. Well, now our attention turns fully, squarely to this game between Fabiano and Gukesh, and the queen went from c5 over to g6 in a hurry. Danya, how easy is this? Because white currently is up a couple pawns, but black, the queen on g6, if you allow that pawn to go to f5, is there any hope of counterplay? And you're putting your rook on f5 to stop all of my ideas at once.
Or queen e2. As long as you prevent f5, this should be Just a matter of just d6. The position plays itself. It really does. Rook hd5, knight f5, easy clap.
Yeah, moment of silence there for Fabi's chances in this game. D7 is going to hurt. And also, Gukesh just has way
h4.
too much time. If Gukesh and Fabi both had, say, 45 seconds, we may be having a different conversation, but Gukesh has all the time he needs.
h4 is my prediction. That is such a Gukesh move. He loves, the mature professional approaches. Starts with d7, also perfectly sufficient, and rook h to d5. Tough news for Fabi, who I think mentally really wasn't able to recover in this game. Struggled to find his footing. G4.
And what already hurt Fabi's chances to win this tournament, it's still very early, is the fact that he didn't secure the full 3 points. And Fabi, first and foremost, and pretty much the only thing for him is classical chess. Like, he loves it. That's what he lives for. He just desires more than anything to take Gukesh's title from him. But right now, Gukesh is I would say a man. He's still so young, but it is his birthday. The birthday boy may receive a gift from Mr. Caruana.
And that gift still needs to be unwrapped. A couple of steps remaining. Fabi never gives up. But for Gukesh, silencing the narratives. Really important to win this game, to keep that momentum going, to keep his legs churning, and to keep his pawns moving. Speaking of moving pawns.
Queen G4, anybody?
Me. What about knight G4 runs into F3? See, that is exactly the kind of thing you want to avoid. Although G takes F3 is winning as well.
Probably winning, but gets a little spicier than you would like. But Queen G4, I thought, H5 is really nice as well. In fact, that's even better than Queen G4, for sure.
EST. I'm talking not about Eastern Standard Time, but equal or stronger threat. And that is, in fact, a stronger threat. And
he's just trying to... Okay, now knight G4 looks...
Queen G4.
Excellent. Yeah, I guess you could choose.
And he chooses violence.
He is not being kind at all today, with tenacious defense and now vicious offense from Gukesh.
One sexy game of blitz he's playing here. I mean, this has just been textbook conversion. Rook to d6, queen b5. He's playing a game worthy of a world champion. Truly.
Yeah, he has earned that title. He would like to keep that title whenever the next world championship match is. But right now, his full attention is on securing this Armageddon match against Fabi Caruana, and he's doing everything you could ask for. Queen b2 now, threatening the bishop, threatening queen h8. That looks devastating.
I think he dropped his stethoscope because he is playing this with absolute surgical precision.
Now, that was a good reference. I have to give you credit. You saved it for late in the broadcast here, but for Fabiano, he's barely breathing, and Gukesh doesn't even want to hear about it.
Well, that was time to invite House MD, because just when hope was being lost by Gukesh, he finds it in himself to save the game. He diagnoses the problem of the position, saves the game, and is one or two moves away from finishing this one off. Where is the clincher? What is the final touch here?
You know my style. I would play rook e6, queen e6, queen f6 check, and then just win the game that way.
Your style is like to play good moves and win games. I would play queen h8 and rook takes c6.
That feels very, very strong.
But do what Robert Hess says, except when what Daniel Naroditsky says is also winning.
Even more winning.
Abraham Lincoln quote.
I remember that one. I was around for that. That's over.
Then he was like,
totally
I have a Gettysburg Address to deliver. Four
Pretty
score
important.
Is not quite as many points as Gukesh will earn today, but he will score in a big way for the second day in a row.
And 7 years ago, he became a grandmaster. So Gukesh is an absolute beast. At 12 years old, he earned the grandmaster title. And this is just, queen c5 takes bishop on c7. Yikes.
So if Kramnik accuses Lincoln of cheating, does he become dishonest Abe?
Oh, yeah.
Queen c5.
Done. Done, done, done.
The last gasps, and 95 is plenty sufficient.
It doesn't really get much worse than Fabi's position. You need to survive this, and you obviously can't because you're down multiple pawns and your opponent's a passer on the seventh
It's the
rank.
worst position of all time. I think we can just go ahead and say it.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
Like literally every move wins. Well, not literally.
Every move
What
that
about Queen E7?
does H6 win? You pointed that square, and I wouldn't be surprised if even that move won.
I'm pretty sure it does. Queen takes D1, King H2. What do you do?
That's hilarious.
Oh, talk about a rook sack. I want to
Bane
check
the
if H6 wins because I don't want to
it does. It does. I looked.
like convincingly.
Yeah, it's like plus
Yes.
6 or something.
Okay, great.
Rook D6 is just a nasty,
This
nasty
filth.
finishing touch.
He is. They say he's mature. He is dirty. A dirty man is Gukesh.
Just
And
brutalizes Fabian. He wins the game, and he definitely earned that Armageddon victory.
man, he just put him through that meat grinder. And Gukesh riding the momentum of his save. And the final move in Norway Chess. The king has been hunted in every game, every second, whatever the time control. We have had combative games from the very first minutes of this tournament to what I'm sure will be the very final minutes of this tournament. And a rest day is needed. Needed for all of us.
It definitely is, except probably for the fans who just love seeing these players go at it day after day. And right now, it is Gukesh's birthday. Everyone in chat, sing him happy birthday. Let's hear it. Come on. We want to hear you all sing to Gukesh, the world champion, on his birthday. I'm looking and waiting.
I'm hearing the refrain, and as they sing happy birthday, pairings for next round, which will be Saturday, Arjun Erigaisi, Hikaru Nakamura, Wei Yi, Gukesh Damaraju, and Fabiano versus Magnus. Mouthwatering matchups. There is also a mouthwatering tournament on Saturday, which will go unnamed. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
People are singing in your chat. Do you see this?
I'm what do you mean seeing it? I'm hearing it. I didn't know my neighbor was watching my stream. Just kidding.
Yeah, everyone is wishing Gukesh a happy birthday. I'm sure he will smile, although he's like almost always stoic when he's playing in chess events. But yeah, the birthday boy scores an important victory in Armageddon over Fabiano Caruana. Fabi is going to be really disappointed in himself because the classical game, he should have won that one.
A bitter pill to swallow. And how does it impact our standings? Before we wrap up, I'm tired.
I see Magnus is in first place with 8 points.
Yeah.
Fabi is in second with 7. Hikaru in third with 5.5. Gukesh and Arjun with 4.5, and Wei Yi with 4 points. But given the
Wei's in
scoring
last
system,
place.
he's in last place because he hasn't won a classical game.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
As soon as you win a classical game, you just jump in front of a bunch of people. But you know what we're treated to on Saturday, Danya?
The battle of the leaders.
Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen. We're going to get that 2018 World Chess Championship rematch. We get Arjun Erigaisi against Hikaru Nakamura.
Oof.
And Wei Yi versus Gukesh, two of the happiest players in the field given their last 2 days.
This is just going to be awesome. I feel like it's a round robin. Everybody plays everybody. And yet every time, like, wait, we haven't had these matchups yet? This is exactly what we need for the tournament to have yet another twist of fate. Unmissable action. I'm so happy that I have the privilege of covering this with you, unlocking the secrets of the position, whether we're observing a furious time scramble in the Armageddon or a 30-minute think that produces some of the brilliant ideas that we found thus far. But I want to play some Blitz and take a nap in that order. And I want everybody to recognize how awesome of a co-commentator you are, Robert. This has been another great round. And the greatest part is that we have over half the tournament left. But even better is that we have a rest day tomorrow because I definitely need it.
Yeah, I think we all do. But I just want to shout out to everybody watching who's been tuning in since the start. I saw some great numbers, some great messages, some great suggestions in terms of the chess. Also, some other things that I was trying my best to ignore because it seemed like people were out of control. But appreciate everybody. Please do support our channels. Give us a follow or a subscription on YouTube or on Twitch if you can and are willing. But we are trying to cover these events, bring the best possible for
Hmm.
you, and we would love to continue doing so. So all your support is really impactful and meaningful, and we do appreciate it as we cover these events for you now and hopefully in the future.
And even if Robert has to thank my subs for me, indeed, we will keep working on the professional, keep improving the overlay. We will try our best to get cameras, but for this to be permanent, we so appreciate the lovely, wholesome communities, how supportive you guys are. Thank you, everybody. Take it easy. Be safe. Enjoy the rest day tomorrow, but we will be back on Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern, later in Europe, wherever you are. Whatever of the 6 continents you are, who knows what time it'll be in Antarctica. But I'm sure you can figure it out. Norway Chess will return on Saturday. Robert, you have a great rest day as well. And
You too,
happy
my friend.
birthday to the world champion, Gukesh Domaraju.